Welcome back to Galaxy Battle, Phase 3. Slowly but surely we are starting to put some teams in the upper and the lower brackets, but still we have 4 best of 3s today, and at least for the first 2 alongside me will be several sheep. How are you doing, my friend, in the early morning?
I'm doing pretty well. It's going to be the hottest day of the year thus far, so I decided to, pull out the swag for it. So I'm all good. It's a beautiful day to sit inside and cast some CS.
Yeah, talking about the hottest day, I don't know if we have like the Finland weather here or what, but it's like 12 degrees outside. I went to walk my dog. It's not too hot, at least over here in Latvia, but seems like the Danes are still looking to lock in. Copenhagen Wolves, you see they'll be playing up against ENCE Saber. So we do have some X teams here. I think I actually have the same vitamins that the guy in the bottom left.
Love the adjusting of the camera. Unfortunately, they nearly have no player pictures on HLTV, so it's going to be somewhat difficult to spot who's who on the screen. But we'll get used to that in a bit. We fly through the veto as it's Mirage for Copenhagen Wolves, Anubis for ENCE Saber, and then Ancient as a decider. Yeah, no real surprises here, really. Copenhagen Wolves have enjoyed Mirage for quite some time now. Is it their most played map? I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, tied with Ancient. So Copenhagen Wolves get what they want, as ENCE Saber is gonna try and have to fight for it.
Yeah, I feel like both of us are kind of more in the 2-0 department for Copenhagen Wolves than any other scoreline, really. It should be a victory for the Wolves. But, it's being the underdogs, especially when there's like 5 Ukrainian underdogs. Like, we've seen this story unfold multiple times in majors as well, even. So, I'll wait a little bit. Push comes in. Hodix gets the first, and they have overlooked Fake Reality. So he gets one. Matthias, though, that's a huge double. That secures the B bomb site, which will also allow them to get the plan down. They actually want to fight, which is a very aggressive move, but it works out in their favor. And now you should not fight anymore. Just hold the angles. You have a player advantage. Make that 2. So Crikey, with the dualies, will find one, but long range is the worst possible place to have them. So he switches out for the USP, but given the HP, this one has to be flawless.
And it's not.
And it's not.
Very cleanly done. Mateos and Junimi. getting all of the necessary frags. UNiTY standing in for Jaquinho, that is, if I'm correct. I did spot some rumors. Mind you, these are for now only rumors. But that, well, it's not a rumor that Jaquinho's contract is running out. But there might possibly be some moves coming in soon for Copenhagen Wolves. UNiTY has been standing in quite a lot for them and has been doing really well in those games. But Copenhagen Wolves haven't yet completely convinced me yet that they deserve to be in the top cut.
This is a force buy, by the way, and there's 3 on the B site. Make that 2, make that 1. All right, never mind. What were we saying? Copenhagen Wolves, yeah? Yeah, I mean, their performance hasn't really been the best. Like, they've been on a very slow and steady decline in a sense. They were top 80 around March, and then Emerson just slowly but surely going down. So I think it's about time to make that roster move. I thought the round was over, but Jackass has actually found a pretty nice timing here. He finds one, if he can only find UNiTY, but he's not aware of his position. 5-7, Crikey gets a frag, and now it's a 1v1. Tape has to hit the shots, the scout connects, one more shot needed. Oh, that's a big miss, but Tape can't hit his shots either. And somehow, some way, he will get the wall back down. Damn, that's a round way too close for my liking. The Wolves are kind of lucky to get away there. It was a nice attempt to take the B side, that one flawless, but then this backstab Jackass just did so much.
Yeah, and well, nearly did it all. As that second scout shot, not that far away from hitting. Could have been a pretty big disaster, but I think it paints a pretty picture of what we were just talking about with the Copenhagen Wolves and how the performance has, you know, kind of not really been what we'd expect. They managed to qualify, I think it was through the last Challenger League relegations tournament. Pretty sure they qualified via that to the Challenger League, which I was very surprised about in the first place. And then I wasn't really surprised about how many wins they got in that Challenger League. So I think they did manage to like make a bit of a comeback with 3 wins, but it just wasn't that pretty.
Yeah, I love me some Copenhagen Wolves, so it is a little bit of a shame that they haven't really done that well recently. They do have very good seeding in terms of this tournament, right? Like opening up with a matchup against one of the weaker teams, at least ranking-wise. You know, get yourself a good chance to pretty much start 1-0 if you just don't make one too many mistakes. And then after that, you know, you just need 2 more wins. I don't think it's that difficult. And good timing on Fake Reality. Needs the reload, wants a gun down the player, and then Hodix arrives. But Tape's frag seals the deal, and the Wolves will put themselves ahead on 3. Now, this was a deagle buy, I believe, so you'll have a Galil and all the money in the next round. So I am excited for the first rifle round. I feel like I've maybe been very one-sided in terms of, oh, the Wolves should win this easily. That's what I think, but, you know, it can also change after I see kind of the defaults that they plan to run on the CT side here. No, that's an AK if you can take down Tape. Just a headshot.
That was a nice shot from Fake Reality, but not much more there. As already a tactical pause quite early on, and I love the change-up that we see. More and more mixed teams use these kind of use these timeouts more often. Usually it was like, yeah, the team with an organization uses all of the timeouts, and then the other teams were just not. But I'm glad that has changed. As these are some cam issues, but we're back at least. It's always fun to see all the players' setups as Hodix, you know, with the grandpa mug, the grandpa brown mug. Just a very simple Simple setup. Good screen though. I love that stand actually. I need that. I need that in my life. But yeah, always fun.
The monitor
A bit of a
stand?
look. Yeah, because it could
Oh
turn.
yeah, I
on
got
the
one.
bottom
I got one a
part.
couple of months ago. It's so good, man. It's so much better. You can adjust. You can play like a Kinder if you want. You know, get the monitor 2 inches away from your face. You can also put it on lounge mode, like 100%. It's like the best 30 euros I've invested in a long time.
Wait, 30 euros on the monitor stand or on the monitor itself?
No, the monitor stand. The monitor
Oh,
is
okay. I
probably
thought you
a bit
bought a
more
monitor
expensive.
for 30 euros. It's just
I
like,
mean,
what?
you
Where?
can on some like Facebook Marketplace type of things here, but
Yeah, but
it's
they won't
probably gonna
have
run
that
at like
stand, so I got
15 FPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Thought you had the mega deal of a lifetime there. Well, to segue a bit, I think Copenhagen Wolves have a feeling they have the deal of a lifetime here in middle. But at the point Taper runs into the boost, that becomes proven untrue. They still try to push on to short, but delayed by the nade. Nice work from Niter.
Oh man,
As these kills
Oh,
keep coming
man.
through, actually.
they push out. The
Oh.
aim is so bad on both sides because the flash is in the way. Bialy though
Reload.
caught in the reload. Yeah, now that will be a well-deserved first. The Wolves, they lost the initial player, and after that, like, they just kind of tried to brute force it. And I mean, it almost worked. Like, they were winning gun duels they should not be winning, but at the same time, they were losing ones they should be winning. So, kind of doesn't work out in their favor. At the end of the day, the first rifle round will actually be converted by. Can we just call them sabers? I feel like every time saying X saber is just a mouthful.
Yeah.
Um,
Or was it now on HLTV 33s?
That's for the next
Something?
matchup, my friend. We have
Oh,
FAVBET
yes,
coming up
I
against
apologize.
against ROSY, who just got dropped. So they've changed their name to Tritsa 3. But in this one, I guess they just went with X Saber. Actually, the buy is there for the Wolves, so this is a very important round in terms of starting the game off right. Because you have that early 3-0 lead, you know, you already start thinking, okay, well, then this should be a pretty fast Mirage. It's the Wolves pick as well, but hey, man, if the Tech 9 and the Eagle can't convert against rifles, then in a sense, it should be 3-3. The Saber boys doing good to bounce back in the game ASAP, which I feel like is always needed when you're the underdog. You don't really see too many underdog comebacks at like a 0-7 scoreline. And the Wolves just gonna boot for Sentry A this time. Smoke there. They actually don't smoke CT, and that works to their demise. There's still a player under that they do deal with, and the push from Jackass gets shut down. The MP9, though, is good for 2, and that's just Junime left alive in a 1v3, and they should just swing him together. 4x3 moment. Watch what the hell happened there. He was just so locked in towards Tetris that... towards Sandwich, excuse me, that he just did not see the player pushing. And, well, that's a pretty poor round coming in from the Wolves. Or should I say a great MP9 double. Fake reality just goes, yeah. Well, let's try this, you know. Let's try to push through the stairs, smoke, drop down, somehow get to. Lovely stuff.
I'm slightly disappointed that Mateos didn't just hold that angle, as they were just exiting with all 5. The op did get spotted. The op already missed his shot, you know? The pre-aim for that angle, I mean, these guys are more than good enough to hit that shot, but Mateos just looks at it for about a second and is like, guess I'll check lower dark. But like he wasn't even near, and you see his crosshair move, and at that moment Hodek speaks, and he goes down, and it's like, well, yeah, that's a bit like I just had wished he kept looking at that angle, but.
Look, man, it's the morning games. You know, 11 a.m. for gamers is certainly morning.
That's
I
true.
think Nixon is still, like, in the dark. I don't know if he's playing in the basement or just the blinds are closed. I know some players prefer playing, like, with the blinds closed in complete darkness.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I feel like no matter, like, even if you woke up, like, 2 hours before, did, like, 1 hour of aim practice, like, there's still something about the morning where just things feel a little bit off. So I feel like Mirage is just a good, puggy, you know, proving grounds. Can I say that? And then we have Anubis next up, which should be the real deal. Still, I mean, if Saber Boys can convert on the Wolves map pick, like that would be a huge start for them, because they are quite the bigger underdogs here. This round, done and dusted. I expect it to be. M4 was retrieved for a quick second, but then Hodix got rid of it, so just the Glocks left in an unwinnable scenario.
Yeah, the Glocks do feel like an underpowered starting weapon when you are up against those armored
You need a triple
rifles.
headshot, man.
Yeah. I mean, if you say it like that, yeah, you just need to hit 3 headshots. It always feels like, oh, yeah, that's kind of possible, right? But in reality, it pretty much never works out that way. Sadly. I'm up for seeing a full Glock round at the major. Hopefully we don't, for the team that would be on the losing end.
I mean, the Falcons are out, so that's not going to be happening.
Yeah.
That would put
Oh,
you know,
boy.
them as the #1 team to lose something like that. I'm still in shock after seeing that 3v5 man to close out Inferno. That's insane.
I'd love to get into that later today.
Yeah.
As Niter does take down Mateos, and once more, right? First it was the boost on short. Now it was the ladder room being held, and Jakas just swings out. Oh, another headshot up on the connector bit. Was looking for more. Conceives a dink onto Nixon. But that is just Jakast's mid-round. Fully destroying him. And so many headshots here for the ex-Saber guys. This didn't feel like a gun round. Oh god.
We're just yapping in the gun rounds, man. We are a little bit yapping, not too much excitement when it comes to these rifles. But to be fair, you know, to give us some leeway, like they have been like just very quick, very snappy. Not too much strategical side to this first half Mirage. The Wolves try to always switch up where they go, so they try to go for some mid control, then try to go A. But look at this, like, the Saber boys have already pushed up towards mid. They have 3 on A, soon it will be 4. There's a smoke laid down. Like, I know this is a low bar round, so technically, like, the Wolves' mission is just to plant the bomb, but even that seems, like, impossible. There's a player in their spawn. Like, if they wait out the smoke, I believe that'll be an easy... Nobody's watching spawn either. Tape is now going there, I guess. So, Tape goes down. 2, 3. Oh, what?
And that's it.
They get a double. They get an AK delivery. Alright. But there's still fake reality here to just deny all of the rotations. Uh-oh. Not like
what?
this.
Oh my little goodness. Okay, hold on. This could get weird as Mateos is unable to find Jakas. Delaney could still hit this headshot through the boards, and well, now it's a full 1v1.
It was a pretty bad call to clear it with the bomb.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he has picked it up. He is slowly moving towards B, but Hodix is holding the line with the AVP.
I just talked about, well, we haven't seen a Glock round in a while now. Well, it's not necessarily Glocks, but not much more.
Fake reality, man. So whatever we say, the opposite happens. That's a big miss. The bomb plant will go down, and now with the P250 out, you still need a headshot or 2 or 3 body shots. Bialy has the advantage and wins it out, dude. That's a 2v5 against Rifles. Saber not gonna be happy about that one at all. Not sure how it all unravels. Like here, that is a... Well, 3v5 for like a millisecond, but then it's a 2v4. I just don't know how this happens. Unlucky for Saber. Like, I can't even say that they played horribly, just missed some crucial shots, had some bad engagements, some bad gunfights, and oh, they call attack pause to just rub it in.
and to possibly talk about the gun rounds, because the full gun rounds haven't really been going too great for them either, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, in all honesty, they haven't won a gun round yet. Because they won the pistol, they converted then. And... yeah. And then they got the force buy win, or the half buy win.
Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Oh, so yeah, it was... so you had the pistol win, and now the half buy win. But all the gun rounds have just been easily for X-Saber.
Yeah, that is a little bit
Easily.
weird, especially how this is the Wolves map pick, right?
Ooh.
I'm not sure what
Are
to
the
think
ops
about it.
today shooting rubber bullets?
I think they're shooting
Okay.
real bullets,
Onyx
just like
isn't-
5 miles off the target. As we say that, of course, Hodix will connect with the AVP.
Quick rotate again, and once more, like I'm once again, Copenhagen Wolves just throw away their first death on middle.
Yeah.
Like, this is the third consecutive gun round that this has happened. And it's not even with an attempt of taking full control. Like, it's not that if you get one trade or something. You're gonna have two players start for a solo fight, lose all the 1v1s, and now finally you're entering into a bomb site, but it's already a 2v4. Copenhagen Wolves. This is just so sloppy, as then the aim comes back, and it's beautiful from Nixon, as in the molly, or behind it, Nater does take him out, but you see all these sparks from Copenhagen Wolves, but then for the gazillionth time, they just throw away an opening pick. 2 this round. Like, why? That annoys me. If you didn't hear it already.
I agree with that. I mean, they're not looking their best. We now have the hero AVP set up on UNiTY, who, fair enough, like, as you said, he has been doing quite well as a freeson. Wait, have I been lining up my smokes wrong? I thought it was, like, a little bit up, like, right on the corner of the... Alright, well...
Yeah, it's...
Oh, come on.
They
Thought
changed
he was
it
gonna
up.
throw it.
I think it's to
Well,
bounce
it still
into
landed.
the window.
Yeah, I think if you hold it lower, then, yeah, there's not, like, leeway to get out of the window in the smoke. Fair enough. Trying to block it. I don't know, I'm feeling this round for the Wolves. Like, there is absolutely no stats or, like, a reason to say that, but I'm just looking for a UNiTY quick double. This position is very difficult to clear, though, especially... oh, boy. Yeah, that's how it starts. The UNiTY double. The Fabled. He needs... ooh, that was a big pre-aim. Once hit the shot, oh boy, that's a big miss. Tape, though, has retrieved an M4 and gotten a kill alongside of it, so that's a 3v3. The Wolves really are just... at this point, they should just be buying Tech 9s every round, because those seem to be the most competitive rounds for them. Ooh, Nixon spots one, gets a shot as well, and now it's just messy. Fake Reality makes noise, and they know where he's coming from. There's 2 on the other side. Gets the first, tapes M4. Surely you don't clear this. Oh my god, the flick is nice, leaving just Bielani left in a 1v2. Tech 9. Oh, he plays the time game here, gets the first. Yali, what a huge clutch. The IQ is there. Trigger patience, perfect example of it, and the Wolves secured their 5th round, and they still have 0 rifle rounds, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, that is still fully correct, but
Right.
Beleni getting his second clutch again in one of these half-buy rounds, and nice patience. Nice to be ready, at least, for Fake Reality to turn around, as Fake Reality did realize, I didn't check sandwich fully. That's what I'm like when there's some pickle in my sandwich. Didn't check it fully. Damn.
Not a big fan of the pickles.
Oh no, I am. I just had to find something funny to say. Boom, to cast easily with one more. But yeah, these half-buy rounds have not at the same effect for X-Saber. No, it was mostly I lost. No, it's olives that I really don't like, which is completely irrelevant for everyone watching what I do and do not like on my sandwich.
Let's do food preferences with several sheep.
Olives are terrible on sandwiches. I apologize for any olive enjoyers in the chat here on Kick, but no, screw olives.
I think that's the reason. Like, I don't remember ever eating an olive sandwich, to be honest. Like, maybe it's like a Dutchy thing. It's just not popular here.
Well, no, not a full olive sandwich. No, but just like olives on a sandwich, like on a random sandwich.
Yeah.
Ugh, a full olive sandwich. Oh, Jesus. That's horrible. Okay, another mid fight.
What is that?
Hey, that's for the first time in a while.
Yeah, that's an interesting engagement. The first rifle round could be in the cards here for the Wolves. They do tag up the connector player. There's two on side, but as they're overwhelmed by connector, Bialy again comes out, gets one, tape with another. And oh boy, I feel like the Wolves have found a way, should be finding a way, to get their first rifle round, which is so crazy to say, because they win the half 7-5. But yeah, the boys definitely had some problems running their defaults. I think they're very, very happy to get away with being the leaders of the first half with the way how things went.
Yes.
So, yeah, they do put that 7th on the board, which is good to see. This is your first match for this season, right? Your first case.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh, what are you? You have the good luck charm, my friend. We see the knife already. Oh,
Maybe it's just a bit of a tea.
Oh.
Damn. Starry cast with a banger of a drop. That's a chrome cannon.
All right.
Ooh. That's probably the biggest drop I have seen in when I was casting, at least.
I mean, that's a nice.
Yeah.
That's like $50+ for free for all of the lovely watchers on Kick. Gotta type in !Galaxy and every half and every overtime half as well. We do a roll now. Don't get fooled. Normally, yesterday was just a sea of blues. We have a quick snooze from Dixon. All right, my man needs to lock in a little bit. It is a very popular supplement, let's call it that, and especially in the Nordic scene, right? They're the inventors of this product.
Oh, I thought you meant he had a little nap, but I didn't see him take it. I was like,
No.
a little nap, but
No,
I forgot that there's a very similarly named...
the little pouch that makes you happy.
The little pouch. The pouch of focus.
Yeah. I mean, it is true, like, nicotine is shown to, like, boost your concentration.
Am I hearing...
Yeah, me too. I think...
just heard the draw again.
Anyways, the pistol and the dualies get wrecked. Onyx gets the first, and now Excite overwhelmed, but Bialy just hitting the best shots that we've seen in a long while. So crispy, so clean. Tape gets another. Jackist is there, but needs a 2v3. Make that 1v3. Just Nader. And they know exactly where he's coming from. The Glizzy up close, up against the dualies, and the dualies win that engagement. So I feel like that was a must-win round for Saber to get back in the game. Instead, it's the Wolves doing better and better.
Well, if the conversion is continuing, because they did prevent the bomb plant as well, so no force buy now. Which usually you see teams do kind of prepare for with multiple rifles in a round like this now versus the Glocks, but we do see the SMGs.
All right, that's pretty fast. That's a statement.
Yeah. And UNiTY can get an op now, so he can drop the FAMAS to Belaney, can get an op out. And he will. So this is a very interesting buy now for Copenhagen Wolves. Maybe a bit of false confidence in their full gun rounds, or they realized, well, if we don't buy 4 rifles and an op, it's not a full gun round, and we might actually have a shot at this. There's Mateos, just goes facing into Nater, and yeah, same story from the first half, isn't it, Davis?
Yeah, it does not look too good when it comes to rifle rounds for the Wolves. They so far won a single one, and they're on 9 rounds. So we'll see how the things go. I mean, then they, Crikey, and Nader are
so
low.
Ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Two players are low, right? Crikey and Nater, both at, well, the small end of 20 HP. There's UNiTY on the side, an easy find, and I think now the rest of the players can get ready for what could be, well, for what will be this A-side pop. Crikey to move in. Usage of the mollies is pretty damn spot on, and now everyone starts facing smokes to build a distraction, but Hodix with the spray transfer.
He just stays in smoke. That's so smart.
Ooh, yeah.
He doesn't want to give away the fight. He's waiting for Tape to arrive. In the meanwhile, he has kind of lurked up. Uh-oh, that's a kill. Nader,
Blaney!
No way to refrag. Dude, Blaney has been so good. You know, he's on 16 and 10, which is decent. But, like, I feel like 14 or 15 of those kills have just been straight-up impact. We saw that 1v2 clutch with Trigger Patience was just so smart. And he was delivering in the pistol, like, just impactful kills to shut down the side as well. Like, I absolutely love what I'm seeing from Blaney. He has to be the MVP, in my opinion, for this matchup. If it ends with the Wolves winning, of course.
I went to look up some of the stats from Blaney to hopefully see something interesting. It's pretty much everything is sort of around the 50 mark, according to HLTV. So it's 57 util, 50 clutching, you know, everything's around the middle mark.
That's
So
decent.
he's your banker. He's your banker, Mark. It's like, okay, well, Blaney for now, the only thing that is truly consistent for the Copenhagen Wolves. Well, that and opening deaths.
Hey man, they won their second rifle. Game's over.
Yeah, that is true. That is very likely true, which is as ridiculous as it sounds. Maybe only winning 2 rounds is going to be enough. Another missed op shot in a potentially crucial round. Not there again. 3 versus 3. They need to hold on. Nater didn't spot Mateos. Did spot Mateos, actually. Elected not to fight him head on. 1v1 now, and again it's Blaney. Nater sitting on 3 kills. Already, and Blaney with another triple equalizes with Nater in the round, but stomps him out of it. 11-5. And Blaney seems to be the reason that Wolves are winning this.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of how he tried to play that 1v1. Like, when you have full HP, like, going for the wide swing, sure, but, like, given that, like, 1 bullet in your toe literally takes you down, you probably wanted to play maybe a little bit slower, right? Because you need to find a favorable engagement where you can just get a quick headshot. So, the sound is made, and that makes it very easy for the Wolves to deal with it. Now, up on 11, which was once a close game, which is a game still, where the Saber boys have won more rifle rounds than the Wolves. Well, unfortunately, they can't convert. This is their last opportunity, really, or at least their last opportunity with a good buy. Well, that's an interesting nade. Okay, so he blows up the window smoke. Nixon doesn't spot anyone. There's one on short. UNiTY. Nice shot with the AVP. He's the stand-in, but it does feel like, you know, he's going to be added to the team sooner or later. Seems like a bit of a Nikodas situation.
Yeah, potentially. Ooh. Nixon actually finding that on the fading smoke and cast. Had an opportunity there, but it goes to waste, and one of the players
we
he
have
was
a player
shooting at.
CDs. Look, we have a player despawn. Whoa, 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 whoa! He heard us, I think. Yeah, I think. This is a weird round, man.
Yeah, I don't think X-Saber can get out of this one.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, how is this happening? From top middle, that should be the bomb. Prevented to be picked up. Now Jacast, position known. Still, it's another headshot. Oh my goodness, my heart rate, man. How does it get that deep? That is ridiculous for Copenhagen Wolves. Or well, ridiculous shots being hit there from the X-Saber guys.
It's not clean. It's not pretty, but it works.
Yeah.
They have advanced to 12. It's a little bit of a shame. Like, Saber have not won a single round in the second half, and I was kind of hoping for a bit of a closer game, like heading into this, you know. At least I was like, okay, it should be a 2-0 for the Wolves, and I was a little bit excited when the comeback started happening, when Saber started to pull some rounds back, but unfortunately it does not materialize into anything else. Now, there are full AKs. UNiTY just has not been missing, really. The op has really activated heading into the second half. There's a bit of a weird time there. If they do spot them, next will get the frag, and that's 3v5 now. It seems impossible. We're going to walk through the smoke. Nixon is expecting it, but Vader is already deals with the low HP, but Yal and Matheos, that's the game. 30-5, a quick start for the Wolves.
And 4-3, I think, at the end there in terms of rifle rounds won, like full buy rounds won from either side. Yeah, this was just Copenhagen Wolves surviving pretty much, in my opinion, because this could have really gone wrong. If that clutch earlier on from Belaney, well, those two clutches in the first half from Belaney did not happen, if that stayed sort of according to expectation in terms of who would win that round, we would be seeing possibly even a 9-3, 8-4 half for the X-Saber side in that first half. But Belaney gets it done, gets those clutches in, and of course good performances from the whole team in those rounds, but it was him to close it out, and that made sure Copenhagen Wolves got the advantage early on. I mean, this could have gone really wrong for the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they did win, I think, 3 or 4 rifle rounds in total, like the same amount of the Saber boys. 4, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, next up is Anubis. That is the pick by Saber. So, the big problem here is that they're going to probably start on the CT side, right? So, they're probably going to be starting this half with like 4-8, 3-9. So, I think it might be very difficult to just bounce back mentally. But we shall see. Ultimately, if they can, then Ancient is up in the cards, our last map. But for the time being, looks like the Wolves are strong. Looks like they are roaring. But yeah, we're going on a 15-minute break. Let's see if anything changes. See you guys on the other side. Welcome back to our second map. Several sheep joining me, and what we watched on Mirage was certainly interesting. The Wolves won 4 rifle rounds, Saber won 5, but the end score was 5-13. So Yeah, not really sure what to expect heading into Anubis. Now, the Wolves are still the favorites, but this is the pick by Saber. But at the same time, you pick Anubis, you're going to be starting on the CT side, and when you're already a map down and you're the underdog, like, you know, if we, unless they have an amazing CT side, we're looking at a score like 4-8, 3-9, maybe, like, the mental to really come back after a scoreline like that. We'll see how it goes. I'm still very much favoriting Wolves to go 2-0 here, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
It's Anubis, which hasn't been too great for the Wolves in recent times, but I still do think that it has been good enough, right? Their opposition has been a bit tougher. Looking at opponents, well, actually, looking at opponents previously, one of them 4 games ago, it was the 15th of May, where it was 2 matches for Copenhagen Wolves on Anubis. Both were lost. The second match was lost 13-6 to a team called Saber.
Oh.
So now we got the X-Saber lineup here, and yeah, a potential full rematch. It was pretty much everyone just performing better. That was with 2 different players, though. Chiquinho and Quez were playing in those matches. Now we have... now it is Nixon and Junimi that are there. And talk about the devil. Junimi with 1, but there's the CT modeame. 3 kills quite quickly. Oh, crikey. That's also his name, plus my reaction to that whole fight. Cast. We'll have the support there. Bit of BM. Okay, well, X-Sabers, take the pistol.
Man, this is a huge round for Saber to win. And finally, they win a round that's not a rifle round, right? They, so far, have not won a single round that's like an eco, an anti-eco, whatever. Like, they've only won rifles. They converted 5 rifles on Mirage. So, first of all, you know, finally they put themselves on the board in a different way that they couldn't get there on Mirage. And also, I mean, winning the pistol on CT Anubis goes such a long way, man. The Wolves do choose to just go with the low buy, only a deagle, because they did not get the plan down. But this should be Saber easy 2-0, and after that it's like you get like only 1 more round in the remaining 10, and it's still doable. Like, it's still doable when you switch sides. So I think that goes a really long way. The Glocks will now be pushing B main. Yeah, that's impossible. All right, I like that. I like that the Wolves also don't force there, right? You don't need the overconfidence. Sure, you lose a pistol, that's pretty bad, but just give them the second, and now you have the rifles. Now you have the chance to really start building up those rounds again.
AKs are out. Well, we were talking about a good CT side. Winning the pistol is going to be helping that significantly. That's not going to be that useful. Trying to bait out a shot.
No.
Bait out some info. Crikey just kind of jumps to his death there. It's so funny because in theory, like, if someone's holding, yeah, crikey. If in theory, like, if someone's holding default, it's a nice, pretty advanced move to gain some info if someone is holding default. But he just gets made to look really, really stupid. Whilst in theory, it's not that dumb of a move. But yeah, you see that happening quite often in Pro CS. Oh yeah, this is great. Is he gonna be on time though?
Oh no!
The lurk overlooked, and Copenhagen Wolves looking to do what took ages in the previous game, which is win a rifle round, and so clean as well. Let Milena get this final kill, and we're looking at a team ace. Looks like Mateos will have it though. Everyone quickly returning to the bomb site, hoping to prevent any form of ninja defuse.
I have to be
that
honest.
was very clean.
Yeah, I love the setup from Saber. I love that they like lost the player on long and then like chose to aggress immediately, like double pushed it. They got so much info. They got the early backstab. They had the info and rotations as well. But ultimately, 4x3 is what loses them this round. I believe with the kill towards mid, that would have been like an equal player count, right, on both sides, and then you have the quick 2 backstabs coming in as well. A little bit unfortunate there, but I do like how Saber are approaching Anubis. Like, this is a breath of fresh air compared to, you know, how teams usually play, just kind of waiting very passively for a while and then taking, you know, you have to take some aggression, but usually that aggression is just in the form of some jiggles or, you know, some flash-ins. So I like the commitment, but unfortunately they'll lose the round, which means now their economy is in a very dark place if they lose this round. AVP on Hodix. They jump across it. Oh my goodness, that's a tilter.
What a shot. Op trying to be retrieved by Fake Reality, unable to, and especially now, I think that nade has blown it right into the clutches of the Copenhagen Wolves. Looking very dominant thus far this round. The defensive smoke from Fake Reality, I kind of do like it. Maybe that connection did get heard. Just waiting for these kills to come through the smoke. As the smoke's starting to fade, you're gonna have to be a bit careful here, Wolves. Looks like they're gonna be holding on. And there you are. 2-2, and as you said, economy not really there.
It looked favorable for a little while there for Saber, like at least they had the correct sight. But, I mean, to be fair, Wolves have been just better at the gunfights as well. That shows in Mirage, where rifle rounds are kind of 50-50, but when it comes to, like, you know, winning out with the Tech 9 against an M4 or an AK, they were doing it consistently. So, we'll see how it goes. Just the USP push towards B main. It's a nice flash, but... Alright, that's the round. Jackass, come on, buddy. As Max would love to say, make it fast, please.
Let's get one more kill, and that is it. So, Mateos, maybe a bit of an unnecessary death, but I assume they just want to get that round done quick. Anyways, looking a lot better. Let's see if Saber have had any sort of adjustments. Of course, in that previous full gun round, we didn't really get to see a full 5v5, as Karaiki jumped into the AK bullets of Nixon. So, hopefully, we don't see any other early give up. Also, no early attempts at a pick, although Tapeware is looking to go through here. And again, that close range fight is going to be his. So, once more, man advantage, which Copenhagen Wolves pretty much never had on Mirage. This is going well thus far.
Nixon hits the first. And that is the site, overwhelmed, opened up, and yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you expect again for T-side Anubis, so I'm not too sure what's the idea here, but I guess you just want to hold on to the rifles. Like, ultimately, if you're Saber, you just need 2 more rounds and then the T-pistol, and like that puts you right back in the game. So again, I feel like, especially with how dominant the Wolves have been in these rifle rounds, like it's such a big relief for them that they won the pistol and the consecutive.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be very clean from the Wolves. To hope that they can't get that dominant T side start. We have seen our fair share of huge comebacks on this map.
Yeah, Anubis is always one of those maps where you go, oh, this team should surely be winning, but then the sides switch and there's a completely different tale. Hodix, this time he's not really aggressing towards Connector because he just got yoinked out of the universe by, I believe it was UNiTY, perhaps? Somebody just insta-dinked him long range with the AK, so... Playing a bit more passive, the defensive smoke is laid down and the Wolves just kind of wait it out, right? Let the CDs burn their util and then just approach them where they just, well, will have no util or 1 or 2 mollies to deal with the issue. I like the idea, I think the setup is nice.
A bit of a 1v1 over
left.
towards A main. Yeah.
Oh.
Searching for an opening pick here. It's not given up as easily.
Yeah, I think with the Wolves like showing presence towards Connector, they expect Saber to have rotated towards B, but it's not exactly the case. Like, sure, they only have 2 A defenders, but like Hodix is really close to rotate as well, and he has the op to hold down mid. So, you know, Wolves, it's kind of both sides are equally evil. There's 2 defenders there. Yeah, there's the mid split. Nader, though, that's a huge frag, and this is 20 seconds to go, so you got to get the bomb down. Another big frag by Nader. They now have to push through the smoke, and that is a really good shutdown from Saber. Wolves just extended their welcome, played too slow, and ultimately that leads to them not even getting a single kill. That leads to them having to push through smokes, and that's just way too much to ask. As 3 will be put on the board for Saber, and honestly, like, I'm starting to feel like they now have enough in the first half to convert the map. Like, everything else you get really is a bonus if you assume that they can win the T-side pistol.
That looked really clean from Saber. It's super well done. Nater and Jacast very clean on the side. This is 1v1, and crikey, instantly going to be pushing in. Fake Reality and Nixon have already been dropped. Nixon hasn't had the greatest of starts. As crikey does get out. That's Nater. Slight mistime on that push. Had he been a bit earlier, then could have caught a couple, but Saber, after playing so passive, so held back in the last round, having Copenhagen Wolves walk into their bear trap. This is going aggressive, and they paid the price.
Alright, well, they want to reapproach towards B main. Now, the setup is there, 3 of them, in fact, so I think there's still a good chance for the CDs tonight. Oh, that's a nice way how to blow open the smoke. That will give the initial frag to Hodix, but now Mateus... Oh, that timing there, I mean... It's a game of millimeters, but he does not spot the players, so they get away. 30 seconds to go, you need to reach smokes. That's a bad miss from Hodix. Tape gets another, and alright, the Wolves just clean that one up. And Mateus is quite hyped up, because I feel like for the Wolves it's maybe slowly starting to catch up that, hey, maybe this won't be as easy of conversion as we initially thought. We've already given them 3 rounds, so, you know, this is actually a really big round for them to win.
Keeping it honest for now. I do think we'll see a return of X-Saber not pushing as much, so the fact that the CTs just lost that round could probably mean that all pace will be just dragged out of this entire first half. But it's Anubis, and that is pretty much what you can expect. A very split setup, but Copenhagen Wolves, especially Taper, has been going through middle quite often, so this is a bit of a gamble. That flash is perfect as Jakas gets stuck in the corner. They don't need to go on this, and they realize. Dix. Oh, should have hit that. Will eventually. Yeah, are you gonna go back now once more? There's 3 players here already. Onyx is already out. He's safe. Oh, they're running into another trap. Copenhagen Wolves just get read like a book.
Yeah, again, as I said, like, the Wolves have the better aim, but I can't put down Saber. Like, they've had amazing CD setups. They've had really good reads. You know, they've been where the action is happening, and that is huge for Anubis, right? Because it's probably the worst map to make CD rotations on. So if you don't have the correct stack, the correct call, like, you know, you either need very good aimers, very good anchors on the site to convert on aim. If you don't have that, which, you know, again, Wolves are a little bit better in that sense, then you just need, you know, mass. Just need mass on the site, multiple players, and well, they didn't make it work the previous round with the stack. This time they do, and now they're up on 4. So like now, really everything else that they get is just a big bonus. Looking solid on their own map pick, advancing to 4, and now they are putting Wolves in a situation where they just need these rounds, man. Nice idea to go for the wall bang. I think Tape. Oh, but that's a good way to play with the team, right? They know that the MP9 might be isolated, so they triple swing it, and just as quickly they're gone. Rotation's already made towards B, and look at that, there's going to be 2, probably 3 players by the time that the Wolves arrive, depending on how quickly they want to go here. The smoke blow-up is almost there, so that could have been a frag as well. But the smoke wall there, Fake Reality just goes for the spam, gets one, Nixon arrives on connector. But this B site seems rather difficult to take now. They don't want to just walk through the smokes. There's, you know, there could be danger lurking literally in them. So they slow things down a little bit. Oh, and UNiTY just gets a frag. Well, that opens up things again.
Flashbang not connecting onto the AWPer. 30 seconds left. Well, we've seen a desperate late rotation from the Copenhagen Wolves in the previous round. Now they're looking to just wait, try and bait in. They may have gone to another bomb site, but it's still going to be just a full 3v3 on this site, and they get stomped, exiting the smokes.
Bam.
It's Saber tying up this game. Scout's honor.
Yeah, I love that they're gambling. You know, I'm a big encourager of gambling on Anubis. Like,
Jesus, oh,
they've had, look, they've had these side stacks for the last 3 or 4 rounds, and yeah, it's a big gamble, right? Because if the Wolves are like, you know what, let's rotate, let's go towards A. Like, the A side is completely open, that's around. But I guess they also kind of like figure out that the Wolves are not really big on making these fake plays, on like making some gigabrain plays. They just want to hit a site and convert with their aim, but that's pretty difficult to do when there's literally like 3 different crossfires set up. And with the Deagles, they've already lost the first and the second. There was a refrag, and they just get drawn in. That was a nice play. Hodix punishes UNiTY, who is trying to run down Nature there. So, man, Saber are going to have 6, might even have 7 on the first half here. That is a great way how to bounce back in the game. Ancient seems almost inevitable.
At this point, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Like, you really got to drop the ball in the second half. You've done so well in the first. If you're Saber, that, like, especially for this being your map pick, like, I get that maybe they picked it just because they have a stronger CD side than most teams. But surely, you know, with this being your pick, you also have the strategical department to back up the T side.
they should have, right? But for now, the boat's still floating for both teams. But it's like it's. I like the point that you brought up just a couple minutes ago with how Copenhagen Wolves kind of wanted to keep it quite simple on these executes, because very often when you see them start to make it more difficult, it really doesn't work out for them. Like, it either needs to be pure chaos, the complete pure chaos for both teams, and yeah, then it's like the 50-50, whatever. They're not at a disadvantage, right? But I have been seeing very few full executes, full plans, right? We did see one or two with that mid split, but that then failed, and I don't know, that maybe traumatized them a bit, because this is all looking really flat. You're just gonna be walking through a smoke with one or two players. Hodix just close range here. Was expecting Nixon to make a move, but I mean, it just feels like that always has been a bit of an annoying part of watching Copenhagen Wolves. And I mean, one other team that I could notify to is 9, where often they don't really play to their own strengths, as that's a big flank actually connecting Crikey all the way in T-spawn behind them. Nixon gonna have to deal with 2 on the flank. That's bomb dropped. And playing way too slow is gonna cost them very, very much. 7th indeed on the board.
Well, that's a really good half for Saber here. Again, like, at this point, it's not about like how good Wolves play on the CD side. It's just about like Saber, if they just do the bare minimum, like don't make too many mistakes, just play like the defaults, how you'd play on T-side Anubis, like that should be enough to close out the game. And they're certainly the favorites by a long shot. You know, normally you see a 4-8 scoreline, you're like, yeah, that's a 50-50. 7-5, man. Like, the Wolves need the pistol, and they need really good CD setups. And another thing that I'm a little bit worried about is the fact that, like, what converted the Mirage was ultimately them just having the better aim, although they didn't win too many of those rifle rounds. Like, they just had the aim, they just had, like, the wherewithal to convert. Here, like, honestly, I'd say Saber win the aim battle. Like, they've, especially in these last 5-6 rounds, have just been out-aiming their opponents. And so, yeah, I'm saying this, if the Wolves can win the pistol, then we're still talking. If they don't, then, you know, Ancient, we're moving to greener pastures.
This is the dualies on Mateos. Hopefully they can make it work with something. Do you think Mateos was within earshot of those initial steps? It's gonna be a retake setup with Belaney trying to fight solo in those smokes. He's gonna have to get out of here at some point. Don't fight too much, man. Gonna want this 5v5 retake. So, side switch. Last time in the pistol round, Copenhagen Wolves was attempting to take B. It failed horribly. Now, a bit of an extra avenue for them. Mateos on those dualies, waiting for them to take space. Very nicely planned out that round. Thus far in a smoke on the bomb. This can be a defuse. That's so good. That is actually really good.
Yeah, there was something that
yeah.
I believe Anders said, where, you know, no matter the situation, if you have a defuse kit and a smoke on the CD side, like, it can be a 1v4 and you can still get the defuse in, because it's just so difficult to, like, spam down the players with just the pistols. And especially in that situation, yeah, as you said, so good. That's a pretty good way to put it.
Yeah.
The Wolves do keep themselves alive. Ooh, when we see a force buy on Saber, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, also just the move that Mateos just kept waiting outside of cave. Because as soon as they started attacking from CT, X-Saber is like any other team, like, okay, we're losing space here, let's take space elsewhere. And they run right into those dual Berettas. It was very nicely planned out, as is this force buy thus far. UNiTY chases down 2 through that smoke, didn't even see him. But still makes this round a lot more comfortable.
Alright. Yeah, they
If
knew
that
about
double
the
kill doesn't come
duelings.
through, they lose this.
For sure. I don't want to say that Tape like sold the round, but that jump, like they heard the jump, and immediately after the sound, they were like, okay, let's just push him, let's just rush him down. So it was a good idea from Saber. They ultimately do get the plant still, so like their economy is not in shambles, but it's neither looking great. Man, 7-7. I don't know. I kind of want to. All right, no more predictions from me. Can we get back to back 6 skins? Last one was like a $50 one. This time a Jawbreaker is still nice. Hey, Edgepick.
That is still very
Congratulations. It's a nice play skin.
nice. That is a very good skin. I mean, aren't all skins nice play skins? Or are there some that are very expensive but ugly as hell?
I think, okay, let's watch the round and then I'll give my
Let's
2
watch the
cents
round, yeah.
on the matter. Oh, Nader, Tech 9, hold on. We have to watch this round. There's still a chance. Although that chance is being shut down. 1 USP shot at a time. Headshot converts as well. And there you can see the hype as well. Like the Wolves, I feel like now the momentum is completely on their side, right? Like they're getting hyped up. They're up on 8. Sure, it's still going to be a tough battle, a tough fight to get to the end here, but they've done the minimum required to keep themselves in the game. And now, you know, the big boy rounds come up. Now the rifle rounds come up, in which actually they have quite the advantage from what we've seen so far.
They have been having that, but now with quite low util. Copenhagen Wolves not going for anything too fancy. And UNiTY preventing receiving what he dished out on that previous half. No Juan taps. It's gonna be Nixon. Sliver angle. Pre-aim from Hodix. Just a couple pixels off. Not really any instant trades. They're aware of the push middle, the rest activates. They kinda know now the rest is all stuck in a main. Or at least the expectation is very much there. They're gonna get curious. And that's gonna be costly, although Nixon does find 1. Shouldn't be anything else in 1v3. Well, he talked about how we needed a good CT side. It's looking like Copenhagen Wolves are the ones delivering that.
Yeah, I said good. They're delivering on great. Like, this is a big shutdown, especially for this being the first rifle round. Like, for one, that's a statement made. And for 2, like, 9 on the CT is close to 13, you know? 7-5, things look amazing for Saber, but I am a little bit just in shock that with them picking this map, like the T side just has not been looking good, and unfortunately, like they don't have too many chances to prove themselves anymore. If they lose this round, which they should, then you have 1 or 2 good rifle rounds left. If you lose the next rifle, like it might as well be over. It seems crazy to say after a 7-5 start, but maybe just flying a little bit too close to the sun.
And it was at this point in the previous map where there was these Tech 9 round wins, right? There was these forced by round wins for Copenhagen Wolves. It is a 3v3 into the bomb plant now, yes. But X-Saber, they're gonna need to replicate that, because they just haven't found any way yet, at least, to stop the momentum.
the bomb is ticking. They have 20 seconds to make this work. Mateos, huge first headshot. Now 2 of them arriving. I'm not sure they're going to be expecting the second. They are. Crikey with the double, and that's just a 1v2 or UNiTY has to evacuate. Op shot misses, so potentiality of losing the op. Oh my goodness, he runs out of bullets. So at least the AVP is saved. Oh, he's so close to dying as well there. But gets away. Saber, huge round converted, and it is. I feel like when things are not going your way with the rifles, like you just bust out the Tech 9s, you know, go for a fast push, and the rest is history.
Buy Tech 9 and go fly. That's
Yep.
it usually works. But the op saved is actually pretty impactful. UNiTY has been good today. Did miss a couple of sitters on Mirage, but for now on Ancient he's been doing pretty well.
If Hadik shot there, he has wall hacks. I was like, oh my god, he's peeking right into the op slowly, but no, it's behind the wall, obviously. That would have been a pretty poor mistake. I like the boost. Honestly, I think the boost is making a comeback, because at one point, like when it first appeared, it was just destroying, even in Tier 1, because it was like, what the hell is that? I'm not pre-aiming that.
Yeah.
Then everybody was pre-aiming it, and now it has like gone full circle, where it's such a common thing that you just kind of overlook it, like surely you won't go for a cheap play like that. Instead, the op finds its way in on the CD side. The saved op really goes a long way, and the timing is perfect. Nixon only good for 1. They actually take down UNiTY as well, so that's a 3v3 now, where all 3 are arriving from CT. You have one opportunity here. Fake Reality, though, gives them the kill on a silver platter. They have the info, but the AK needs a kill, can't get it. Nader in a 1v3. Low HP, though, so they have to wait this one out. Mateus, he's just not there to refrag. That's huge isolation from Nader. Just needs one more 1v1 gunfight. It comes down to 16 HP, but the Wolves somehow win it out, and that is the turning point round, right? Like, you lose that, you're on USPs, that's 9-10, you're the underdogs again, but winning it still puts them at a slight advantage here.
Mateos really needed to win that clutch, because everyone was taking fights. 2 Molotovs got thrown down, so yeah, he did get kind of stuck, but then he kept throwing Molotovs and util that were effectively useless. So had Mateos not won that round, that would have been pretty devastating. A pretty devastating sequence. But yeah, UNiTY leg shot onto Fake Reality earlier in that engagement could have been a lot easier for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they survive even when getting so-called unlucky. So that's all you need to do. Win when you're unlucky and you're unbeatable. Oh, edge of the smoke! Mateos. The best edger there is, apparently.
24/7 edger. Huge, man. That's the 3-piece. Alright, well, that's the round as well. The nades, it won't finish the job. Fortunately for Saber, they can't even punch the digits in. So next round you will have Tech 9s and Mac 10s. We've seen them convert with that once, for sure. But technically they should still be at a disadvantage riflery-wise. So man, this is Wolves moving up to 11, and if they can just convert what's theirs in a sense, 12, that could be map point, match point. As it looked like we're going to be moving on to Ancient, but Saber just can't deliver like they did on the CT side. This is, you know, they've got the sides mixed up. A single round on the T side so far, and that came off of just Tech 9 and Mac 10 rushes.
And even that was barely won, right? So the defuse nearly came through in that round as well. It turned into 1v1. So even when Saber had their only kind of like somewhat successful round, even then it didn't look dominant. And the dominance has been very much on the Wolves' side. They've done their homework about the previous matchup versus ex-Saber. Or well, back then they were still Saber. Before the breakup. Before the heartache.
Yeah, that as well, right? I feel like it actually works at your disadvantage when you win the same map like a week prior against the same team, because now they've lost, they can study the demo and they can take away from the demo way more than you can, because you won, so you didn't really make that big of a mistake, right? Your opponents, though, they made plenty of mistakes, and they can figure out how you play. They can figure out how to anti-strat that. Like, I'm not sure how many teams like actually do it. Like, I sometimes head into the matchup and they've played before, and like they're still making the same mistakes. But well, it seems like the Wolves, the Danes, certainly known for their strategical side, have done their homework, and that shows. A-side push, though. They've taken the side by storm, so we're looking at a 5v5 retake, man. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of kills in the kill feed. Crikey gets one back, that's necessary. And now they get the bomb plant down as well, but look at this. How have you not converted the kill? Well, Jackass will, and Hodix will run down tape as well. So this round does go the way of Saber, and they just needed that so much.
Yeah, finally a round back. Copenhagen Wolves maybe not respecting it too much, you know, standing on those edges, standing on the sort of perimeter of the A bomb site, very actively taking fights, which I don't think was that necessary. You can pretty much hold angles when you're sort of at that angle. We saw Junimi peek into Crikey there, with not really an intention of peeking anything, right? It was just a bit more of an information jiggle. Maybe there would have been a shot, but yeah, right under his nose, Crikey was already set up. So, you know, some, I wouldn't say blunders, but some inaccuracies for Copenhagen Wolves there on that round. But it was pretty blitz from X-Saber, though. They went quite fast. And again, that's their solution. So, will we see that in a full gun round? Who knows? I think we won't. We'll probably see a full eco anyways here. Maybe just a couple deagles, yeah. But they want to make sure for the next round they have all the util. Copenhagen Wolves feeling comfortable still. Well, these pistols getting dealt with pretty easily by the looks of things.
Oh, I was muted. That is always a very professional thing to happen. Alright, well, yeah, there wasn't much to be said. You know, pistols very quickly dealt with. And Matthias in the 1v5, nothing he can do. I said that we're like at the verge of the comeback, right? Like that is a weird thing to think about, but this game has been a roller coaster of emotions, you know. We're like, oh, surely we're going to Ancients, the 7-5 half. Then out of nowhere, the Wolves just get like a 5-round streak on the CD side. And then right when it looks like they're about to close things out, I believe it was 11-7, like Saber boys just lock in, get themselves up on double digits. And now the Wolves will have, like, I believe 2 goodbyes, but they really would love to win that upcoming rifle round.
Yeah, there was pretty much no investment in the previous round, right? So there was the deagle and the armor. Copenhagen Wolves realized that, well, forcing now wouldn't be of any use to us. This round will very likely decide where we're gonna end this game. If that's going to be on Anubis or on Ancient. Still enough money in the bank for X-Saber to buy into the next round. So even though they're 1 round down, it does look like they are the team with the advantage.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to make any predictions anymore. Like, this has been, again, just a weird matchup in a sense that, like, just a game of streaks, really, right? Like, one team does very well, then the other team out of nowhere starts to do amazing. So I don't know if the streak is over, if it has just started for the Wolves perhaps, but oh boy, you're just getting overwhelmed here, and yeah, that is a very nice way out to enter A. And to be honest, like, I think Wolves deal with that quite poorly, because for sure, you're expecting a flash, you're expecting a molly, like, playing so close up, like, that might work if you have an MP9 and, you know, that's your best chance against rifles, but with full rifle, I feel like they could have played a little bit more passively. So, I mean, that just falls completely flat on its head. Trying to save the rifles now. You know, this has become the battle for spawn, the battle for B long. Saber know how low, how bad the economy is. So every rifle that you can take down, well, that is a bigger opportunity to actually put yourself on map point first. Seems like they will go through with it. The AVP, big miss, and all of the rifles eliminated, leaving the players on around 2k a pop.
And what do you do now? Is this the half bind and trusting the loss bonus? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, because this is... Either you go for the win, which means SMGs and 5.7s and deagles for 2 rounds, or you save now, guarantee that X-Saber get 12. Wondering what they'll do.
I feel like you have to say, right, because the cash is just so low. I feel like your best opportunity here is, yeah, just buy a little bit of utility, invest in utility rather than the weaponry, and then hope and pray that, you know, the triple nade maybe takes 1 or 2 down. Where do they want to take the triple nade? I guess they just want to wait things out a little bit. I guess the plan is to nade the A approach, but Saber have put their resources towards B, and if there's no resistance, I just don't see them a reason for them to rotate. It has to be the Wolves making the correct rotation here. Yeah, they're already accelerating on this.
Will they be able to hide?
Or are
the
they?
fact that they've rotated? Well,
hold on.
Yeah, Saber being very mindful of this.
I like that. I love that they're playing slow. They've juked out the Wolves here, who have made for a very who have gone for a very understandable rotation. And in the meanwhile, Nader has found a completely open A site. So this does seem like the 12th for Saber. Oh.
The nades are good for one. Tactical nuke onto Nader. That's at least an AK saved. And now not anymore. They throw it away. Oh, he wants the AWP. Oh. He has enough money for the op anyways, so that's good enough.
It's actually a smart play. Like, if you get the knife kill there, you really boost the economy, and I mean that would. Oh yeah, UNiTY still has the op. No Kevlar though, so that could have secured one more Kevlar, some more util perhaps.
And no helmet.
Well, they call attack pause. I think this is a very good time to do it, because things really, like, they were on 11-7 here, right? Like, this has now been a 5-round streak for Saber, which is kind of to be expected on these side of Anubis, but just how good they opened in the second half here, the Wolves. You know, I think for them as well, it's just a little bit tilting.
Overtime or bust for the Wolves here on Anubis. As an early face. Oh, wow. That is such a risky play. That is throwing a full open left hook. No defense. But it still connects. Mateos. Just barely getting out of it there. Oh, I say barely. He's those full HP. 2 kills. What a start to the round. 5v3. We can now judge if the Wolves are better than Falcons.
Yeah, we didn't really get to talk about that, but I mean, this is still like quite a not favorable position for the T's, but like, you know, there's still some leeway. UNiTY does remove it. Hodix has gone down, and now it truly does feel like we're going to overtime. Seems like my overtime curse or blessing, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you know about this, but I had like 6 best of 3s in 6 maps in a row going to overtime at the end of the previous season. And yesterday also I had an overtime. I had a game going till the end of regulation, so I think it's still somewhat alive. And yeah, overtime, well, there's just no way. I don't remember when was the last time I actually saw 1v5. It has been a really long while.
The last one I've actually seen one was my own in a FACEIT game.
Oh, wow.
But,
Good job.
As Belaney
Which map?
finishes off the great work from Mateos earlier on. What was that? Which map?
Which map did you clutch out? Because I feel like Nuke is the best one to do clutches on.
It was with a Galil on Inferno. And they just kept pushing me.
So a refresh moment.
Yeah,
if you remember.
kind of. I went from banana all the way through middle, and then to A site. It's pretty fun clutch.
Pick this guy up.
Oh yeah, I'm ready to be a stand-in. I think if I enter a pro match, I think I'll probably get 2 kills, maybe. And
I don't know
if the entire team plays for me to get kills, I'll probably be able to get around like 8 or 10 in like a regular game.
I mean, that depends what tier. Because sometimes it really does feel like, you know, oh, I could be playing it. This is easy. Yeah. It really depends on the day, depends on the matchup. I think it's also like one of those things where, like, you know, since you haven't played at that level, it would be really difficult. But if you just played like 10 games, you just kind of understand way better how the meta works, because it certainly is a lot different than FACEIT. Or on the other side of things, you know, sometimes you're playing against like way worse opponents, but they're just destroying you because it's like, what the hell are these bots doing? Like, I can't predict them. They're playing so bad. I'm not expecting them to play like this. Honestly, like, you know, if either of us try to attempt a move, you know, a game in tier 3 or tier 4, like that could also be the case. Like, why is this guy just pushing through smokes? Like, what is he doing? Overtime tech pause, lovely.
Yeah, a bit of an extra break. Of course, we will have another case pool in halftime of OT.
Oh yeah, that is a treat always. Just bankrupting Galaxy Battle here with the amount of overtimes we've had at the end of last season and start of this one. Actually, you know what? I've never. Actually, I need to follow Galaxy Battle on Kick. Then you can also type in !Galaxy. I want to try my luck. I haven't really done it, but you know, I saw that $50 op. I was like, that's a nice skin. I'd love one myself. All right, overtime has started. Saber did look hot for a string of rounds on the T side, but that was what this game has been so far. Just a string of rounds going both ways, and now a very quick approach towards A. Nixon this time, the setup is better from the CTs. He's able to get the headshot going. Jackass will arrive, but Nixon is there with another bomb drop. Nixon with a huge three-piece, and that almost shuts down this attack completely. Just Nader and Hodix left alive, and they just have so many different angles to check, so many things to worry about. With 40 seconds left, at least they've picked up the bomb, so now there's a possibility that they can go towards B. In fact, if they do, it's open. I'm not sure if the Wolves actually have spotted the bomb being picked up, so it does give Nader some leeway here to perhaps just head towards B. But the longer you wait, the more the B defense will be fortified. I love that Hodix stays around to just kind of keep the CTs on that A site. But now the shot missed. There's 10 seconds, so we're seeing a save in T side overtime, which is a really weird call in my head.
Oh, you mean T side overtime? Yeah, well, it's likely that just... Yeah. It's likely that just that was the best option. I mean, you could have just ran to your death, but that didn't really matter as much.
Fair enough.
And with that AWP, that was still there for Hodix. Yeah, right, like the whole T side is already on 2K, like most. So money can become a bit of an issue.
I'm trying to switch it up a little bit this time. Sending some players towards that A side. The smoke is good. Nader, there was a timing where he could have just walked through it. Like, I know that sounds very crazy and risky, but there is a timing where sometimes you're just kind of, you lay down a smoke and that gives you like 3-4 seconds where you're like, okay, let me check a different angle. I actually want to push out towards B main, and I mean, that'll just be punished by Hodix. So Fake Reality now has the shot, but Tapeware takes him down. Equals things here. And that certainly puts them in a more favorable position.
Bit of an awkward timing there for Fake Reality. I get that, you know, losing that opening pick, you might have a re-aggression being set up, but that's way risky. For a play like this, Belaney trying to be at the close range angle. It's going to be Tapeware straight through the smoke to bang down one. 3 versus 2. Tapeware, he's looking to make a play, actually. Nader realizes, but the comms, well, not good enough for Chakast to get that final kill. Somehow Nader is still alive. Somehow he's... What? No, take your time, guys. 8 seconds. Yeah, let the nade do the work.
Yeah, we've had plenty of these kind of what moments in this matchup. The Wolves do find a way how to win the round, and I don't want to say like this was the round for the game, but that's just such a huge round to win. I know the CT and T sides have been kind of mixed up in this matchup, but like 2 on CT is crazy. You still have a chance to have a flawless CT side, and even with the Wolves having a rather poor T side, like surely there's a way you can convert 1 or 2 on the other side. So them having to push overtime, now they're the huge favorites. Crikey, though, gets one. Fake Reality gets another, and I don't want to say that's a round, but I mean, that's close to it. B-bomb side will be completely open. UNiTY goes for the drop, but they're smoked off on connector, and this is a round where you have to go for it, but it does seem like, as you said, just kind of running to your death there. Tapeware is the only one really in a position to take matters into his own hands, but he needs a frag and then stay alive. With Nixon going down now, it does seem like Saber just needed to go a little bit quicker, perhaps. They were worried about that move after losing that first round of overtime by a quick approach towards A, but this time it does work out, and UNiTY just in no man's land right now. Could have been a call-out, but either way. It's still the first T-side round for Saber here. Now as we switch sides, they once again have to prove us that their CD side is actually as good, if not better. All right, let's go.
Oh, another pool.
Oh, oh.
Oh, nearly.
Yeah, we had some good stuff so far. Congratulations. Of course, if you're just tuning in, just as you see in top right, type !Galaxy. That gives you one entry into the giveaway. And we do them every half. So regulation time and overtime included. We did have a chrome cannon being pulled today. That's a pretty nice one to get.
Yeah, chrome cannon is banging.
All right, let's talk about the game. Let's talk serious. I feel like for the Wolves, like this should be, I don't want to say easy, but like you just need 2 T-side rounds on Anubis. Like that's kind of the default, right? Like for every round that the CTs win, the T-side should win 2. That's how it normally goes, and UNiTY makes it a step closer to reality. Nixon is his apartment is sideways now. His camera is rather still in the dark, so I guess he does just prefer playing in the dark. And now, because you've lost that initial CD player, you have to go for some aggression, and it does put you in a position where like that can be very easily punished. Head spotted. Oh my god, Nixon, not sure how, but he gets the frag. So now it's a really do or die situation for Saber. They have to pick a site to stack. There's no other way to convert this round, and seems like they're going for A. Mollies and smokes. I love that Hodix actually disrespects it. Misses the shot. Needed that one. They almost spam him down as well. He has the op, so it doesn't matter too much, but it's an unfortunate position to be in. And now they know, you know, the 2 mollies and the smoke being seen on A. They'll just be pushing towards B, leaving Crikey in a mission impossible. And I don't think he's Tom Cruise.
Well, maybe Jakast can deliver that role. Molotov does burn down UNiTY, but he judges it worth it. A lot more damage. Limping. A bit of dodgeball would be able to take down UNiTY now. But there's only one piece of utility left on Hodix. That's gonna fly out now. That flash inefficient, but the peaks are. Still, these kills keep coming through. UNiTY did get caught, like, staring at Crikey for a second there. I think he may have wanted to keep his position unknown, and that's gonna be worth it. Oh, if that was actually the case and he didn't just fail to shoot, that might have been a brilliant play. 15 on the board. Oh, okay. If that was actually the case, that'd be crazy.
Yeah. I love that they actually make it as close as it was with the situation they were in, but you know, 3v5 to start things off like that is pretty much a death sentence for the CT side. So we are going to be seeing the Wolves on map point now, and they're not exactly known as a team not able to finish things off. So, in fact, it was Saber who couldn't close at 12 to 11. Alright, well, 2 opportunities to close then, and this time it's a B-side stack, but UNiTY again just winning the opening fight. Will be refragged, but it also means that I think Wolves just want to accelerate on A. That's a really good smoke to deny it. Very well timed. Otherwise, I think that could have been the start of the end. They actually blow it open. Nader fully flashed. Wait, doesn't get away. Rotation's still not there, though. Molly comes in on side Jackass, though. Since there's a smoke, he's looking to deny it, and oh my god, they're going back. Fake Reality has the backstab, has the kill. Bielani and Crikey is there as well. 1v2 shot missed, needs the flick, can't get it. Nixon in a 1v2, and Crikey will find it. Not a chaotic round that is, but I love that Saber, as soon as they have the information about the presence towards A, they go for the immediate backstab, and that's something we saw in the first half of regulation time as well, where they were very aggressive on their CT side, and yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out, but when it does, I mean, that's a huge round to convert, keeping themselves alive, and potentially trying to push it to double overtime this time.
Double OT, the potential. Copenhagen Wolves, as we talked about, weren't really playing to their strengths. It was rounds like this where an early give up. Ooh, the timing. Oh, the internal clock of UNiTY. Ticking right as I am now going to be casting from the players' vision. It's looking like the CTs are getting most of the kills. That is indeed going to be the case. And UNiTY, the only one left. That's the advantage of having the screen cams on. We can still see the action. 19 HP Clutch needs to hit a stormer of a shot on Hodix. But we go one more. Shout out to the players. I want to give our viewers as many drops as possible.
Oh man, shout out to the overtime curse. I've still got it. I've still got it. Nothing has changed.
You got it in a big way now. To be fair, I mean, you got double OT.
Yesterday was an overtime as well. It seems like
if you make it triple overtime, I'm not casting with you anymore.
I completely understand, man. I've just been every time I show up, it's like, oh, this guy, great, great. It's gonna be a 4.5 hour best of 3. Let's go.
For the longest time, I've had the complete opposite. Like the 100% opposite. I think I've had a streak for like it was EU Pro League as well. It was doing a lot, so it was like tier 3 tournaments. I think I had a streak. It was, I think, 2.5 weeks, nearly 3 weeks, with costing, I think, 7 or 8 games per week, and every single one of them was a 2-0.
Lovely.
Every single one was 2-0. I didn't see a third map in 3 weeks. It was like, what? What's going on here?
Right.
It was so weird. It was so weird. But, well, let's see if Copenhagen Wolves can do what they failed to earlier. If they can. But it's gonna be a complete mowdown as they try to enter the A bomb site. This A split, similar as during regulation, right? Where we saw this A split get completely destroyed. Well, talked about how we haven't seen a 1v5 in a bit. It's not gonna be now either. Oh, but that's I mean that's rough. That is very rough.
Yeah, I feel like now that the Wolves couldn't close out twice, right? I feel like now at least mentally Saber are in the driving seat, and to be honest, they have amazing CT sides, man. I thought maybe the first half was a fluke, but then they bring back those 2 rounds in in a do or die situation. Now they actually found the first on the CT, so let's see how far they can really keep this going. I mean, last round was just a complete shutdown. It's not often you see a 1v5 on T side. Well, good util. Nodix is forced off the angle, but I believe what did he lay down a smoke? Has to be somewhere. Either way, the Wolves just slowly but surely trying to find some information, gather as much as possible, and then go for the call where to take it. Seems like B will be the answer. I actually love how far up Tape has pushed up there. I mean, he's going to have so much information here, and he should just be backstabbing them. But talking about a backstab, Nader is there. Now they have the information as well, so Tape really has to make the difference here. Matthias and Bilani actually will be the ones getting the kills, so Tape is just kind of there, just getting information, but not any kills. And the Wolves have found themselves on the bomb site, pushing through the smoke. That's a big play. And now Nixon, not sure if he's going to be expecting this horrible timing, but still gets a frag. Bilani is there as well, leaving just Hodix with the AVP. And I don't think the Wolves will waste any time to take him down. He's spotted, 13 HP. Would love to save the AVP as well. Although I think, yeah, he will have enough cash to buy it with Kevlar and armor. Just the utility will have to be dropped from the teammates. All right, man. I think we might not be casting in the future then, because triple overtime is, at least in my head, getting closer and closer. This seems like there's just no deciding who's better for now.
Yeah, it's still very much up for debate.
Look at his aggression, though, and this time it is punished. As I said, like, Saber loved to be aggressive, and I think finally the Wolves have kind of figured it out, so they just play slower Counter-Strike, and, you know, you might take some mid-controls from B-long control, but at one point, if you keep pushing, like, you'll just be walking into a crosshair that's holding that exact lineup. Crikey still wants to get aggressive. I mean, you kind of have to, since you lost the CD player early. So at least that's information, which we've seen this time and time again. But yeah, I mean, the Wolves, I guess they're not expecting somebody to keep pushing, you know, to keep making the same quote-unquote mistake. But this, again, sets up Saber in a position where I think the backstab will just be unexpected. Depends on the timing here, really. Look at this. Oh, no! Crikey me, that's a horrible way to lose it. I think that should be the round. Nader is really the difference maker here, but he needs one and to get away, or a double. That's one. A double, not possible. Jackass next in line. It is a pesky angle to clear, but it's one where, like, you're one and done. Getting overwhelmed. UNiTY is pre-aiming it, and so Hodix left alive with nothing to really do here. Not sure what he was doing, I guess. But yeah, that will be 17 for the Wolves. It is my curse, man. Someone in the chat said it's Twist 2 OP curse. It is 100%. I don't know what's going on, but at this point, like, I think if I was just betting on, like, the game going to overtime, that's like 6 odds, I believe. So I'd be swimming in money, man. I'd be retired by this point, living in a village by the sea.
All the names,
I love how Galaxy Esports has entered the giveaway as well.
Yeah, now it's only our observer and and our host that have the ability
3-2-2, 3-2-2, my friend. Okay, there you go.
See some names getting entered now. This is all by hand, by the way. Every single name has to be entered by. No, it's not. We have our Nightbot forward. Another Chrome Cannon flying by. Melodrama.
All right.
For UNiTY. I had a bit of a brain fart when I was casting with M&J. When I was, like, thinking about something while talking about the dual Berettas, and it just went, the dual. Spooky duels. Spooky Berettas.
Happens to the best of us, man. Yeah, by the way, if you're watching the stream, remember that you have to enter the giveaway like 1.5 rounds prior, just because the stream is like delayed by 2 minutes. So something to keep in mind. In the meanwhile, Saber, please get the refrag beyond. He gets one back, and now Nader wants to run him down. He's isolated. He's alone on the side. We'll just get run down. That's a bit of an oversight from the Wolves here. They left the B side completely unguarded. I mean, at least I guess they'll have a 3v3 retake going instead of having 2 on the side, which if they lose, then, you know, it's an almost impossible retake. But all 3 moving in from CT. This is going to be interesting. There is a smoke to lay on top of the bomb. Actually, it's laying down towards B long, so nothing just pushes through the smoke. Feel like you could have laid it on top, but Tape punishes the push through, and now Jackass has to do it. It's a nice crossfire. They deal with 2, and yeah, UNiTY with the op. I mean, seems impossible to clutch. Still hits the shot, picks up the AK, tries to run down Nader, and gets the frag. UNiTY has been just delivering miracles all throughout the best of 3, and now he activates in probably the most important round yet. Copenhagen Wolves win a huge round where I think Saber are just going to be scratching their heads. How the hell did that went wrong? That will be 18-16, and again, man, 2 chances to close out.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves have done well winning each of the first halves of overtime. It felt like Saber was so close, right, to closing it out at some point. Oh, they had one map point, didn't convert it, and 4 quick frags. Haven't seen much of this full CT aggression from Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, at all, really, here in the rest of Anubis. But they decide to just storm in, catch Saber with their pants down. It's just Jakast, who's had a great game. Not that much here, actually. 13 kills. He was pretty damn good on Mirage, but Mateos with 27 is gonna close it out. The Wolves howl to the victory as Saber will enter those lower bracket rounds. And no triple OT.
Yay! We can keep casting together. Damn. No, I completely understand you, man. I've been getting a little bit tired with the overtimes as well. This one, though, I think this one was a nice one to watch. Like, it was a battle of the better team, not the battle of the worst, like it was yesterday, if you guys watched the Novak game against Marius. So, eventually, the Wolves do close out. Nader will be getting the MVP, which, again, I think we're just giving it to the highest ADR. Probably, should have given it to one of the Wolves players. Honestly, I think I think we both know who was the MVP there. Junime, right? If he doesn't clutch out that 1v2, I think this could have very well went to the triples of overtimes. Instead, we are going to be closing things out here. Was an interesting matchup. Certainly took its time, 2.5 hours almost. But we are done with this one. And we have, well, one more best of 3 coming up. It will be in around 40 minutes. We'll be having FAVBET up against Rush B, who recently got dropped by their org. So now they're known as 33 or 33 in Russian. So we'll see how that one goes. I think should be another quick 2-0, but honestly, with what we saw today, I think probably another overtime or 2 incoming. What you think about that one?
I mean, hopefully not that many more overtimes. I mean, the overtimes are fun. I mean, I think it really did this game well, as especially that start of Anubis, we really didn't see that much, honest, real, full reaction plays, and it was just pretty default, same as Mirage, kind of. We did see Saber make it interesting with these sort of flanks throwing in time and time again, which pretty much all of them failing to taper, hitting a 180 shot, but, at the end of the game, this really picked up, and I'm hoping that trend will continue. Rush B, usually a pretty fun team to watch. So I'm going to be excited. We got a big weight coming in, but we're going to be fully ready for that next. I think this is for us. See you guys in 40 minutes, oddly. Yeah? See you guys there?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the same duo as before. Several Twist is on your screens, and we're ready to bring you the second game. It's going to be, you actually have the pronunciation a lot better, 33. The Russian team,
Да-да.
33. I'm gonna screw that up a whole bunch throughout this game, but it's gonna be the ENCE B team versus the FAVBET lineup in this opening matchup. As I do think we are quite similar, at least my opinion would be that FAVBET should be the ones to take this.
Yeah, I think so as well. Rush B recently got dropped by their org, and not that it really, like messes with their spirits, but they're also going to play with their coach, who on HLTV has 0 games played ever. So I don't think this is an easy match to win by any means. FAVBET are the clear favorites here, and they should be starting off this phase of Galaxy Battle on the right foot. Should be looking rather good. Not really sure what to expect from Rush B. I think maybe it also like messes a little bit with their mental, right? The fact that they got dropped by their org. Or on the other side of things, on the positive side, maybe they want to show that, like that they got dropped, but they're still very much in the conversation of being a good team. As you said, they're doing well in ESEA Advanced as well. So I think we are, I don't know. Honestly, I'm expecting 3 maps, with FAVBET winning it, but 3 maps indeed.
Yeah, it's they're currently already in the grand final of the ESEA Advanced tournament, and I think the relegation part of it has disappeared now. So winning that is going to be your one way to qualify in towards the main competition of the Challenger League, which will be against either Batera, Incilio, or Z10, which I do still think they have a good shot at. And as you said, right, if you are without an organization, if you are getting into Challenger League and you're doing well there, all of a sudden orgs come knocking. So it's going to be very, very exciting to look into, as we have Nuke, Inferno, Ancient starting off with the former.
Yeah, very quickly starting off on Nuke. Already down towards Secret, so now this is a problem for FAVBET. They have to respect it, and Smash now spotting the ramp push. I mean, this is an easy telegraphed play, right? Like, they should know what's happening here, so they actually send a lot of resources towards B. But look at Zinni. He has found the perfect timing, and instead there's a fight towards upper, and there's no way they're going to be expecting Zinni bonding, though, with a huge double, and that's a clean tap. Now he goes up the stairs. This is chaos as they try to go up towards Heaven as well. Executor flying Galag, but Jackie gets one back, and that's Executor in a 1v2, getting the bomb down, but should be overwhelmed. They should just peek him from either side or together. Either option seems to be fine. FAVBET, although confused and discombobulated a little bit at the start, they do find a way how to convert. I like the approach from, let's call them 33, and I think that's the best way how to go about things here. Yeah, it's a good approach by 33, but ultimately FAVBET, they're no strangers to plays like this. And Bondik, what a huge round for him as well. I believe he got a triple there.
Yeah, eventually. Quick shot up into onto the Heaven wrap. And, I mean, that... Yeah, it's the pistol round. We can't judge that much just yet. We should be all good. There is going to be a bit of a force buy here, so... Maybe we'll see some... We'll see some Galil action. Still, I think I don't know if I've told you before, but the Galil for me is like the perfect judge if someone is having a good game. If someone is feeling good. Because as soon as you can hit your sprays with a Galil, that means you're feeling good. Like, as soon as you see a player struggling, their Galil is not going to be hitting a single bullet. It's pretty fun. I've seen a trend that still holds up. So when you're at home, when you're going to be watching the major that starts later today, you see if a player's feeling good with how well their Galil is doing.
That's actually a pretty good point. I'll have a look out. Keep my eyes open. In the meanwhile, FAVBET just farm up this force buy. So I guess Galil not hitting any shots, not looking too good for now. I would. What do you say about FAMAS? I feel like FAMAS is an even bigger challenger when it comes to using it properly.
Yeah, but FAMAS, like the first 10 bullets are a lot more accurate on the FAMAS, and
Sure,
then the
yeah.
spray gets funky. For the Galil, you have about 3 bullets, and then if you've shot those 3, it just puts random mode on and just goes anywhere. I know it doesn't, but it feels like that. But oh, but yeah, it's no, I think the FAMAS can be a bit easier. Sometimes you see players do really bad on the CT side, and then they get the FAMAS out, and all of a sudden it's a triple kill. You know, that really doesn't happen the other way around with the Galil. At least in my experience, which at this point is a good chunk of experience, gladly. Is Weird 1K playing under their name Speed 4K? Think he is.
Yeah.
Right?
It's yeah, it's all over the place. I guess he just increased the Ks, you know, he's looking for more kills. In this one, that's a nasty angle from Marix. Executor does get the refrag. Kingui gets one on tension. Hold on, Marix now needs to deliver, needs to work overtime. As Bondic will double up to help him. Marix is there with a triple, actually. I think he was the most recent addition to the FAVBET roster, but that was like almost, I don't want to say a year ago, but like a long while ago. FAVBET, I do like they've been together as a team for a long while now, and I think Marix really was like that last piece of the puzzle, because it's a bit of a weird addition, right? Because at first you look at it and it's like, well, this guy is from Netherlands, what is he doing here? But he is really, yeah, pulling his weight.
No, yeah, it's no, he's from the Benelux. You can say that at least.
Yeah,
No,
not bad. the flag is very similar.
Yes, it is. It has caused confusion in the past.
Yeah, it's like Slovakia and Slovenia.
Yeah, it's been a while back since we've had the orange at the top instead of the red. And well, it is gonna be Coach fragging on to Marix. No, but yeah, I your points are yeah, I very much do agree with it. It is a very interesting decision. FAVBET have been playing better than what they were. Marix joined 10 months ago, has been one of their better performers. And it's mostly like the spot that they're in. It's mostly like closed qualifiers that they're getting into, but they are getting through a lot of the closed qualifiers, right? So
yeah,
they had a bit of a season. They had like a tier 3 tournament win earlier on in the year. That was in February. Oh, that was a bit of a awkward missed shot.
What is happening? Jackie was just casually walking out hot, didn't spot anyone, but the danger is still there. Now he gets one. The double is huge. Triple not there, but he has done more than what was needed. A 2v2 now with tension on the side. As soon as somebody walks into his crosshair, they should be in big trouble. But instead, 33 are just looking to drop down towards Vance, and I think that's a pretty nice call. Now, Bondic does hear the burn, or at least, you know, they know what's happening here, but I'm not sure if they're going to be checking this, because there's a player, Vance. I think Executor should be dead to his rights here. He is. And now the AK picked up. You have a total idea where that last player is. Kiro needs to pull together a 1v2. Fully flashed. I think they might have seen his shoulder as well. They're just going to jump out, trying to make him, you know, shoot one player like you do it sometimes with the Glocks or the USPs. It's a nice idea, and ultimately it does work out in their favor greatly. So Defuse comes in, 4th on the board for FAVBET, and with this being 33's map pick, I know they're on the T side, you know, there's maybe more leeway, you can start a little bit slower, but the rounds need to be put on the scoreboard sometime in the near future.
FAVBET quite recently also has beaten Monty, which I think in recent matches is one of their biggest scalps that they've taken. Gonna have to look back at that. Yeah, well, it was a 2-0 versus Rush B in that same tournament. So the history does very much favor the FAVBET side. And not really any losses that I don't think were worth it, right? They lost versus Leo, but then instantly beat them again. Right afterwards. I think this is, all in all, like what we talked about before, pretty favorite matchup. Kinky. A bit of a spank onto Smash. As we can continue the innuendos in this round if we so desire. Marks with the headshot. 4 versus 4.
It's a good frag by Executor, puts him right back in the round. Now, the idea here is to go down towards Secret, see what your options are, but FAVBET already made this rotation when the play was made earlier. And now Bondic is towards Upper as well, so as long as the aim is good, they should just be getting their trades. Kiro is there, but there's still an AVP, and it's 25 seconds to go, so I think they want to reroute towards A, perhaps. Yeah, Kiro is looking to go up the stairs, so it does come down to Bondic, but with the time constraint, like, I think it get very messy. Like, they will need to instantly commit to the plant here as well. Actually, what are we doing? Well, that's noise made. They want to fake out the A hit, and the meanwhile, Tension is going to go for the rotation. Oh my goodness! Kind of works out. Tension will push through, and that's a beautiful call. Even if he doesn't hit the shot there, like, you know, that's still just not enough time to plant the bomb. So I love what 33 were trying to do there, but FAVBET are just, even though they initially bite on the play, like, they're just a little bit too smart for it.
I think they were pretty aware of the damage that had been done, right? A lot of these fights for both Kiro and Executor taking a while, some shots confirmed to be hit. So I think that has helped in the confidence of FAVBET in the previous round. I got oh wait, actually, fast A-pop with the Hero AK. And it just dies down very quickly. Ooh. Big modeame, Bondic getting himself to double digits already. 5 and a bit rounds in. This man's sitting pretty on 10 kills.
Alright, Tension, certainly a great opper. A good addition to FAVBET. I do think the Tension is very flaky. Like, consistency is something that he has struggled with in the past. I actually haven't casted FAVBET for a while, so hopefully that has improved. But, like, he's one of those guys that, like, when he plays well, he's, you know, covered the name tag. It's like, oh yeah, that's like a tier 1 pro. And then sometimes he just goes absolutely radio silent. Now, this has been a bit of a quiet game for him, but at the same time, he hasn't died too much, right? So I think he's just kind of holding his own. Bondic, what a player, man! He has had such tier 1 experience. Now leading the charge, I believe he is the in-game leader. Just 10 and 1, 10 KD, 31-year-old talent.
I mean, it's a bit of a problem as well, right? Tension hasn't really been in the position where a lot of action has happened. Of course, the great impact frag in 2 rounds previous, where he walks through that molly. From what I've seen in the more recent games I've seen from FAVBET, his floor has heightened, right? If he disappears or if he has a bad game, it's not as bad as it used to be. This is just going to be a full wide swing into Kiro, who wasn't ready for it. A nice double kill. Again, pretty much confirming this round already. The Molotov. Give him a nice little corner. How is he not dead yet? Is he gonna get another kill? Oh, he is.
Oh my god.
Nearly lining it up for the collat. Wonderful stuff from Tension.
Alright. I mean, I don't want to say it, but we are past the midway point, right? We are closer to the score than not, if you know what I mean. Yes. The reason why I don't want to say it is because I do believe, I'm very solipsistic, I believe, in the nature. Like, I believe whatever I say, you know, the world revolves around me. Whatever I say, the opposite often comes true. And I've actually cursed a lot of these early starts for some teams. So, 7-0, now the Tech 9s for 33, and we'll have to wait and see what really they can put on the board. Marks will move in with the frag on Zinni. And yeah, for this being your map pick, I mean, it started off bad, but they're just not getting better anytime soon.
Shall I give a quick history lesson to the viewers?
Yeah, go for it.
In the past 4 months, FAVBET and ROSY have met each other a total of 4 times. And in those 4 times, Nuke has been played in every single best of 3. Nuke has been won by FAVBET in every single match. 4 for 4, the most rounds that have been won on Nuke have been 10 by ROSY. That was all the way back in February. Since then, not more than 9 rounds. And that was playing with a full squad. Now they got the coach in. There's no official 5th yet for ROSY. That ESEA advanced final could... Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Given these stats, it is very questionable for me why they keep picking Nuke, because they just keep getting punished, man. Zinni, though, has made it onto the site, but the refrag is good from Smash. Double Heaven could be a problem, especially as the Molly now slows them down, but there's still many angles to check. Yeah, they just want to plant in the smoke. Finally, get the bomb plant going. Nade is good, and that's a 1v3 where Executor gets the first, but now needs to live up to his name and get 2 more. They drop together, and there's still that smoke in which they planted, so now it actually works out to the CD's favor. They re-smoke, and Executor, I mean, just has to make so much noise. They tap the bomb. Oh, nice timing, but yeah, FAVBET are smarter than that, so they shut it down. Nine.
Well, I think the more important round count is the one that's on the other end there. That 0. Big fat 0. I mean, for ROSY, for this 33 team now, I think their biggest priority is going to be in a couple days in that ESEA Advanced final. Because if they don't make... Well, how are the qualifiers for that tournament? Let me do some more research real quick. There's 5 rifles yet again out. What? Oh, no, wait! Oh, that is horrible, actually, for them.
While you
damn,
look at
double
it,
kill.
Bondik is just farming them. That's a big double to open things up now. 2 players have been lost, smoke deployed. Bondik is still looking for more, man. That's crazy. 15 and 2. What a legend. Somebody signed this guy. This is, you know, your in-game leader. Exactly what you're looking for. I guess he hasn't been done too much in-game leading in this first half. Like, FAVBET are just kind of playing default setups and just winning out every single gun duel, man.
I mean, the mid round's been quite sharp as well. Like, if we do get to a mid round, FAVBET haven't been making any mistakes. Right? They've been covering most, if not all, options, or at least the most likely options, and they're being very clean with this. Still, the discipline very much there. Although I wouldn't be surprised if quite soon we're gonna see some flying knife kills being attempted. Actually, I will apologize for giving false information, spreading fake news. Because the next season of Challenger League is going to be VRS invites, ROSY, or, well, ex-ROSY 33 will have to count on those VRS invites. There isn't a qualifier anymore out of Advanced. I just now remembered, because I saw it and I was like, oh, wait, that's true, actually. So, hopefully, for all the teams, winning ESEA Advanced does give them enough VRS points to get into Challenger League, but I doubt that, actually.
Yeah.
Opening frag.
Oh,
First
my
one in a while.
goodness. Look, they're going for wall bang. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, they get the opening frag, but there was an immediate refrag in Marix. This position sometimes goes overlooked. I think he has Kiro dead to right. Takes some time to adjust. Needed a second. Executor gets it. Jackie is there though, but I think he just jumped on accident. 7 HP. No way he gets that frag, man. That's just criminal. Surely not another. There you go. Kinkui with the refrag. And I think this is one of the most real chances that there have been for 33. They have the bomb plant down, a 2v2. Let's see what they can do.
Bondik's still alive.
Yeah, that's true. What a demon. Tension actually has good timing here. Oh, Bondic with the nade, and Tension finds a freebie. FAVBET still undefeated on Nuke. 11-0 will be the scoreline. Bondic, you know, gets a casual 8 KD now. And yeah, this is, with this being 33's map pick, I mean, to be fair, there is a different tournament going on right now. Sasha are playing up against Nexus, and Nexus picked Anubis as their map pick first map. They lost 0-13, and now they're actually making a pretty big comeback on Inferno. So, you know, maybe it's a day where the universe is glitching a little bit. Maybe maybe the same script was handed out. Surely you've gotten the script, right? Like maybe it was handed out to two tournaments at the same time.
The copy machine was broken.
Yeah, just copy pasted.
I can't. I'm glad I don't see the chat, the Twitch chat of that game. I can already imagine it.
You mean the kick chat?
The kick chat. Well, yeah, the other game is not on kick, right? We are.
We are. But talking about the chat, somebody said that you should give a history lesson for the next map. So I'm not sure what that's about, but you are a man that likes his stats, so I'll give you the reins while you figure it out. I'll take this round. This is the chance to put 12th on the board for FAVBET. A flawless first half that would be. This time, 33 have moved down towards B. There's two defenders immediately there. I love the smoke. It means that you can rotate down towards vents without worrying about the secret player. And oh boy, Mari, I mean, this is an angle you do expect. That's a nice preempt by Kiro. And now Tension is in no man's land. Misses the shot, needs a second, gets it. That's a bomb confirmed, but Kiro runs him down. Flying AK-47.
They're gonna win a round.
Still waiting. Let's wait. Let's wait. They should. They certainly should. 2v4.
1v4 now. So, some nice shots being hit, and it was more of a matter of time, right? We were getting closer and closer to seeing a win coming through for 33, but it's the coach on 2 kills, which is a pretty average coach performance, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's not like Regin CS Summit 5 with the AWP on train just out-opping Kenny S, but I mean, that was a pretty unique one.
I actually met Regin recently. They were playing his coaching trick now. They won the Comic-Con Vilnius, which was, I mean, there were still VRS points, but it was a bit more of an exhibition match.
But for VRS points. That's like giving VRS points for a show match in a tournament.
Yeah. I mean, there was like actual qualifiers and stuff, but like, you know, like, everybody who watched it kind of treated it like an exhibition match.
Look at a replay over the pool.
Oh, and the case.
Movement.
All right.
Caesardm. Caesar DM.
You know, we have this this idea that like our kids won't have good gamer tags because all the good ones will be taken. Well, I guess that one will still be up for grabs. Like, not the most common one you see.
Oh, that's very true. Right. As 3 Glocks try to be challenged by Kinky. And Cine hoping to dodge some flashes, mistimes his moves. And 12 looking very, very likely here.
Yeah, I don't even know
I'll give the history lesson. I'll give the history lesson after this map, by the way, for the viewer that was asking about it. We'll do it. We'll do it right after the right after this map, which I assume will end quite quickly, as these pistols. Well, executor waiting to be the executee. As all the T side is jumping through. And there you are. 4 alive, 12th round on the board. FAVBET slapping him down.
Yeah, alright. No 30-0.
How do you think your... oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was
The
trying
history
to ask.
lesson.
Yeah. Oh no. I'll do it right after. I was trying to ask how well your overtime organ is tingling.
Probably not for this map, although I don't want to say it explicitly, because then, Rush B will just, excuse me, 33, 33, because they've rebranded after being dropped. Yeah, no, this one should be done, but talk about Inferno. Once we're done with this map, then I'll make my decision. I mean, it should be closer, even though it's FAVBET's map pick. It's really difficult to do worse than one.
That's
Should
fair.
be just one. Right?
Yeah, it's a very
Trying to get
default
aggressive
setup.
towards lobby.
Yeah. Good damage traded. Jakey will likely fall this round. Giving the Mag 10 to the lesser HP. It's going to be an A-pop. There are a bunch of players here, but the Molotov does enough as it spreads downwards. Two more left standing. Leaning in the doorway there. Oh, peekaboo. Jakey with 3 HP, still fragging.
Well, that's a good find by Kiro, but it does seem like this match has simply fizzled out. There's not really anything else you can do anymore. 13-1 will be the final scoreline, so not flawless, but the next best thing you can really get. And so FAVBET convert with ease, with confidence on Nuke, map picked by 33. And next up will be Inferno, which might be a different tale. I'll give you the reins to talk about it. Before that, I mean, there's not really too much to recap, right? It was just straight up domination round after round. Maybe if FAVBET started on T side, things would have been different. But I mean, this one was just a sealed deal here. We're talking about MVPs. It looks like we're going to be giving it to Jackie. Now, he has the higher ADR, but I feel like Bondic, like when you're an in-game leader, pulling up with 4.5 KD, like you should be getting the MVP, but I guess, the kind of silent ADR here from Jackie is what takes the reins.
Yeah, and what I mostly thought about this map is FAVBET did play pretty cleanly, right? They weren't like opposed that much, right? Weren't challenged that much, but they also didn't make many mistakes of their own. So that's very nice to see. On the other side, the history lesson is coming up. Inferno played about as many times as Nuke, only 1 or 2 series where we skipped out on it. Way back, February, March, we had a couple of matches, all of them being won by FAVBET, all of them pretty significant scorelines as well, 13-7, 13-6, yeah, that was most recently. Then, a couple weeks back, a couple days ago, we had another matchup between these two teams, and that was also Nuke, also Inferno, 13-5 for FAVBET, so it's only gotten worse. For the 33 team for the X-Rush B. Yeah, I mean, I think my prediction was a pretty safe one because I, of course, looked at these stats before the game. I think a 2-0 is in hand here. What I'm hoping for is that Rush B feel a bit or X-Rush B feel a bit relieved and go for a couple of more fun plays.
Yeah, it does feel like a 2-0 also, because if you look at these two teams head-to-heads, like from the last 4 best-of-3s they've played, FAVBET have won 8 out of the 10 maps played, and the 2 maps that actually 33-1 was on Anubis, both. So it does feel like a quick and easy 2-0, especially after how we saw Nuke went, I mean, playing with the coach as well. That's my prediction, that's your prediction, but something tells me there might be an overtime involved, although there shouldn't, we shall see.
Please no.
Yeah, we're going to go on a break and then return with probably a map that takes an hour and 30 to finish. See you guys on the other side. Not a 13-0, but a 13-1. Very, very dominant on that first map pick by XRushB, now known as 33. Not looking too good, and alongside with my caster Several Sheep, tell us why Inferno might go FAVBET's way as well.
Well, we had the history lesson right before we went to the break. I'll reiterate. Inferno has been similar, if not more dominant results in the past for FAVBET. And yeah, XRushB are now looking weaker than what they were before. So I do think there is some trouble brewing in the server. It could well go quite quickly. I think the one advantage that XRushB, that 33 now have, is that they can start on the CT side. That should be the only sort of remedy right now for them. But we'll have to wait and see how well that will actually work out for them. As we see the map Veto, it's going to be unlikely that we'll head to Ancient. Ancient in the same sort of boat with also the recent 3 matchups between these two teams, all being wins for FAVBET. It's not looking good, is it, for 33?
Yeah, it's not, but there is something to be said about the universe just glitching a little bit. Yesterday, Paravision play against Partisan, first map Inferno, picked by Partisan. They get 13-0'd, and then they win the second, and then they win the series. Now, was it? Nexus are playing against Sashi in a different tournament. First map picked by a Nexus. 13, they get 13-0. Now Inferno, it's overtime. So I don't know. Like, I agree with you. This should be an easy FAVBET victory, but if we're just looking at kind of how some of these games have went recently, then honestly, I think there's a world, and as I said, like it's going to be very difficult to have a worse map than 13-1. So it certainly should be a closer one. How much closer that we will see. Alright, well, that is a big opener by Smash as they try to push through. There's Kiro to deny it, but looking for more. Marix gets one, a 3v4 now, and the bomb site is cracked open. So, good in that department, not really looking to be in that big of a trouble. Bomb plant will go down, and I'll allow you to take the post plant.
Well, if there's even going to be an attempt, we see the coach with Kit and Flash ready, but Bomb making a very good position. Let's see if he can beat his KD from the map previous, and it's looking like an Armor and Kit save. 33. Not giving us much of a post plant. If at all. There's a hunt in the pistol round. Alright, that is FAVBET setting the tone, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to hunt down the Kevlar. That's what 33 are trying to save here. So with that decision, I'm expecting them to maybe go for the force buy here, right? Like, it's Inferno, it's a map where I think forcing is the best if you look at all the maps in the pool. Maybe Ancient also could be in the conversation, but, you know, honestly, we'll have to see how it goes. Seems like the 5-7s will be whipped out. And we'll have a chance. Really see what can be done.
I was muted earlier when I went on a bit of a rant about the aforementioned teams Partisan and Nexus. Right, Partisan especially are one of those teams that are really good for 2 weeks and then have a bit of a slump and then they're good again, and then it's very flowy with them. Like, in some weeks they just beat everyone, and in other weeks they lose to anyone. They also recently beat, or earlier today, beat 9 in quite a close matchup, actually. But yeah, I mean, Partisan are feeling good again, same as Nexus. Will we see them in this tournament, actually? I do not know if they are within playoff invites. Nexus are 1-0. They play against Rebels already. Partisan, I don't think, is in our tournament. No. But Nexus is.
Yeah, the victors of the previous Galaxy battle phase 2,
Yes,
right?
sir.
That's interesting to note, and yeah, I agree. I mean, while we're talking about this, you know, while the force buy that really should just be shut down very soon goes on, I think Partisan and Nexus are like the two teams that like are the most in conversation for. Are these guys like really just fluctuating that much, or is there like some foul play involved? I think that has always been the conversation for those two. Could put Zero Tenacity there as well. Alright, push towards A. The stack is there, but so is the backstab. That's weird. How? What is happening? Tension left in a 1v3 now, and they know exactly where he is. The Galil is picked up, damage dealt. Tension good for one, but FAVBET, oh boy, that's a round that I already thought was over before it even began. And somehow, not only 33 have the correct stack, they also just punish. They overwhelm. There's just one too many or two too many crossfires. And they don't know how to deal with them.
Yeah, that was very ambitious from FAVBET, just kind of walking in. Not too many flashbangs used, not too many Molotovs. I mean, the Molotovs that were used weren't used efficiently. And going through the wrap, I mean, they only had a solo player wrap around. I mean, in those types of rounds, usually you just want to keep having pairs, right? So you want to keep having like at least 2, 3 once you send people through a smoke. But yeah, they get punished for it, and very much the opportunity for 33 to at least improve on the last map. That is getting a second round.
Yeah, it's good to see. And again, I feel like this is just going to be a close affair, no matter how the first map went. Like, I just don't see them closing out as easy as it was on Nuke. Looked like it should be a kill in a sense. Marix might be scratching his head a little bit. Ultimately, the player advantage there for 33, and I mean, this, again, should be a very easy round. I said that in the previous, and then just got instantly proven wrong, as always. I think around 80% of my predictions are wrong.
That's always terrible, cool rate.
yeah. That's what I'm saying, you know, they're listening. They're listening to what I'm saying. They just want to ruin my day. They want to ruin my credibility. The world is against me. And there's a free bomb site if they can just take down Zinni, who needs... Oh no! That is a free bomb site now. Kiro does arrive, but the plant will be going down regardless. They actually hear this advance, so now he's kind of stuck, right? Because there's no teammates to arrive, which means, yeah, he just needs to hold the line, wait out a little bit. Executor clearing Mexico. That's interesting. They're not just checking that. And I don't know why Smash is peeking that, really. Like, I guess because you get overwhelmed, they just push in, you have the Glocks. But still, man, a lot of aggression. No way. Tension with the drive-by Glock. And now look at the time. M4 will punish Kiro. That's a 2v2. And you have one kit on Kinkui. Oh my goodness, that's extra damage. Only now they have the bomb, but they need to hold the defuse. And Bondik might have done the stick. Oh my goodness. Bondik. What the hell was that?
I have my head in my hands right now. Oh, what a round! Oh, so chaotic, and well, let's flash back to the first game we casted today. Oh, we haven't really seen a Glock round anymore. If it does happen, it's so often on Inferno. FAVBET, 3 Glocks, a P250, and a Deagle. That's enough to get them the round.
It's also just bad calling from 33 here, because they know they're up against, like, a low buy, right? So there's absolutely no reason to just leave 1 on A and stack 3, or was it 4? Yeah. On the B bomb side. Like, there's no, against rifles, sure, but they didn't even have much info. It was just like, well, let's go for a stack and leave an M4 literally, you know, on silver platter there to be picked up and taken away.
One of the best post-plant positions possible on that side, right in the middle of pit.
Yeah. Well, let's see if the Force Wars continue. It wasn't even a Force in the previous one, but it has been the team with the lower buy winning out these last 2 rounds. MP9 gets damaged up, but it changes.
Ooh, clean. I mean, that's also a thing, right? Like, maybe they were expecting Tech-9s to be brought out and like the full armor and everything, which is kind of what you do expect after you lose a force buy. It was interesting that FAVBET didn't invest that much, actually, into the previous round. Maybe that was the reason, but it's also like, how often do you see these Tech-9s really get a multi-frag if you are there with 2 or 3 players, you know, going on a retake? Still having util to spend as well. That was a big problem. Like, meaning 33 barely had any util left in the end there. Well, they barely have any players left. Make that one less. I love this picture. It's so vague. So avant-garde.
Yeah. I think it's frozen, right? Because it looks like the chair is empty.
Yeah.
Maybe you can... No, alright. No, you can't. D9.
What do you think about the multiple colored jerseys from FAVBET? That all players have their own jersey color.
It's interesting. I think it's a little bit convoluted, but honestly, I like it. Right? Like, especially for the players, you probably get to... hopefully, they get to pick what color they wanted. Hopefully, it's not like Tension just hates orange. It's like, well, you're gonna be wearing this. Enjoy.
Or is it... Do you think they play under the same colors in the server?
Oh,
I mean, gray isn't really a color for Jakey, but
yeah, that's...
I mean, you could have you have orange, blue, red, green for Marix. You know, maybe purple for Jakey, but he didn't want to wear purple, so that's why he went for gray. I don't know. Would be fun if they have those colors lined up in that sense as well. Full USPs. Bit of blocking.
Excuse me?
Get a bit tangled up. Not that much of an issue.
And I don't know what was that. But FAVBET, they do put themselves ahead once again. This time it's 4-1. And although I'll give it a 33, they've looked better. Like, it just still feels like FAVBET just have the upper hand in so many different like aspects of the game, right? Like, they have the better aimers. They have a Bondik who's just outperforming almost everyone on the server. I think he's still like the best rated player in the series so far. And then, you know, strats are also there. They've been together for a year plus, so I think they're looking really, really promising now. Looking solid. Oh? Hero is seen, but Zinni actually gets the first. And Marix with one back, man. This has just been banana warfare all game long. Well, Smash does hit the opening headshot, so that's Zinni gone. And that is the A bomb side. Not exactly overwhelmed, but there's just Kiro. So the coach needs to arrive, and he can't hit a shot either. Kiro goes down, and that is going to be FAVBET with a rather confident 4th round on the board.
Thus far, the CT sides from 33 are looking a bit like the worst CT sides that OG had shown at the major.
Yeah.
Which I do think it was funny how aware and how critical all of the casters and analysts were about the performances of OG on multiple maps. Their CT sides, as soon as they lost a couple, they were just like gamble stacking every bomb side, and then they were wrong 3 times, and then the 4th time they were right but still lost. It's like, it was not looking that good, and I'm getting a bit of the same sense from the 33 team right now, where it's just you've lost so much confidence at this point in your knowledge about what FAVBET's gonna do next, that it doesn't matter what's going to happen, you're always going to be caught off guard, and that is something that, you know, it's it has helped that the T side, of course, the economy is a bit easier, so there's less util to use for control. But even then, right, it's still so difficult to read into it when you've lost that confidence.
Yeah, and I think another point is that like FAVBET are just the better aimers. Like we saw that on Nuke, that's why it was 13-1. And then, you know, we've seen more of it, more of the same here on Inferno as well. Like they just win 60, 65, 70% of those gunfights, and them having solid strats to like back things up if something doesn't go afloat. Like it just does seem like, you know, they might get up to 2. They still haven't secured it. We thought they had against the Glocks, but now that was taken away from them. So yeah, it is a little bit of a weird situation to find yourself in. They need a round like right now, right? 1 to 6, even if you win the rifle, like it's just so tough to come back from this mentally as well. For a team that, you know, you've recently been dropped by your org, the org kind of saying, you know, in a sense, like you're not good enough. And now you have 2 rounds in 20 played, this being the 21st round of the matchup.
Well, this is actually going pretty damn alright. The Swag 7 even getting some kills, but then no armor for Kinky. Matters most when spraying. Still executors here, they don't even really check it. Some 5-7s now, 1 versus 1. Zinni pushing in, it's 2 bullets away from death, and those 2 bullets do connect. Zinni with that shot, and that is the second round. Maybe a bit delayed, we were expecting round number 3 of this matchup to do that, but eventually 33 get there.
Yeah, it's good to see. It is a weird round to convert, but as I said, I mean, they just needed a round there to kind of keep the dream alive. Now, I guess it turns into a little bit of a dream from the nightmare start that they had, but still, this rifle round is oh so needed. Like, you need a quick bounce back. I don't think, like, second half comebacks are really that possible, given how things have gone so far.
Ooh, coach on the op.
The coach.
But the coach in the AWP, it's a classic move. As he instantly gets destroyed, caught out in the open. Bit of a filled opportunity that Nate should take down Kiro. Will with the spread. Low HP though on 2 of these T-side players. And they are going to be running in. There's no more Molotovs left for this pit position, and you can see how much that's going to cost FAVBET. They get snuffed out. 2 versus 3. Bomb lost. What can you do?
No, it's a good question with 20 seconds left as well. Like, I just don't really think it's that possible to do. Now, timing is weird. Oh my god, Marix, no way. 15 seconds, but you gotta execute him now. We're waiting for the kill. The double not there, and so info is there, but Bondi can't convert. That will be third one on the board for 33. I like how FAVBET played it. It did seem like they just wasted a little bit more time, so like bonding just had to be quicker than necessary. But still, they will make it work.
Marix felt like he was JW there for a second. Making
Yeah.
a 1v2 player from this position. You see this moving? He should have jumped
Good
and had a
reference.
CZ.
Oh yeah, that would probably tilt them as much as possible. Instead, 33 are making the comeback when I think it was really the best time to start making it. Like, obviously, sooner than later is always the best time. But it was just kind of, in my opinion, that kind of tilting point, right? That it can go either way. So, last of FAVBET's cash, but oh, they're making good use of it. A double, a triple for Jackie. He just cleans out 3 rifles. And he's on 100 HP, picking up the op. I mean, obviously, he's going to be W keying forward. This round's already won. But he's feeling such big confidence that he just wants to get some more of that action. Put some more on the board. Tension delivers one of the last nails in the coffin.
Hero over the top. He's hitting some nice shots though before he inevitably gets traded out. Good return to form for FAVBET. Such nice entries here from Jakey. 3 in the name, 3 in the game, or whatever Sadokist said.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, Tension, as we talked about him on Nuke, right? Like, you said his ceiling has improved, and, sorry, his, like, bottom has improved, but it seems like the ceiling has as well, right? 13-4, great performance, and when your star player Bondic isn't pulling the same numbers as on Nuke, although still having a good game, you kind of need one of these younger talents, in a sense, to step up. And we have the Swag 7. I saw a Swag 7 4-piece on Inferno yesterday from Boiler, from a guy named Pump. So that was the perfect in-game name for playing with you know, pump action shotgun, and he also delivered. Would be lovely to see something similar.
First space awarded now.
Alright.
Bomb's still back.
How did they miss?
This is tag, right? Onto Kinky.
Oh.
How does Kinky keep getting away with these Swag 7 kills?
It's crazy to me that they still stay towards B. Like, okay, Tension gets a frag because Kiro needed to get the information, but still, man, like that's pretty insane to really think about. So they'll just go fake out A. I don't know what's happening anymore, man.
Fake out seems to be working. As Kinky no more with the Mag 7. Executor looking for a desperate spray through that smoke, leaving it very late as FAVBET, but that has offered him the option of at least getting this bomb down. Had 33 been a bit more resilient, a bit more confident in that B bomb site finish, you know, who knows, maybe tuck one into the bomb site and get away with a cheeky kill on the planter. Not what's happening. Executor already saving the AK.
Do you believe in the comeback?
No.
Fair enough.
Quick and easy answer there, I guess.
Yeah, it does seem quite one-sided, especially kind of with the history that you've brought up. Also, if you look at kind of T and CD side win rates, well, FAVBET are a lot better on that T side, almost 60% win rate on it. For Tritz, it's 33, X-Rush B. They also prefer the T side with 56%. So I don't feel like it's all over just yet, especially if they can get 4 or 5 on the board. Like, they are going to be playing on their better side, FAVBET on their technically worse side heading into the next half. But it does very much feel like it's not going to Ancient. We're promised Ancient twice today, man.
Yeah, but no promise has been fulfilled yet. And already 2 opening kills here in round 11. Which in my opinion was pretty much the final option. I mean, if it's 8-4, maybe I'm somewhat willing to entertain it. But I don't even think there's going to be an 8-4.
Yeah. No, this one's getting just shot down piece by piece, round by round, man. Which leaves us with what? The op trying to be saved by the coach. To be honest, like, the coach is doing fine, you know. It's more you gotta question, what the hell is Kinkui and Kiro doing? They've had rather bad games, and, you know, speed 4K or weird 1K, whatever you want to call him. I mean, I think this is... Wait, let me check his stats. I think this is his first game, like, in a long while. If... Yeah, in the last 3 months he just hasn't played. All time, he's boasting a 0.95 rating. Seems like he stopped playing in 2020.
Kinky's, half of Kinky's kills have come out of a max 7.
Yeah, that's true. Well, speed will be there though. Get the first frag. Ooh, big flash. Alright, good flash, but yeah, they spot Executor, take him down, and now they accelerate towards that B-bomb site where Util comes in. Molly is nice somehow. Ooh, Kinkui just stayed alive there. They're not expecting him there. They thought the Molly covered it, but I guess it was just a millimeter off. And look at this. Zinni is on a big backstab, man. With them being on site, I guess they are somewhat what? Yeah, they are. Jackie is expecting it still. Zinni overwhelms. The double is there. And 33. 1 kill away from putting the 4th on the board, but it is tension. He's been having a life game. 3 KD, 17, and 5 out in the open. Gets away. No way. There's no refrag. He knows exactly where Kiro is. So Kiro has to make a mistake. He's waiting for tension to peak, but once he does, the shot connects, and it indeed is so good. 19 and 5. Just hard carrying the rest of the team. And it's not like the rest of FAVBET are playing bad. Tension is just in another universe. Another galaxy, if you will, the way how he has been playing.
That is such a good clutch. The step out to the left, knowing, okay, Kiro is not going to be peeking anymore. They know Zinni is coming in from Banana. As Azot gets the deagle tilted.
That's a familiar name.
That's a very familiar name. No, but... I mean, tension. Oh, he worked that clutch beautifully. So damn good. Right, because he knows Kiro is not peeking anymore. He sees the flash coming in from B. They're like, okay, he hears the footsteps most likely as well. But then choosing to peek out on the side of Kiro, because that's never going to be the angle Zinni pre-fires at all. Right? Because Kiro can't see him. So he is going to be stepped out to the right side, most likely. Any regular opper would. Because otherwise you'd expose yourself to church. Like, look at this. This is such an insanely good play from Tension.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. I love that.
Well, with 8-4, maybe I would have believed a little bit, but 9-3 just seems impossible, dude. Now, one thing I guess 33 have going for them is that now they're playing on, statistically, their better side of Inferno, and FAVBET are playing on their worst side of Inferno. But man, 9-3, 13-1 on Nuke, like, it is very difficult to find a silver lining here. But I'll be honest, the silver lining is this. If you can win the pistol, like, the game is still somewhat on.
Yeah, somewhat on does feel still like a bit of a stretch, though, doesn't it?
Alright, well, a lovely tech pause. I don't know why these, like, I don't know what it is with the tech pauses, but it seems like the lower you go in tiers, the more tech pauses there are.
Yeah, unless it's produced by PGL.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out to the audio guy.
PGL have been working really, really hard to improve everything. So they have actually fixed a lot of the original issues. Hopefully this timeout won't take too long anymore.
Alright, on we go. Pistol round. This should be exciting. This should be what brings life back into the game if 33 are able to convert it. If not, then it seems like the deal is sealed, as their plan is just to quite quickly advance towards a classic mid to A push with a nice backstab coming in as well, and Jackie is just going to be so overwhelmed. Okay. I guess not that overwhelmed. I guess not that overwhelmed. The tension is there. Man is just farming them up. God damn. Jackie, he seems so surprised as well. Those shots are so clean, man. It's a beauty to watch. Oh my goodness. The first, insane. The second is nice. And the third, just for some extra measure. Yeah, this one, with tension playing like that, I mean, this man literally just single-handedly won 2 rounds, right? This could have been 8-5 with 33 now playing against a low buy. Instead, it's going to be them on Glocks and FAVBET, hopefully on 11. We've seen already a Glock round, so 2 of them happening in the same game seem rather unlikely.
7 kills in 2 rounds for Tension. Myrex can only get the 1. Which is a pretty shallow. That picture from Botnik is amazing. I really hope we can get that on the big screen. Botnik's camera being frozen. Yeah, Tension's having an amazing game, and now that CT op is out. I want to be on Bondik's perspective. That looks hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, we have our first clip on Kick, so I think Tension deserves it, right? Oh, that was a 1v3. So I think we have another clip incoming then. God damn, this man is just, you know, close to having that 5 KD. Very close, in fact.
That up.
Oh,
Nothing.
no. Can't even blame Tension there. That was just such a snappy shot by Zinni. And with Kiro finding another, that is 33, still fighting on. As this is Inferno, you know, we will have an immediate save.
Marks will at least take down Zinni. But a very clean round for the 33 team. Just 2 kills necessary. One thing that I'm hoping to see, maybe not this round, as the util... Oh, util shouldn't be light for the CT side. But I am expecting, somewhat hoping for, a FAVBET aggression play. As I do think that should be something very much worth noting. That they just have been so dominant, right? The control has been so much in their hands. Might as well take some map control. Might as well just go for a push. Feed into that confidence. Maybe feed into the HEs as Marix. Getting nuked by 2 balls. Sounds like an average Friday night for me, mate. Haha.
All right.
Well, yeah, how do we continue from that? Looking good again. Lots of control across the map from 33. Should be a difficult hold.
Smoke is nice though. They'll try to disrespect it, and the M4 just not a good position to be in, because I think it was executed already through. So yeah, you just had 1 too many targets, 3 too many targets perhaps. And well, that will be 33 now, putting themselves up on 5. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I don't think this is gonna happen, but they've done well. They've done 5 times better than Nuke, and slowly but surely they're edging closer to at least double digits, at least a competitive game. Because I feel like for Rush B as well, like, well, ex-Rush B, like, you just haven't had a good week, right? You get dropped by your org, then you get 13-1 and almost like 13-2 or 13-3 on Inferno. I feel like even though, I mean, 99% chance that you still lose the best of 3, you at least want to make it a little bit competitive just to have like a better mentality, you know, just to not feel so down emotionally in a sense. So it's good to see them fighting back, putting the 5th on the board. And I don't know how, but FAVBET with these saves, they just have unlimited economy.
Yeah, the economy's kind of all over the place for them. It's still coming out with a pretty decent buy. Nothing too bad. But yeah, 33 have now equalized their previous performance that they had versus FAVBET on Inferno. Will it stay the same? Will they do better? Guess we'll have to wait and see.
You just got luck in for 2 rounds. Like, that's all that's asked of you here. Doesn't feel too difficult to do, but we've had some issues before.
Does look like the 3 players are going to be in the correct spot. There is going to be 2 SMGs with this. But I see Smash just jumping into this smoke to try and get himself a bit of a different angle. That's a beautifully timed nade, and they walk into the meat grinder. You told them lock in. They are locked the fuck in. 12 on the board. FAVBET, full house for Smash and Marix on that B hold. And nothing for 33.
Yeah, it did feel like that was an inevitability, right? Like 33 doesn't exactly surprise us in the strategical department either. It's just like, you know, they're going for nice side takes, like the util is there, but at one point, you know, the smoke is going to be enough. And this time it is, the setup is there from FAVBET, and also I think they're now, like, Bondig is called, hey, these guys are just going for straight up pushes, you know, there's not really too many fakes, too much strategy brought into it, so I think FAVBET now are more than ready to deal with it. Nice nade, Kinkui already a bullet away from... Oh, the nade, the util is actually so good, because now with the M4s, like, it's one-shot headshot on 4 of these players.
I'm gonna let Marix fight this on his own, support him with a couple of flashbangs, and that is so well done. Kinky went straight from a smoke to a full white screen, gray to white, but it's looking like it's going to be fading to black quite soon here for the 33 team, as it's gonna be Tension again left alone, and again bested by Zinni.
Yeah, he, Bondig space cam, man. I don't know what has happened there.
Yeah, that frozen face cam is about as good as you can get it.
I mean, FAVBET are gonna go for this, I think, yeah, because they have the cash,
I love that
right?
they
So
are.
there's not a reason not to. Marix, that's a big shot, some more damage, but can't convert. Smosh is there, so Zinni 1v2 just needs delay time. Not gonna be possible, and there is enough time to get the defuse in, so that will be FAVBET converting, and I want to say with ease, but, you know, did make them a little bit of harder game than Nuke was, but still, this seemed really dominant. I mean, they were the better team heading into this. They should have been the victors, and I guess they do exceed our expectations. Just 6 rounds is what X-Rush B can get in this best of 3. We're talking about MVPs. First match, I mean, I would have loved to give it to Bondig, and this match for sure, it has to be Tension. I mean, look at the stats, dude.
Also, after the pistol round, Tension didn't get a single frag anymore.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So, he was on 23 at the end of the pistol, and after that, he probably just kind of... I mean, I saw him giggling after that pistol round, and he just probably went like, alright, fellas, my work here is done. I have done enough. And he surely did do enough. I mean, that op clutch, probably gonna see, yeah, that op clutch was ridiculously good, that 1v3. That was really, really sick. And then, of course, the pistol round as well, and those were kind of the impactful rounds. There were, I think, in the first half, 3 occasions where we did end up in a 2v2, and very similar as to Nuke, those were all won by FAVBET. And I think that is something that, you know, we may have seen a bit of a closer game, but in those 2v2 situations, FAVBET just continued to be dominant. Continuously. They won every single sort of clutch situation. And then it's very, very, very difficult to try and get back into it if you're already the weaker team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they literally had everything in their favor, and then Tension was just an absolute demon beast. So, you know, that's the scoreline kind of reflects it. So FAVBET move up 1-0. Unfortunately, their counterparts of X-Rush B move down. And with that, I think we still have 2 more best of 3s for today, but
Yes,
that should
sir.
conclude the first round of the Swiss stage. So next up, we'll be having ENCE Academy, not just any academy. We're having ENCE Academy versus ROSY. X 72 degrees, I believe it's a Finnish team, not exactly sure, but that'll be coming up. You'll have Pronogo and Sir Danny doing the cast in, I believe, an hour and a half. And then after that, we'll have X Rage. A lot of X teams today. We'll have X Rage. Actually, all four best of threes have an X team. That's what happens when the major goes on. So yeah, at 7 CEST, we'll have X Rage versus UNiTY. So that'll be done by Pronogo and Danny. But for the time being, it was nice casting alongside you. No overtimes this time, but our time here has come to an end. Any finishing thoughts?
In the final game of today, Fattest Yoshi is playing. So top 3 names in Counter-Strike history. Make sure you tune in between those major matches. I want to thank you all very much for watching this sort of morning program. And we're going to head into the next matches quite soon after, I think for us and the crew, a bit of a lunch break. So thank you guys all very much. Thank you, Davies, for hosting me. And we'll see each other next time.
I'm getting hot in the back. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. After a bit of a delay, we finally have a chance to witness some Counter-Strike here at a Galaxy Battle Phase 3, Day 2, of course. A lot more Counter-Strike coming right up, but before that, it is ENCE Academy versus ROSY. My name's Sir Danny. I'm joined here by Pronogo, and yeah, we did have a bit of a delay, but the players, they're very much alive, and we can actually get this matchup going, but a matchup in which I don't know. It's quite hard to predict how. I don't know what kind of outcome we could be expecting out of this one, Pernoga. I mean, we got ENCE Academy, right? We got Intel on them. ROSY, not so much.
Yeah, ROSY is definitely one that flies under the radar for most people. You pointed out to us in the pregame here before we got live that these guys used to go under the term minus 72 Celsius. So they have been competing mostly in the East Asia area. You know, you're thinking about eastern side of Russia. And, you know, they're definitely out here under a new banner. But they are like totally blacked out on HLTV. You have no idea who these guys are. First time I got a chance to actually look at their faces. You know, you can see a lot about a man's character by watching his face. But that was the first time just now when we had the cameras on there. So just to point out, they are definitely players who have yet to tell their tale in Counter-Strike. But here we go. Our first map will, of course, be Mirage and ENCE Academy. They should be able to dismiss this upstart, but ROSY, I mean, we just don't know what to expect. So maybe ENCE Academy will be in for more of a fight. It'll be ROSY on the CT side. Let's see what happens on our first map.
Oh man, I'm sorry, Pernogo, but we had that chat about, the one thing I don't like is when teams and players have numbers in their nickname.
Oh, goodness.
Just stick to your left-hand side and tell me, what is that? What on God's green earth is that?
Who is that? Is that like I'm guessing it's if it's Leet speak, right? Yeah, it would be SOC, but I don't know what you would use a 4 for. 7 is Z and 4 is F, maybe? 4's. I don't know. It just got 5051 is like a new Cyberpunk game or something, you know what I mean? So that's like super far into the future. We got space travel and stuff. So maybe he's just from the future man. Obviously, some of these players have different usernames than on HLTV, that's for sure. Or maybe they're taking in some subs for all we know. But on the side of ENCE Academy, I'm mostly interested, especially with them being on the T side, how Miller T's opping is going to be. I feel like he's the guy who, we're still not entirely sure if there is going to be a Finnish prospect when it comes to sniping, when it comes to AWP. Obviously, Pody for ENCE is not necessarily working out super well at their level. And so you'd think if these guys are ENCE Academy, are any of these guys auditioning for the higher level of Counter-Strike by themselves? Do they want to get picked up as a squad? We've seen that happen before. And now they're going to have an opportunity to show us what they're made of in Galaxy Battle Phase 3, as they are going to be taken to the pistol round on the T side.
Yeah, it's definitely a great chance for both squads, for ROSY again in particular, a team that has been playing in the eastern side of Russia against Mongolian teams, teams by the name of and Chinese teams. And so going up against, European opposition, I feel like it's going to be an interesting test. In general, I kind of expect that we should be seeing a different play style out of ROSY as well, considering they're from like the East Asia region. I expect some big, fast plays. Obviously now CT side, not seeing much of it, but a very, very heavy rotate towards B side. We're seeing the mid push coming through. Schwartz in a good position, getting himself one, still fighting the window player, and now is the stack on B side. It's time for ENCE to clean house, or okay. They're doing a fantastic job at it, and now it's all up to 4Z in the 1v2. And it doesn't help that he's already lost a big chunk of his health. So I expect just the one peek. Oh, okay. That'll be good enough.
That will be good enough for ENCE Academy to post their pistol. No survivors on the side of ROSY, and they immediately are taking a tactical timeout, which I think makes no sense, but maybe they'll prove us wrong here. Trying to figure out what's going on. Maybe they... I don't actually know how you request attack in the UI here, but I'm thinking, if it's like tac or tech, which one do I click? And then they click the wrong one. You were mentioning that they are mostly, this squad, this core has played against, Asian competition. And that is absolutely the case. There was a brief spell where they played against a couple of European competition. We don't know what their ping is comparatively. I'm guessing it's quite high to whatever server we're at. I was thinking like 120 ms or something delay between these two teams, but they can meet in the middle, so it's probably a little bit better than that. That being said, they did not do very well against European competition. Copenhagen Wolves, a squad that most people haven't necessarily had on their lips in quite some time, and of course Heroic Academy. Both of those squads taking them out 2-0, and in neither showing versus European competition did ROSY post double digits. So that's across 4 maps played, something that I think we're going to need to worry about if we're on the side of these upstarts, which, they've got an interesting logo, so I can at least enjoy that. I feel like branding is not the strong suit, at least as it doesn't always connect to the West when you're coming in from the East. The Eastern branding style is very different. People, Korean pros, especially in other games, changing their username all the time. It's wild. They all need some branding training, if you ask me. But I'm not so sure if ROSY are going to be under the same banner here, because they do look like they got a snazzy logo at least.
They got to hit some shots as well. And despite some good positioning, I still feel like this round has to go the way of ENCE Academy. Yeah, we saw Spyra spawning out the bomb, but the problem is his teammates are just about dead on A side. He can hold on to his position, but I would assume not for long, as the incoming players, they're on the hunt. They got the right weapons to do so as well, and despite the stack, it will not go ROSY's way. So 2-0 for ENCE Academy. On that point about logos as well, I think, yesterday I had a chance to cast a Kazakhstani duel. It was Novak versus a squad by the name of Marius. And Marius probably had one of the worst logos I've seen in a while, because it was, I believe technically, it's like allegedly two machetes behind like a black ball, but it just looks like a spider with 2 legs, which, not a fan. Not a fan of that at all.
Yeah, well, at least arachnophobes will be able to look at that spider. And it looks like we got an answer as to who our mystery number legend was. It was Biek. Forzetsky as well was 4Z from the pistol. Attempted clutch now with the rifle, much better. 2 frags to his name, and everything's gone ROSY's way. Which is funny, because at least in English we like to say, oh, it's looking rosy today. And when it's a good day, when things are looking nice. So perhaps that's what they're channeling here as they've picked up a couple of AKs. They're going to push forward into this A position. If they can keep everybody alive, they can really start to threaten, but even one gun taken away will be a bit of an issue to play around. They'll probably have to pull out the MP9 round number 4, but this one definitely looks to be Rosy's side, and that's good because we were seeing some issues with even the reaction time of some of the ROSY players in these first 2 rounds, which does point to ping to me, but could also just mean that they were a bit slow to wake up. Inhuman has not been able to get the better of them. He actually pushes with the only AK they had, finds out where the last 2 are, puts a lot of damage down to Timmet. But to me, this looks like it should be nice and easy for Rosy's side, especially with miltzy getting caught there. So, 15 points of health separating them in a round win. Oh, wasn't expecting the lurk. Well, now things get a little bit interesting, but this seems to just be a save. Obviously, the bomb down on A. At best he can do is hope for surviving this backstab and taking away another gun. That's Spyra trying to push him.
I mean, the way they're trying to eliminate the last player as well kind of signals to me that ROSY don't have a lot of protocols. It feels like they are more or less relying on their individuals. And perhaps, I know they got to slow it down, but if they actually have a lot of experience playing against, Mongolian teams and Chinese teams, I would assume they aren't necessarily Zen-like players. They're more than happy to be aggressive, even in a position they have practically secured the round in. But something tells me that they could be making some mistakes in the nearby future.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that ENCE Academy are favorites for this set. This is, of course, their map pick as well, so they should be able to take it quite comfortably. But right now, they are running into a bit of a heavy A presence. 3 members still on the site. Well, make that 2 as Frzetsky gets domed. Now in a 3v4, ROSY are going to have to consider their options here because they have been locked out of the site. ENCE Academy, the exec, doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Obviously, they got traded out in Underdark, but it's all onto this peak. And wow, Inhuman and Biek are able to do plenty here, and Tema only good for the 1. Suddenly, this swings back the other way. It's all onto miltzy, 1v2, and he is locked in Tetris. They don't know his position yet. But he needs to win that first duel, and he's not going to be able to with Spyra clearing it. The low HP of Biek is not a factor, and that is a round 1 on our 3v4 retake. We love to see that.
Yeah, that felt sloppy, man. I'm not really sure what was happening there in CT spawn because we saw one of the ENCE Academy players, for some reason, pedaling back, which I'm not really sure why, because if you already have a forward position in CT spawn, you might as well hold it, because if you will back away and there are players, let's say, holding on stairs or maybe even from connector, you could get very easily spotted out and basically become a gunner that way. And it looked like ENCE Academy was essentially trying to, wait it out and then potentially go for a double peek in CT spawn. But yeah, it felt like they were lacking some much needed coordination, and ROSY, out of nowhere, able to bounce back in the round. That was pretty big. And well, now ENCE Academy deploying a lot of utility on A's side. Absolutely, they want to get that bomb planted, but Frzetsky so far doing a pretty tremendous job here. Whips out the USPS as well. Third player to drop dead finally goes down. In the meantime, a bomb plant is looking pretty good for ENCE Academy, but that has to be the end of the round.
No bullets in the A1S. Spyra forced to go back to the dualies, and I don't know if those were T-side dualies. I feel like that must have been the case. I don't know how else he would have grabbed them, so that is a bizarre purchase. But hey, he posted a kill. We'll take it. And looks like the rest of the team just kind of grabbing all the little pieces and bits and bobs of utility that they can find among the dead. Now in the lead, our East Russian underdogs, unknowns really, slowly making a name for themselves on their opponent's map pick, but there's plenty more Counter-Strike to be played. Now we finally get to see a little bit of the sniping protocols. You were talking about how ROSY definitely seem very loose, very aggressive. I would say that that can be punished, that can be read, and so on the long enough time frame, I would imagine ENCE Academy will have some sort of response to that. But we don't know where Biek is going to be posting up with that sniper, and it looks like his first time is not going to be showing towards mid. Instead, he'll be holding for short on the B side of the map, which frees up more riflers to hold connector and hold A.
Now look at this as well. Middle completely uncontested by ROSY. And a great chance right now for ENCE Academy. This is a great position to take up connector control. It's not that easy to acquire, but look at this as well. Lonesome Bogue MT with the aggressive play gets quite easily shut down, and this is now a big problem for Spyra. The only line of defense in middle gets caught out. A double peek, and now they know the positioning of Forzetsky as well. So just a wide swing from Miller should be good enough, or that works as well. But Biek on side, hold up. Okay, finally goes down, and now Schwartz in a great position to take care of Inhuman. Boom, easy shot for him. The lurk works out, and Millard with a fantastic performance with those connector entries.
Yeah, a lot came down to these entries here in connector, but also I think really the A site started to crumble as soon as there was that ill-advised push. You talked about him, Bogum, however you're supposed to say that guy's name. He absolutely had a rough time of it. And that's the aggression that I think doesn't make much sense, right? That's not, the first time we've seen ROSY in these first 6 rounds do something that is potentially ill-advised, but at the very least, in previous rounds where they had done it, they were advantaged, or it made sense to go for it. Maybe they had the economy to back it up if it didn't go very well. Well, in this situation, it does feel like they've thrown away all their surviving members. They've got to fully reinvest into the round, and they can do so, but that leaves them on nothing, facing a reset now, even with the 1-round loss bonus. You think about how ENCE Academy were able to just piece that together. And yeah, it was a bloody round, but you bomb plant, you can keep 2 alive and be fine on the T side. And especially with recovering the sniper, Miller T now going to be able to rock that big green. And I did call him out earlier, not in a bad way necessarily, but just sort of putting a spotlight on him. I want to see his sniping, because there's a lot of scrutiny on some of the other tier 2 oppers. So maybe Miller can be our prospect. Or will he be Miller Light? Oh, got him. Oh, got him.
It's quite surprising as well about this ENCE Academy roster. When you think about Academy projects, I kind of feel like these rosters have almost an open door policy. Yeah, someone's not performing, let's swap in some other guy we found on, let's say, matchmaking, on Face It or something like that. But it's quite surprising that ENCE Academy, I mean, some of these players have been on this team for like years, like a year, 11 months, almost 2 years. It's quite surprising that this Academy roster has been playing together for as long as they have. And usually you kind of expect them, to be switching in a player after a couple months, trying to see whether it works or not. But ENCE Academy, this is a roster that has been playing together for some time, and in the more stressful situations when communication is key, that is so great to have a teammate you can trust.
I certainly trust in ENCE Academy. I trust in them to be able to close this one out, and it's only been 6 rounds, and they're all tied up. Now round number 7. Almost no utility on the defenders. This looks like it will be a tall order for them to fulfill. Smoke goes up in window as Miltzy gets himself boosted, and Bogum has to know that that's a possibility. Right now, they haven't actually seen any action. Oh, say that again. The peak comes out right before the smoke blooms, and that's a double entry from Temet. Biek has it all to do, and he is not going to get anything. A hat trick as the headshots come in. Talk about an entry. There's only 2 defenders left, and they need to tuck tail and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, to me, it kind of looks like Bo is your space maker on the CT side. We saw him trying to find that opening frag and ramp. Then he was lingering about a window, hoping to get a frag of his own. But yeah, so far, Bogue is not finding a lot of success, nor are the defenders on A side. Once again, a very effective push from ENCE Academy. It looks like with every single round, it's getting better and better. Now they might just win a round without dropping a single player, and they're still on the hunt.
Yeah, that was one of the players with the utility as well. Spyra has a full belt on him. Needs to fall back to a better position. Looks like he'll be just fine here as the 4th round on the board for ENCE Academy. And I do think that individual plays around smokes that are about to bloom is a great way to catch people off guard. Now, normally you can't do it on one of the first execs of the first half here, but you have to kind of condition them that you're not going to do that. But there's a reason why players at the top level hold those angles even when the smoke is incoming, because you don't know if there's an HE primed for it right after. You don't know if somebody's going to swing right before the smoke blooms. But that's how Temme gets off to a flying start. Taking out Bogue, as you said, seems to be that space maker, that heavy rotator, likes to get active and mobile. Caught in translation. And then after that, the entries just kept on coming. So the A site crumbling. We've got the one saved A1S, and everybody else has pistols. Inhuman not even bothering to upgrade. He's got himself a smoke. Going to be attempting to anchor down the B bomb site, which is currently where ENCE Academy are lingering with the bomb. Could be a pretty textbook split here to the B site. And looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
And I feel like they got to make this decision quick. ASAP, really. Bogum T already has control of T-Spawn. He knows this will not be an A exec. It's pretty obvious what's going on. Now the question is, can they hold the line? Inhuman, he's going to try to peek first. Actually picks up a big frag on one. And now it's time for Spyro to swoop in with the big frags. Oh, there's Milty. Great pickup on Spyro. Schwartz gets a frag on Inhuman. But Bogum T, remember, he is still making the wraparound. But now there is a chance. Schwartz, he tried to look what's happening in the apartments, but now Bogum T in a great position. I mean, he knows where the players are at, whips out the dig, hoping to secure the head. That's exactly what he needs, but maybe the big green will help him out, but this is a very awkward engagement. Bogum T is trying to get this frag on Schwartz, the one AWP shot. That's all it's gonna take, but Schwartz, he knows he's quick enough. He might just pull it off, but no, it is the AWP headshot. And Bogum T, he doesn't even need to have his hands on the keyboard and mouse. Telekinesis, baby.
That's right. The neural uplink giving him plenty of moves there. Really solid stuff, man. I mean, you think about the way that he goes for the no-scope of all things and it hits. I'm going to say that's a low percentage play. I'm going to say Bogue does not use the big green very frequently. I don't think that's part of his deathmatch form up here. A good shot onto the first, but you got to think about the problem here is that he just opted the guy that was one deagle bullet. Not that he can know that, but that's the guy that you just break the dig out for. It's messy, it's ugly, but it's a fourth round for ROSY nonetheless. And also, they recovered that sniper. They invest around it. Still plenty of cash for ENCE Academy to invest into this round number 9. Boosting up in mid with their op. But they don't catch anybody getting active, at least not in mid, not yet. We'll have to see how things go. 90 seconds left in the round, and plenty of time for ENCE Academy to figure out where they're going to be selecting for that bomb plant. Keep their money going. Very passive setup on the B site this time around, though, so that might be something to watch.
Yeah, I'd say in general, for the entire CD side, they're playing this one pretty damn safe, except for Bogum T. He once again picks up a pretty big frag. Looks like he might have just gone there for the peek right before the smoke pops. Lovely timing. ENCE Academy, they have found a lot of success on the A side, especially with those connector pushes. Luckily for them, there's not a single short player to try and stab them from behind, but it's Bogue again in window, waiting to find some optimal timing, and he tries so on Milty, but it is Milty. Take him out on top, and with that molly on short, they could potentially try to squeeze the A bomb site, but not necessarily commit. Just show some pressure and maybe consider hitting that B site. However, pressure, it's good, but you also need to hit their shot. So far, Temme waiting for a chance to strike, and he goes down to Biek.
Yeah, a lot of that is down to the HP on Milty after that duel. Bogue helping out from the grave gets him down to 1 bullet. So even though the spray was very off there, it still ends up working out for Frzetsky. And of course, Biek there to bail him out from the player hunting him. And with the time now a huge factor, this is an easy round for ROSY at the end of the day, losing only 1 player. ENCE Academy saving with 2. They'll bring the sniper into the next round, and otherwise, got to think about what they're going to be doing next, because that was not a good showing. And they are going to take a tactical timeout to figure things out. I mean, so far, I will say, Biek has had a lot of impact on the op. If they can keep that in his hands, there's a good chance for at least 1, maybe 2 kills per round on the defense. And then at that point, the riflers, they have to do so much less, it feels like, for you to get a round win. So certainly gives more room, more win conditions.
Yeah. And I wonder as well. I mean, ROSY has found a fair amount of success in this first half. Already 5 rounds. That is pretty good in my book. And I would expect them to, maybe try to be just a little bit more aggressive, right? Now they have the confidence to work with. Even if they fail, next up, they could still make that purchase a reality. So I would expect at least someone like, Biek. Oh, there you go. Biek is in window, holding that position, trying to spot out anyone. And luckily for him, he is not being contested, which might prompt someone from maybe short or connector maybe to play just a little bit closer top mid. But yeah, once again, ENCE Academy playing this one super slow. Now, fair enough, weaponry is just all over the place. So in a round like this, I would let my Opper to just wait it out. Let's say in Palace, hope that he might just get a frag or 2, and just let this round go.
Wow, Miller finds the opening. Bogue once again hitting the deck. It's a double-edged sword being so mobile. Sometimes you just feel like you are the one. And just rotating directly into bullets. Whiff from Biek means that at least it's info. They know it's likely an A play. They can try to get rotations over, but Spyra missing out on the timing. No smoke in window yet, so he could absolutely rail anybody that comes through with that A1S. Doesn't even need to break the vent. Oh, look at that. Absolutely doesn't even need to break the vent. Now, he'll drop on down, and Schwartz needs to trade this back because Biek has found an op kill. This is a little bit too much. Inhuman with the short push. Easy as you like. It's too high in Miller. The last alive, and they are not checking for Frzetsky.
Oh,
Inhuman will finish it off, and look at that. That was just a cleanup round, man.
yeah, I mean, we can also see as well, Millard, I mean, he's able to find that opening frag, the one frag we talked about as well. And again, it's another connector crunch. They've been doing this time and time again in ENCE Academy. And it feels like ROSY, I mean, they're not just starting to anticipate what ENCE is all about. They're just having their players in window and jungle. They know there's going to be a connector push basically imminent, right? And right now, they've been doing a tremendous job at hitting their shots. And something tells me ENCE Academy getting perhaps a little bit frustrated how these rounds have been going. And economically speaking, yeah, it kind of sucks, man. Down to the pistols they go. Some Kevlar to work with, but Spyra, I mean, he knows what's going on. I'll give the intel. Good shot on Schwartz. I'll give him that. And now they're just holding on to the B side. Oh, hold on just a sec. There's the short push incoming. Biek now overwhelmed by the Tech 9, and it is Inhuman. Still alive on the side. He will get the backup of Frzetsky, but that Tech 9, we know up close, it is a lethal little gun, and Inhuman now whipping out the USPS. What is going on? Can he find a single player? Oh, he's damn close, but close will not cut it. And ENCE Academy, what a round to win.
Outrageous scenes, honestly. I mean, you look at the way that went, and all you can think is, man, 2i was so close to a Tech 9 ace. Wild stuff. It was, of course, Miller to help him out there with a Glock heady. Not what you expected at all. And that's for a 5th round, man. That's not just the situation where you claim victory over the bomb site. You can plant that bomb however you like. You wipe the whole economy. You're draining their coffers, man. They got 2 MP9s out now and pretty limited utility. So a longer round, maybe. Put the squeeze on them. Let's see what ENCE Academy want to do for the final round of the half.
Yeah, man, I mean, I'll say this as well. I mean, we were so hyper-focused what's happening on the B side, the push for the apartments. They kind of caught us off guard as well. That short push is exactly what helped them to win the round, and now Biek.
Yep.
Damn, I'm surprised that he actually goes for such a late peek as well. I feel like it's mega dangerous to go about it, but hold on. Oh, what's going on? It's Inhuman with the flank as well. BoGMT coming huge with the MP9, and a minute still left on the clock, but the T's, they have to fight back control for T-Spawn and the bomb, man. The bomb is in the hands of the CTs, but okay, maybe it's on top of the ledge, so maybe they don't see it, I guess? Not sure about that one.
Yeah, they might not have spotted it on their push out. Oh, but Biek was holding for that one, and the ping isn't that bad. Too high. Gets dropped. Tema, though. 1 versus 5. Have you heard of this man? Nope, you have not, Bogum. Big from the Bogue will take him out for that first half, and, well, what better way to celebrate the underdogs getting up to a 2-round lead versus ENCE Academy than, giving away a skin. Obviously, we are live on Kick, so perhaps a bit of a easier opportunity for people to put their name in the round here. But, yeah, exclamation point Galaxy gives you all the info. Now you get to see who's doing what here. We got at least one more half after this, by the way. It'll be halftime for map number 2. And, ooh, so close to that Krakow, but instead, it's just Python getting just tilted.
I hope you saw the pings there, Pronogo. Oh, there we go. We have a chance to see them once again.
See, look at that.
I mean, this is outrageous. Yeah. 120, 130. Like, wow.
And the top frag, obviously, an Inhuman. I mean, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of ADR. Rocking out with 130 ping. Just 130 ping warrior. I mean, you think about that. You think about the fact that Biek is on the lowest ping, really important for the Opper. So that makes a lot more sense, I was going to say. His reaction time was definitely on point for some of those pushes. But damn, some of the core riflers, including Inhuman, north of, triple-digit ping is real rough.
So far, that has not stopped them from achieving great success. But as we can see, the dually is up close there by Millert, waiting for a chance to strike. The smoke has been deployed for connector, so it's pretty obvious that this has to be the A play. The question is when, and the answer is now for Zetsky, the first to pop in. They have to be very careful of the Palace player, but as they move in, they will absolutely get that bomb planted. And of course, the one thing you absolutely need to do in T-side is fight for CT spawn control. And this is a great opportunity for Tukai to move in with the dualies to find a frag or 2 of his own. He's actually still waiting, not committing just yet. His teammates are doing brunt of the damage. Come on there, Tema. Finding a good frag as well. It's all up to Biek in the 1v3. Good damage inflicted, but the Glock, it cannot win this round. Surely it cannot, but Biek, he makes it doable, Tema. He was so close to get the defuse in, but now I am not sure. There is simply no time. Oh my goodness, that is a terrible round to lose for ENCE.
Yeah, they are going to be kicking themselves, especially when they watch back that demo and realize that guy was on 20 points of health. A couple body shots would have done it. Choking out the opportunity, though. Clutching up, man. Clutching up. So good at the side of ROSY. They are very happy with this one. And remember, this guy is not the one who's glitching around on 130 ping. This guy's on 40. That's absolutely doable. And hard to blame anybody but yourselves for that loss, ENCE Academy. Could have really gotten up to winning ways with a pistol round, chain some together. Now it'll be ROSY instead. Bomb plant went down, so there's going to be plenty of rifles on the side of ROSY. They're not investing too much on the side of the MAC-10. We do have, of course, the CT Force from the Academy team. And remember what I said earlier, too, guys. ROSY has not posted double digits versus European competition on any HLTV recorded games. This core has not been able to do that. Now, admittedly, they've only had 4 chances, getting 2-0'd every time, but, ooh, well, Zetsky's going to maybe put that stride a little bit closer. 9 is as good as they've done. Can they do more than that?
It's also kind of crazy when you look at the investment ENCE Academy had coming into this round. It was pretty all right. I mean, guys like Tema, sitting comfortably on the A1, A1S, a couple MP9s as well, not too shabby. But yeah, those 9 rounds are looking inevitable for ROSY. More power to them. Coming right up, ENCE Academy definitely want to save their weapons. It's as if they would have another chance at a Force Spy, so maintain those weapons, boys. Make sure they're in good working order because they'll have to be used moving up next. But yeah, those double digits as well. I feel like that is looking pretty damn doable for ROSY. Again, I don't expect the guys to try and invest more into utility, though that could be a possibility if we're being honest. But I feel like they'll try to opt it out, try to get the big guns on round number 16.
Well, you can see here Miller just going for the dualies, and him as the opper, it makes a lot of sense to conserve a little bit of cash on him. With any luck, they can win the next round, and they'll have an AWP going in around 16. But right now, they've taken a tactical timeout. They do not want ROSY on double digits. Remember, ROSY took 1 tactical timeout after losing the pistol, and ever since then, it's been hunky-dory for them. So I don't know what they did, but somebody called something, and it works.
Yeah, Bogum T. Ah, man. Thought we were going to see that smoke pop. Actually, I have been noticing that a lot of teams, basically the get-go is for mid-control are 2 smokes nowadays. You either chuck in 1 smoke in window, the other one goes in top mid. And usually, I have noticed that some teams actually throw these 2 smokes every single round. And that's kind of cool as well, because that way you can always keep the CTs guessing, because if those 2 smokes are deployed every single time, then you might think, yeah, they could be going for mid control, but maybe they're not. Maybe they are just, trying to fake out some CT aggression. If anything, I feel that's there we go. Those 2 smokes now being deployed as well. Again, not necessarily meaning that we will see any mid presence. If anything, far from it. ROSY getting damn close B side. This could be dangerous, though. It is a bit of a stack. I mean, 3 players are ready waiting. Too high already. What a big frag, but his teammates have completely neglected him, because the whole point is to hit the A side from connector, but they got to move in quick because those CTs, they're starting to get aware of what's happening, and the window push coming in from Milsey. He seems to be aware that Biek has taken a forward angle, but Teme being overwhelmed by the opposition, now giving a chance for ROSY to take control of A site.
Oh, Schwartz has some big opportunities here, and 2 frags with a 5-7 will absolutely sail them on through. This should be unlosable now for ENCE Academy, and they will increase their advantage. The dualies sounding off. This is the round that they needed, man. They needed a round like this where they keep at least 3 bodies alive, stuff them out, and do so with minimal investment, saving their guns from the previous round, only investing in the pair of dualies and maybe a tiny teensy bit of utility. And it's all on to Biek, who's hunting. Found Schwartz. So that's damage inflicted, damage done. Rifles will be recovered. I'm not sure how many. I see 1 AK. Okay, the A1S at least scrambled by too high there. That would have been bad if they lost that opportunity. So not as good as it could have been, but ENCE are just happy to get a 6th and stave off double digits from the Russian side. That's an opportunity now. ENCE Academy can try to build on this. There's no bomb plant in the last round, but still plenty of money, so they invest in 5 Kalashnikovs. They're happy for it. Another chance. I do appreciate that they sent the MAC-10 in on a scouting mission, as dire as what he saw was. It's still good to leverage something like that. So,
yeah, it really is, and he definitely did his job. Runs in as the human decoy, but he gathers a fair amount of information.
oh no,
Miller already with a big frag being found. Again, this is a purchase from ROSY, so every single bit counts. And on a map like Mirage, I feel like even if you end up losing the initial frag, sure, it's not nice for the T side, but it's still doable to bounce back from a position as difficult as this, and he might even consider Forsetsky to try and move up short, or even better, maybe catch a player off guard and window, but that does not seem to be the case. If anything, ROSY seems to be gathering up for the potential hit on B side. It's a bit sad, though, that the first player to move in is the bomb carrier, so if you see that guy on the minimap, I mean, the jig is up. It's obvious that this is the B play. Milty's got some okay backup as well. Teme should be able to spot out the first player. Oh, doesn't win the fight, but Milty, he is damn good with the rifle. Waiting for more, and almost gets it. The bomb plant is looking still good for ROSY. It's going to come through. But a 3v2 retake, it's not that bad for the CT side, but Forsetsky loved this play. He's got to be aggressive. That's how you put an advantage, a big advantage, but not enough to win the round. So ENCE Academy will claim a 7th round to their name.
Yeah, Forsetsky's been playing pretty well for himself, despite the ping issues on his particular setup. You look at the fact that he was set up for success after scoring that trade from the HE kill and market. That works out pretty well. But yeah, it's just too much of an advantage going into that HP, equipment, position, rotation time. Milty obviously dinking one player. That was Inhuman getting blown to pieces afterwards. Now the second technical timeout from our East Russian squad. Underdogs, though they may be, they have been able to post a lead. I gotta talk over their options here. That's another situation where they could not get the bomb down. So their money not looking too good. They're going to maybe even it out a little bit. Light buy, half buy, something like that would go very well here. We'll see what they're thinking. I see some of the players with more money investing with head armor and all that. Makes a lot of sense. Forsetsky and Inhuman grabbing the helmets. Everybody else rocking a little bit lighter. Bogue not even going to be bothering to invest in some Kevlar. Wants to keep his money at around that level because max loss will kick in and they'll be able to get some action into the next. Although I still think this is no-op territory into the next round. Things would have to go real well for ROSY to be able to bring out the big green. And it would be nice for Biek to do that. But he has been falling a little bit quieter ever since switching sides. He has not had access to that AWP. 80 seconds on the clock here. We're going to have to wait and see where ROSY going to be going with this. They've got 2 men outside mid, but I don't know if they know. Milty is looking very active here. And there it is. First frag found. Only pistols here for ROSY, remember, so looking for an unlikely round. Just need to get some damage dealt. A little bit of posturing towards the A site might leave a slim chance for a 3-man push.
It's a one-way ticket on B side. Might as well make their best. Oh, okay. They're definitely making the best of it, man. The Tech 9's running gun. It's Fnatic 2015 all over again. A good start, but don't expect a good finisher to this one. Milty and company moving swiftly. Bomb defused, of course. Damn, ROSY doing a pretty good job there with those free players moving swiftly on the side. Damn, that Tech 9 is having a big resurgence in CS2.
Yeah, especially when you think about all the conversation about Peeker's advantage. You know, from all testimonials, it seems like the game has been improved a fair bit since the original complaints, but always fair, in my opinion, to hold game developers to account when they screw around a little bit too much. It's funny because teams like this, I mean, obviously ENCE Academy not going to be in the running necessarily for a major spot when the main team is looking for that kind of thing, but teams like ROSY no longer have a good opportunity with the cancellation of the MRQs. Going to be a lot harder for a team like this to find any success anywhere close to tier 1 level. Despite that opening, it is traded almost immediately. Bogue goes down after taking out too high. Now it becomes a little bit more of a default, and Schwartz finding success in connector. Does he know about Biek holding? Well, I don't think anybody knows about Biek holding. There's a second entry from that murder hole, and he doesn't get around the corner in time. So Teme will trade, maintaining that man advantage. Very important for ENCE Academy. especially if they can keep 3 alive for multiple rounds in a row. Their economy won't be too hurt, too sore. Miller on that big green. Frzetsky looking around for him. I don't think they know exactly where he is, but finally a bomb plant for ROSY. This is what they've been needing for a very long time. 3v2 retake.
Yeah, the question is, does someone like Frzetsky want to be aggressive?
Is he going to be aggressive upon?
Whoops, sorry, lagged out there, but I see the round is over. Okay, round's
all right.
over.
All good.
Didn't miss
Seems
much.
like
The
the
3v2
answer is
still
yes,
goes the
yeah.
way. Yeah, the 3v2 still goes the way of ENCE Academy. Despite a nice entry there by modeame, sneaking out a ramp.
Yeah.
But yeah, this positioning from Biak, like, he was huge. I was kind of hoping that Biak can find way more impact from that position, but the 1 kill, it's all right. However,
Yeah, a big
this-
problem is that he just wasn't expecting Tema to be there right after the other guy, right? But he made noise rotating over.
Yeah.
'Cause he knew there was a connector player, and so just didn't end up working out. Fortunately. Pretty close, and now they're down to pistols and an AK. So this is where the money really starts to be a problem for the East Russian side. Hero AK, but it's the Tech 9 to do the opening frag. ROSY up by 1 man. HP slightly disfavoring them, however. Ooh, Schwartz will take Frzetsky out. That's the low HP player. They still haven't been made aware necessarily of Biak. I mean, the AK has sent out some bullets, so maybe they have heard that. But nobody has seen him. Nobody's clocked him yet. Still looks like an okay hold here in mid. Oh, but you got to watch out. Schwartz is so close to death, and I don't even think he knows it.
He's damn close, and Biak just trying to get a glimpse of the head, just a pixel, and that would be enough. But now you can see, I mean, this has been a very peculiar setup by ENCE Academy. I kind of like the fact that they're sticking together in this one, really close by one another, just in case there's no crazy flanks. Look at Schwartz go. He's just going to clear out middle and then take a peek. What's happening here in connector? And now it's too high, very much aware of what's going on as there's a bit of a barbecue in the apartments. No shrimp, just a human.
No, you know, I mean, one of the players is called Inhuman, so maybe he's a little bit different.
Yeah?
Maybe a little bit tastier, a little bit less chewy. But that's double digits for ENCE Academy, man. This is actually a really big swing. You know, it's 5 rounds in a row, obviously, and it feels like ROSY have petered out.
I feel like, yeah, this is the big test right now for ROSY. Sure, on the CT side, you can more or less rely on some default setups to hope that guys like modeame will find good timings on pushes and whatnot. Make some space. Ooh, Miller. Okay. He's able to spot at a few players, I'm sure, and surprisingly, he's still, you know, lingering about in window, but not for long. I wonder if we could see someone like Milsey being activated with the M41S. I mean, I kind of dig this as well. They're not being too aggressive. ENCE Academy seem to be very much aware of what's happening in middle. I feel like ROSY are telegraphing this fair enough. Now we could see the window boost. If all fails, go for the window boost.
That's right. Biak is already in his usual playground on the T side. Bo gets the better of Milsey on the rotate, so that's ladder room cleared. But do they know about too high? In theory, they could peek him together, but Bo is so close. No, it's Spyro to reveal him. Thankfully, Bo gets the trade. If that didn't go the way of ROSY, it would have been all she wrote. Tema gonna get lurked upon. Biak finding yet another frag from that rotating position behind enemy lines. But is he gonna get active again? Is he gonna try to face this angle? I think so. Miller not able to punish though, and without getting that kill, there's absolutely no chance they can attempt a 2v4. Even with that frag, I think they'd be falling back. And well, double digits achieved finally for ROSY. Took them 3 tries against European competition. They even cut Schwartz down. Dude, Bogue and Biek have been such a good duo for finding cheeky frags, getting good trades. Spacing has been all right. This round feels a lot better than some of the other rounds that ROSY have done, especially when you're thinking about ever since they picked up the rifles. And now with Frzetsky stealing away the AWP. Oh, well, Miller will at least take out Inhuman, but that op on Frzetsky is definitely going to be going into Biek's hands, it feels like.
I feel like in this round as well, we had some great, like you said, great individual performances coming out from Bogemty and Biek just finding stellar timing. Let's be real. The window smoke, I believe it might have been just deep enough for him to sneak past through Murder Hole. That really happens very rarely in World of Counter-Strike. But he found some good timing. More power to him. And now, double digits for ROSY. It's an achievement in its own right. Even better achievement would be to try and win this first map. Again, this is ENCE Academy's map pick. And considering how close this has been, I'm sure this will be a big confidence boost for ROSY moving forward on map number 2. Dust 2, their own pick. Right now, it's a bit of a stalemate, if anything. However, ENCE Academy, more than willing to give up that mid control. If anything, they got to keep a close eye on window. You don't want to be flanked for the second time in a row.
Yeah, bomb's over towards B right now, but Bogue is not going to be able to find much impact here. And the fact that miltzy also found a frag elsewhere, it's starting to get a lot more squirrely. Sure, you got 2 players sighted in connector as well, so it feels like ENCE Academy have all the tools they need to do everything here and deal with this push. Biek, the only one to find any sort of impact, but he's spotted retreating. Inhuman sighted with the bomb, will take too high out, but that's not going to be easy. Oh, he still ends up holding the push. I think that was ill-advised from miltzy. Now it's a 2-on-2, and sure, HP. Only 2 of them on Inhuman. But it feels like with Biek having the game that he's had so far, you can't count ROSY out of these situations. Well, the bomb is dropped by Miller's AWP, and it only takes 1 more shot. The flick is good, and that is exactly what we needed to see. From ENCE Academy to post at 11th, break the stalemate, make their way towards map point. If they can secure this next round, that was a very bloody round for both sides.
Yeah, I feel like that was way bloodier than it had any right to be, because we saw initially it was ENCE Academy with the 2 opening frags, and from there on out, you're thinking, okay, this is, round over for ROSY. What can he do? Well, they can get back into this round and make it pretty damn close as well. I mean, imagine a world where Miller somehow, misses the second shot, goes down, we're in a 1v1, suddenly ROSY have a really good chance of getting 11. Okay, ENCE Academy, still alive and kicking. But yeah, this has not been an easy second half. No. This has been a gruesome half. They have been fighting tooth and nail with every single round. And a few more to go. And the scariest part as well, I mean, in the second half, you can see that ROSY is starting to run low on money. Just lose a round, another one, and down to a difficult economical conundrum where technically you gotta buy. It's, the last round of the half, but your purchase is gonna be pretty damn weak. So, if anything, this is probably the most important round for ROSY in a long time. And once again, mid control seems to be top of the agenda. This time, they might try to pressure a guy like miltzy here. miltzy has been pretty safe in short. Hasn't really gone for any ballsy peaks. This time, though, looks like he will be just forced out by the smoke. He'll back away.
Things could get very different here very quickly with the HP loss on Tema. And the sighting, the repositioning, they call over for the reinforcements. Too high's aggression, so important. If he stays back, it's one thing, but if he pushes forward and dies, that's completely different. Schwarz winning out on yet another duel. It feels like this is way too much of an advantage now for ENCE Academy to drop this, but we've seen miraculous rounds from ROSY before, and they still have good HP on their remaining players. A little bit of advanced positions towards the A site, but the bomb kind of waylaid in the apartments. Only now is Inhuman thinking about rotating towards underpass, and they don't have deep mid control. Abandoning their post in jungle so they can push deeper into the A site. They know ramp. They know CT spawn. That's where they got to look. But Miller holding the angle should be able to clothesline him. The tripwire is there. Slight adjustment onto Spyra, and I think now it's just over, really. No opportunity for ROSY to be able to clutch this one out. Schwartz has his pistol out. Don't ask me why. But Miltsy on the retake, too high. Still buried in ramp. That's enough for a 12th round. And map point on their own map pick. It's labored. It's not as clean as you would have liked it to be. But ENCE Academy, they're just gathering footage for the VOD review later. At this point, it looks like they're about ready to lock it in. You were talking about the money, Danny. This is not looking like it'll be a cute buy from ROSY, that's for sure.
Yeah, despite that sweet logo as well. Not cute, man.
Not cute.
Or,
well, at least they end up getting
actually,
all clean AKs. The utility being so low means that they're going to have to go with some pace. So that's where they've decided. And that makes sense. I mean, this has been a very aggressive game of Mirage, right? So them deciding, okay, our concessions are not going to be in the weaponry. The firepower will remain untouched. It's our ability to actually get onto the site if the round goes long. Or maybe hold the retake. And they only have 3 smokes left, so...
Yeah, it's quite the predicament, but I feel like we're basically seeing this round play out right before our eyes. It is a very simple push on A side with barely any smokes. In fact, now we're seeing the smokes being deployed on jungle, on connector as well. But wait, what? Okay, wow,
yeah, Biek has scouted it out. He scouted it out. He sees nobody's that B.
That's insane. That actually is insane. And ENCE Academy, right about now, they're starting to realize, and this is where Biek, like, this is such an awkward position for any CT player to check. And usually you expect the T guy to get at least a single frag. And right now, yeah, that 5v5 retake, it is on Biek. Make it a 4v3. Biek has already done his job. Oh, and Spyra delivers with another. I mean, you know this round will come to a close in a very unconventional manner. I mean, the fact that the B bomb side was neglected, didn't have a single defender, and Biek is like, okay, there's no one here. Might as well come here. Might as well hit the B side.
Well, at this point, it drops down to just Miller alive with the AWP. There's okay money on the side of ENCE Academy, so our last round of regulation will feature plenty of rifling. Oh, he needs to stay alive, though. I mean, the AWP is not cheap. And it looks like the AK round, it works out. Oh, man, he's dueling with them with the Tech 9, dying at the last moment. Heartbreak. The heartbreak alert. I mean, they have the money. They can reinvest in the AWP, and they shouldn't really have too many concessions here, but there's a world where maybe they don't end up having the full utility belt. Looks like maybe that is the world we live in. Only just missing an HE on Schwartz, that's all. So with that all said, ENCE Academy now have it all to do. The 5 rifles, once again, of ROSY. Operating with no issues, no concessions. They can take as long as they want. Though I have a sneaking suspicion, Danny, that they're not going to take that long after all.
Yeah, ROSY hasn't really had, a Zeus 2018 moment from what I have seen. I mean, they have been going out on these bomb sites, but a whole minute left on the clock. This time seems to be no different. Bogium T, right by Tetris. And Schwartz, ooh, this is angle. Bogium T will have to check, and he does so. Millard, with a good response, though. Is aware of what's happening from ramp, and Miltsy, it's time for him to shine, but no! Gets nothing. And now Forzetsky gets a frag on too high, and I think I see where this one is going. It has OT written all over it, but Millard, a good frag being found on 1. The awkward situation is that the bomb still needs to be retrieved, and from what I can tell,
it's going B again.
Forzetsky, again, sure, why not? Go towards the B side. It has no defenders. Plus, you have Spyra in a great position as well, just ready and waiting for that bomb to get planted, and then he's going to swoop in with at least a single frag with the backstab. Oh, or frontal assault. That also works.
Yeah, the fact that the dink comes through, but there's no kill, that is heartbreak. Because in 2 versus 3, absolutely was an opportunity there to avoid regulation, to avoid extra rounds, for ENCE Academy to close it out. But instead, we go the distance on map number 1. ROSY not able to finish the job, even though they had a pretty solid advantage at one point, but at the very least, they claw back the lead that ENCE Academy had started to take. And I feel like ENCE Academy must be kicking themselves at this point, dude. They've done the patented Alexi B strat where they go A and then go B twice, 2 rounds in a row, and it's worked both times. And you just start to feel a little foolish. Hopefully they can reset their mental ahead of overtime, because we have seen some very impressive individual plays, but I think that system-wise, it's clear which team is more strategic about things, and ENCE Academy just need to shore up a couple of their individual duels. They're getting peaked on and weird timings. They're, obviously, like, one of the best players so far in the server is Miller with that AWP. He's been delivering results, and that's one of the reasons why you still rate him in that retake 2v3. Problem is, his teammate gets dropped so fast. And yeah, at that point, there's really not that much left. So 10K overtime as far as the start money. You got to think about this in CSGO terms now. It's 16 is our score line that we're looking for. If we go 15-15, we go an extra round of extra rounds, because that's just how we roll here. So roll back the ears, pull up your chair, or maybe take a quick stroll, do a little jumping jacks, get some calisthenics in, get the blood flowing, because we might be here a little bit longer than we thought. When it comes to these two squads, ENCE Academy were definitely favored, but apparently ROSY have something to say about that.
Yeah, and it's also a matchup. Right now, I'm seeing implications that this could actually be a 3-mapper, right? Before that, I thought, yeah, I'm guessing 2-0, we're done. Let's just jump to the next best of 3, right? But now I feel like ROSY, they still have a fighter's chance. And sure, this is Mirage, a map. They have played a fair amount on it. And coming right up is going to be Dust 2, a map in which ROSY is allegedly proficient on. That is the map they decided to go for. And I would assume they can give us a good showing there as well. And that third map, at that point, seems to be quite doable. But yeah, I agree with you on that front, Pernogo, that, yeah, ROSY has had some great individual performances. I mean, we have seen, Biek finding some amazing timing, Bogum T as well. And just remember what we saw 2 rounds prior. I mean, ROSY is not playing conventional Counter-Strike. Where do you see the whole point of, just 4 players hitting A side with the bomb nonetheless? And then they're like, yeah, we have a player in B side, so let's just make that very heavy, unsafe rotate all the way through T-spawn, the apartments, and then B side itself, like going all Tour de Mirage sort of way. Like, that is risky. Like, teams would not be making or taking such a risk. But ROSY's like, yeah, B side empty. Why not plant there?
Why not plant there? Why not? And a lot of that is, Frzetsky or Inhuman making those calls, making those pushes in those mid-round situations. Listen, my cannon's bigger, all right?
Yeah. It's
yeah.
These ones don't seem to have any cannonballs though.
And it's another reason why they're inferior.
Yeah.
Gives me old Ottoman vibes though. I know it's a different part of the world, but that's sort of where my brain goes with it. That architecture. Day of Defeat style.
What part of the world is this anyhow? Is this like,
I think it's
are
Morocco.
we in Morocco? Ah, okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
so.
Yeah.
I think that's where it's at. Yeah. I mean, I'll just search
about
Mirage
this
and I'll
though?
definitely find it, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'm guessing Mirage is also kind of like, I would assume North Africa, though I cannot be for certain. It's got some great carpets though, great carpets, and North Africa as well as the Middle East. I mean, synonymous. Yeah, there we go. That's a lovely carpet. Anyone in the post-Soviet republics, they know their babushkas do enjoy a nice carpet on the wall. Never really understood why though. What's up with the whole carpet on the wall thing? I guess you treat it as like an art piece because, if you do have something like, a pretty carpet and you don't want just people walking about it and, bringing in poop from outside or any dirt, you hang it on the wall, right?
I like to think
seems
that
to
it's
be
good
the MO.
shade for the heat, right? Like if you think about it, you put it over the windows or something when it's real hot. Maybe that's helping your
Yeah.
air stay cool. I don't know. Some thoughts.
The
I have
windows,
some data
yeah.
for you. I have some information for you. So
Okay, hit
Dust
it.
2 in Counter-Strike Global Offensive prior to its remake, where it was given that visual refresh, was set in Iraq. So that gives you a little bit of info. But it is now also set in Morocco. Ever since the remake, it has been retconned or perhaps moved. They made a replica. You know, they say there's a Dust 2 everywhere, so they just made one in Morocco as well. So now Mirage and Dust 2 now share a location, apparently, both of them Morocco.
Okay.
Of course, Anubis being in Egypt, so that's where all of our Dusty maps are.
Yeah, I feel like you're not seeing a wide representation of Dust, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's a lot of dusty places in the world. You know, not only North Africa. Think about the Gobi Desert or Australia. Nevada, good shout. Mojave Desert.
There you go. Yeah, we could get one that's, if we're going to go for the Dusty map pool, we could definitely do a little bit better here. We could definitely get some from American deserts. Why not? Why not? You know, the Inferno used to be set in America back in Source, but since then, of course, it's been in Italy. So they stole it. They stole our Inferno. We are starting off on OT, round number 1 of this first overtime. Maybe it'll be our last. We'll see. Certainly, ENCE Academy want it to be so. Ooh, good opening pick from Miller. Not a common position for the AWP in the first, or I guess the second half, technically. On ENCE's CT side, they did not put the op there, so that's a nice little way to change things up and immediately get an advantage for it. miltzy will double up on that. Miller, I think he missed Biek for a moment there, but besides the HE, no real response. 5 versus 3. ENCE should be just happy with this, but Inhuman, well, he's kind of taking a duo here with Bogue. I don't know if Miller heard that, and yeah, well, Too High was definitely caught with his pants down in connector. Still sailing on through for 1 kill. Inhuman will trade. He saw them rotating back around, and miltzy's about to find the bomb, so I don't think they're going to be able to go B this time.
Yeah, this has been kind of awkward. This is not the first instance that ROSY just leave the bomb out there in the middle of nowhere, but oh man, I mean, miltzy, he knew what's gonna happen next. He heard those footsteps a mile away, and yet that is not enough. And now Biek, oh, that's a big dink as well. Losing a lot of HP. Schwartz will be forced out by the molly.
Oh no.
What? That's a big oh no. I mean, if they're throwing in the molly, there's a big chance they know where you are. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Gotta look towards this 1v1 though. Damn it. Yeah, just not gonna win it. Inhuman ending the round with 4 kills, but man, I'm still perplexed at what happened there in middle. I don't know. I feel like if you're holding on to that position, if you're miltzy and a Molotov comes in, I mean, if anything, you want to go straight for the fight. Because those T's, they know your position, and they will want to gun you down.
Well, also, Counter-Strike 2 has pretty obvious visual and audio feedback when you dink somebody, even from a range. So I think at that situation, miltzy absolutely knows. I got a dink off. I can absolutely, you know, just swing, kill that guy, at least get traded, you know. But the comms were not there. I think there was a total breakdown of communication for ENCE Academy to lose that first round after getting the opening pick. They had no idea what was happening on A. Chaos ensued, and it was not pleasant to look at, especially if you're a fan of this Academy squad. Schwartz will be just fine. Oh, he gets the swing off, and he somehow gets that frag as well. Bogue not able to finish the job. 7 points of health for the ENCE Academy defender, and for Zetsky's already got way less than that. Oh, BX with the AWP, not going to work out for him, and yeah, there it is. The multi-kill from miltzy. Just enough there. A little bit down to Miller here, it looks like, because he is going to get a duel pretty soon between him and Spyra, who has been having a real rough game so far. Minute left on the clock. This 2v4 looks almost impossible with bomb astray in mid, but At the very least, Spyra is able to drop down undetected. Might be able to post up for a cheeky lurk angle. They have a little bit of time to work with here. Miller's just going to dome him, though. There's no chance there. And Inhuman, I mean, he got 4 kills last time. He just needs to do it again.
Yeah. Not this time, though. This time, no chance.
Not going to happen.
Inhuman getting gunned down in the middle of top mid. Lots of blood splattered. Gotta wonder if he really is Inhuman. Unless he's some kind of bug.
It reminds me, I was looking up how some creatures actually have blue blood. Like, we were all taught in middle school or whatever that your blood is blue until it oxidizes, but that's not true. It's always red. But when it comes to frogs will sometimes have blue blood. So there's a little bit of a doohickey for you. Maybe Inhuman is a frog.
Or some Kafka-esque beetle.
Mm.
Also, that's also possible. Mr. Zamza.
True.
Miltsy.
Once again down to Miltsy. Oh,
Yeah.
But he doesn't get the frag. Yeah.
That sucks. See, he knows it. He had the high ground. He knew that was his frag to take all day long. And now, we can see bomb, at least in the hands of ROSY. That's always a good start. Oh, but this is... Oh, no, it's actually... Oh, my goodness. The timing is just unreal. Inhuman was just about ready to hit the A side with his teammates, but then they decide, you know what? That's actually, let's go B. And once again, this is a stellar call. They're hitting the bomb side with a single defender. He is being pushed from all sides. And it is again Biek out of nowhere. 3 frags for him. Could be even the 4th. Yeah, there we go. 4 frags for Biek. And once again, it is those individual performances and some unreal timing being found by ROSY, making some rather unorthodox sort of calls, but calls that actually go their way.
Yeah, no kidding. 14 rounds for ROSY. They need 2 on the CT side. Remember, they won the first half 7-5, so in theory, higher chances of that happening. But it's halftime, and that means a giveaway. And I'm not talking about ENCE Academy giving away rounds, but that has been what's happening so far. Let's see. Mark the occasion of ROSY versus ENCE Academy with an Emphosaurus. Why not? For a Lopkoi. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Danny, I'm going to be real with you. I am going to need some caffeine.
Go ahead. Yeah? Go ahead. Get some caffeine,
what's
bud.
the over-under? What's the over-under on ROSY?
Honestly, I
not
don't
being
think
able to clutch this one
they
out.
Exist. This you mean? Listen, I feel like ROSY right now on the CD side, I feel like there's a big chance they might actually just close it out here. They might pull it off here in the first map. Right now, they gotta focus on just their individual play. This is exactly what ROSY has been so good at this entire first map. And look what's up. Biek and Forzetsky, double AWP. Tema, are you aware of the incoming spanking by Spire? Well, Spyra. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna see the double peek moving in. Tema, yeah, spotting out those guys. And interestingly enough, I was kind of hoping that on the back of that push, ENCE Academy, knowing that there are 2 players in Palace, that they will just commit on A, but they slowed down. They still have plenty of time, and luckily for them, they're not being flanked from middle, from the apartment, so they can still linger about. And they have plenty of util on the belt as well, so I would love to see at least maybe a single smoke being deployed. Looks like we might see a couple, but the rest of the guys will just go out quickly on ramp.
Well, Spyra gets an opening frag, and that's the first time I can remember that happening, so maybe that's the go signal. ENCE Academy going to push on through to that A side, but Vogue, he's not dropped! Only burning alive at the end of it all, but it's too high. 1 versus 5 with a first found is all he's going to get. And finally, ROSY get themselves a map point. Took overtime for them. Maybe they're just trying to set themselves a new record for rounds 1 versus European competition. I was talking about how they never reached double digits. Well,
Yeah.
maybe they want to get to 20. I don't know, but 16 would be nice for them. And they definitely have the ability to. Remember, Frzetsky on the secondary AWP, he was their T-side opper, which was just funny to me that Biek would be doing it on CT side and Frzetsky would be doing it on T side. Good to have that flexibility, but definitely feels a bit more system non-specific. That is loose Counter-Strike, just to the letter. But Frzetsky does crack off the shot, holding down the A side. He's going to get 2 frags, winning the op duel. I guess you were right there, closing it up. Only took him 2 rounds once the half switched, and another kill for Spira. And there you go. It's an easy cleanup. ENCE Academy are about to drop their own map pick to the far east Russian upstarts. They might not even get a single kill to defend their honor at this point. And there it is, spammed on through. I don't believe it, but of course I believe it. That's it. 16-13 in favor of ROSY of all teams.
I mean, you don't have to believe Pronogo, you just gotta see. And what we see is the scoreline 16-13. ROSY, that is a big, big win for them. The first time they win a map against European opposition. So that is pretty sick. I think they're going to be really happy about it. And remember as well, this first map was in fact ENCE's map pick. So moving right up next, that's going to be Dust 2. That's going to be the map pick of ROSY. And something tells me that the spirits are going to be high for this camp. They're going to be so happy they got this win across the finish line. And fair enough, you can see that, yeah, structurally speaking, are they really a team? Doesn't look like they're playing as a team. Communication seems to be rather off in a lot of those instances. They have been making some pretty stellar calls, I'll give them that. But now, if anything, Dust 2, it is a relatively simplistic map, right? By design, if I'm being honest. And now, as we jump into that second map, I mean, this is exactly what they needed. I mean, ROSY, they've warmed up. They still have some players that performed pretty decent, you know, like Biek on the CT side, T side as well. And now Dust 2 is going to be that individual playground where they can shine and potentially, wow, I can't believe I'm saying this, might actually win the best of 3 2-0.
Yeah, well, hey, if they're going to set themselves new records, new milestones, get to double digits versus European competition, win a map versus that kind of competition, how about win the whole series? How about do it 2-0? That could be a possibility here. We'll see what ROSY have in store for us on Dust 2, because it seems like a day of the upsets, as I am currently also seeing Legacy about to beat Vitality at the major. So, you know, there's things going on here in Counter-Strike, and I think we just might need a short break to watch that one unfold. So join us for map number 2 in just a few moments.
Welcome back, folks, and now it is the second map of our best of three upon us. It's gonna be Dusty Dust 2, and well, we had a chance to see the first map play out in a pretty, well, unexpected manner. Not only was it a close game, but it was a map in which it was ROSY that came out on top. In OT, of course. A big win for them, a big win in their books. I'm sure they're happy about it, but also, now they have a chance not only just to win the map, but might even win the best of three.
Yeah, in a big way too. I mean, these are both pug maps. These are maps where you can use firepower over strats to overpower your opponent. So maybe that's exactly the game plan going into Dust 2, to the extent that there is a game plan for ROSY. They were very, very loose. ENCE Academy were not able to hold back the barbarians at the gates kind of vibe that was going on there. So I would love to see them have a refreshed game plan and maybe take us to a decider after all. But the way that ROSY have been playing, it's hard to, predict anything in particular. I feel like at this point, you just got to think to yourself, wherever the AKs take us, that's where we go. And that's how ROSY have been playing so far.
Yeah, I feel like as well. That's obviously the one downside when you have your individuals popping off, is that you can't always expect that to be the case for a second time in a row, right? Because usually you end up seeing this in World Counter-Strike, where you might have an amazing game on like map 1, you're doing like you're finding all the frags, all the openers, but then come on to the next map and suddenly, yeah, you're struggling a bit, having some difficulties and whatnot. So we'll have to wait and see whether, the boys on ROSY, guys like Biak, like modeame, who found, I'd say, a fair amount of success on Mirage, can also keep up with that same level of play. And honestly, this as well, they're going to be on the T side. Now, what we saw from ROSY on the CT side, the CT side was pretty okay, right? And I feel like the CT side of Mirage was one that still requires you to be, I think, a little bit more proactive to not only just play the default setup. I feel like Dust 2 lends itself way more to the CTs just, playing their default setup, not necessarily having to make the big reads, where to rotate and whatnot, because in reality, there's not a lot of let's say, mobility that you could have on the CT side. I mean, the latest meta that we have is just, wow, the CTs have now started to, play more aggressive towards short and fight for lower tunnels control. But apart from that, there's really nothing new under the sun of Dust 2.
Yeah, and the sun beats down hard, especially on a team that ends up getting the better of when it's when you're thinking about the T side, especially on this map. There is a lot of flexibility. An interesting set of stats for upper-level Counter-Strike was released somewhat recently, and one of the things that I think is really instructive of how this map tends to go is that it was something like 70-30 in terms of the ratio of bomb plants. A site 70%, B site 30. It might have been even more than that. And this particular map is just like that, man. I mean, B site is hard to take control of, but when you get it, it's so hard to lose that even though it only shows up in 30% of the times where the bomb plant actually successfully goes down there, it can still be 100% run percentage from there. Not to that extent in actual statistics, but in this map, absolutely could be the case. So I think we got to figure out what ENCE Academy want to do with their tactical layers, where they're going to position themselves. You do make a good point about, CT mobility and their ability to constantly look for information. I feel like one of the things that we've seen the main ENCE team do a lot of, especially under the tutelage of Glaive, is they've almost always rotated around the short position. If they can make a good short take, they can push catwalk. That's an opportunity for them to pressure the A site without fully committing. They're really, really good at playing behind utility, about taking those controls. And then, they might have one player towards A doors, or they might have a couple if it's actually going to be a committed A take, but they keep that ambiguity up. Now, I don't know that ROSY are going to have such a layered tactical approach to it. This is a very different squad, a very different situation, but it's something that ENCE Academy themselves might be somewhat familiar with if any game plans get shared between the main squad and the Academy one. So I am looking forward to seeing how that one takes shape. And we are about to get into our pistol round here with ENCE Academy on the CT side defending against ROSY's aggression.
It's good to see some players, still buying up what they need for the round. Early on, ENCE Academy, like I mentioned earlier, the lower tunnels pushes have become pretty damn common, but the problem is long. modeame is the first to fall, and sure, they at least know there's not a single player in the tunnels, so ENCE Academy can now fully rotate towards A side. Gotta keep a close eye on Spyro, though. He's on the big flank, and no, it's Schwartz to go down. Something tells me, yeah, despite Spyro going down with the big flank, it's like whatever. A 4v3 post plant, they have the bomb planted, I believe, for long. So this is already... Oh, and look at this. modeame even has the USPS. Just the right weapon to have for those long-range engagements, though. I see that Miller able to find one, quickly replied by Inhuman. Too High is able to make his way out along house, and now they know the positioning of the last player. So Too High, they might give him a chance to get close on the side, but Too High, oh, okay. Snatches the first. Seems to be aware of Rosetsky's positioning. At Too High, he can just spam the dualies, but there is simply no more time remaining. And that will be ROSY to claim the pistol round victory.
Well, we're definitely going to see an A1S out of Too High, I'll tell you that much. Getting 4 kills in the map. He's going to be feeling pretty confident. Yeah. Still has his Kevlar from the previous, so very solid stuff there from the dualies, even though it doesn't translate into a round win. And I do love that teams are starting to think about this P250 push at A long, that being a really good opportunity. Of course, USPS retreating back towards pit after being recovered is a great opportunity for the bomb plant to be defended from range. And 2i does very well to get himself into a good spot. There it is, the A4 actually for our fragger. And side of ENCE Academy. Coming out of North Macedonia. A couple of talents from that neck of the woods. miltzy will be taken care of Inhuman otherwise, and that's a really good opening pick on the force buy for the CTs. Rosetsky getting tagged as well. This might look up for ENCE Academy.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid start. I mean, already a frag. Ooh. Oh, man. Again, it is ROSY with the read. They're just going to walk into the B bomb site that has no defenders on it, and Millard has the long-range weapon, but he's basically out of this. Molly, I believe it was supposed to land on window, but it's still all right. And now, as it is usual for us commentators to say, it's time for the retake on one of the most difficult sites in the game. And it doesn't help that they don't have any kits. Weaponry's pretty lackluster, so I feel like if you're ENCE Academy, you're probably waiting for some opportunities. Maybe a T player will appear in your crosshairs and you might snatch a frag, but oh, okay. Snatch frag, they do.
Right.
Too High finds his way through window. Oh, there's Bogem T, and you got, oh my gosh, how does he not get that frag? Schwartz was so damn close, but yet so far.
It takes talent to miss that many bullets. It feels like it must have been deliberate. I mean, you come on down, you got so many opportunities here, and you're just drawing an outline with bullet holes. You know what I mean? That is ridiculous. That being said, it was still a really difficult clutch to win out in a 1v2. Too High entrying with such low HP, but didn't pass the A4 back to his armored pistol player. Meant that it was really difficult for Schwartz to do much of anything with the weaponry he had. And they had no time to communicate. Those are the kinds of things that you got to be in those situations time and time again to really drill down the communication. Fundamentals. What do we do in this situation? You know, we need almost a code word for trading guns, and we can just say that and know that that's what we do. But ENCE Academy have had communication troubles before, and now just on the pistols, they will be able to trade Spyra out, but obviously not going to be able to do too much more than that. And so, as the A-take comes in, this should be a pretty easy one for ENCE Academy to look for some damage in, but otherwise get, you know, held at an arm's length. And we'll see proper rifling going into round 4, but this is a really nice start for ROSY. They will be happy with this. This is a 3-0 beginning, and ENCE Academy have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they're going to have to draw themselves some setups for the nearby future. Yeah, I have been noticing that, you know, teams seem to be buying up dualies against a potential force buy, which, I don't know, that could work out. Speaking of which, miltzy, great shot with the dig. Oh, okay. Even a second to boot.
Interesting.
Leaves a bit of a dent on the CT economy. But Inhuman, there we go. Finishes off the round. Man, okay, ROSY, they've been doing a good job. That, okay, they win the pistol, the subsequent rounds. But I'll say this, considering they were practically up against an eco, this was not supposed to be a round where they win with just a single player left standing. That, I say that's a big dent. That's a lot of rubles being dropped on the floor.
Feels that way. You got 4 rifles and an AWP out for ENCE Academy. This is their full investment. Somewhat limited utility and only 1 kit. Let's see what they can do with it. That AWP, all the way buried in the B site. Not going to be a factor for this long take, but the re-aggression comes in and really solid play. Schwartz and Temme trading each other, and that is going to be a 1-man advantage here. 4 versus 3 for ENCE Academy. And A still potentially under threat. There's 2 members pushing out short. Rosetsky needs to watch out. He could get domed from the back, but it doesn't look like the timing favors him, and somehow Spyra finds a frag in the meanwhile, bringing this back into a 3-on-3. It feels like miltzy had an opportunity to just put a couple bullets in the back of the head and stop this bomb from going down. At the very least, he gets a dink, but this could have been so much better for ENCE Academy. Now, they're really under the pump and are going to have to retake it at 3-on-3.
A 3v what? Make it a 3v1. Too High, out of nowhere, last man standing. And yeah, I'm on with you for that one. I was so sure that miltzy could get an easy frag if he just was a little bit quicker. That could have been more than enough for ROSY to get completely wrecked and lose the round. Now look at this as well. ROSY, sure, again, economy is pretty damn weak, but now they get themselves a 4th round in ENCE Academy again. taking the tactical pause as well. I mean, they know they're close to just breaking the economy of ROSY outright, but man, they have also been making some mistakes, some, I would say, unforgivable mistakes. ENCE Academy really need to step up their game.
Well, I will give you one thing here. This feels like an opportunity for ROSY to go on an additional streak because the money is not good for ENCE Academy. They have triple MP9, actually make it quadruple. Miller might even make it a quintuple. But maybe not because that's a hard word to say. We got 5 AKs on the side of ROSY, so, you know, MP9s can be pretty good on Dust 2. You think about those angles. It's definitely an opportunity. And remember, I mean, ROSY currently feeling pretty good off the back of all of their plays. They are playing with some very high ping disadvantages in a couple of their riflers. Still finding plenty of success, especially on Mirage, but very clean so far on Dust 2. Haven't really been tested that much. ENCE Academy are just 1 or 2 moves away from scoring a couple of these rounds. This could be a tie game just as easily. Schwarz will open things up, and MP9 cracking off. He'll take care of business.
What's happening in the tunnels as well, though?
Short push. Oh, yeah. They were crawling all over B. Now they're going to rotate pretty deep.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here on the A site.
They're going to be swift about it, though. And that's good, because now they don't have to worry about B side, about any flanks. They know that the last players alive will be in long. OGMT and Inhuman. Leave it all up to Inhuman now. At 1v4. Is able to find at least one big frag, but those players, they're moving in swiftly. That smoke is about to fade, and right before it, Miltsy will peek, which fair enough. Inhuman didn't really expect that to be the case, and so ENCE Academy able to win a big round. And I like this as well. Sure, in a round like this, you can make these sort of risks, right? You're on a kind of investment with just some MP9s and whatnot. So why not, you know, spend some resources, send a few players in the tunnels, clear out that area of the map. They had some really good timing, some of those CTs there. I think it might have been, I'm not sure, maybe it was Too High or someone that got a backstab on Spyro, who just had no idea that there was a player who managed to push through B side and just head on over towards T spawn, but he kept on looking towards his behind, and then, oh, okay, that's a T player, easy frag. Clear out tunnels, and then when that push comes to shove, yeah, A side, it's obvious what's going on.
Well, trying to win a 3v5 from that position with only one angle of attack simplifies the game quite a bit for the CTs, and just like that, I mean, how expensive a lot of these rounds were. We've got pistols on a few of the players. This is just forcing down all the money. Miller finding 2 openings with this AWP. Should be good for a third, but instead not expecting Biek to have a sniper after the first 2 get dropped without too much of a concern. Bogue upgrading to the AK. Still gives him a chance. That molly burning Too High quite a bit, but he still stays and takes the fight. Now it feels like Biek is essentially, his days are numbered here, but he somehow slinks back, and look at that! Using their own HE against them, takes Schwarz out of the picture entirely. No scopes, Too High, and Inhuman. He might be able to tie this one up, otherwise it's Miltsy. No, dropped in CT spawn, and a 5th round for ROSY.
Oh my gosh, look at the setup as well! Look what Biek, like, what is going on here? The fact that he gets that frag, like, that's insane. It should have been a goner. In fact, ROSY had no chance of winning that round with such a, well, crappy investment. It was just all over the place. Yeah. And yet it was still enough to get a big round win, ROSY. And surprisingly, after a loss like that, you could be, you know, someone like ENCE Academy taking a tactical pause. No, it looks like ROSY themselves, they need a breather to figure out what to do next. And maybe, you know, calm down a little bit, right? I mean, I'm sure they're pretty damn hyped considering they're up 5-1. Confidence has got to be oozing at this point. And I'm sure they realize that damn close. They're just, when you think about it, just 7 rounds away from securing victory. That's huge. And actually, no, not 7, 8 rounds away. And to me, Pronogo, I see an active desperation from ENCE. Look at the purchase. Double up setup like there's no tomorrow.
0 kit, almost no utility. This is a gamble. But Miltsy will be shouldering the second big green, and Miller and him will both double up with AWP frags. So that gamble has paid off so far. They're not out of the woods yet, but this is a 3 versus 5. Make that a 2 versus 5 now for ROSY. That's Bogue getting dropped. miltzy's up, finding a second frag for the second sniper. It's Biek now in a 1-on-5. I don't think he's going to be able to do this. He does end up putting damage down to miltzy after nailing Schwartz, so there's a little bit of a collab, but not good enough for 2 frags. That would have made things a bit more likely. Smoke isn't perfect, but he still finds miltzy. That is crazy. How could he piece this together now? He can get the bomb down, which is a victory in and of itself. See Tema trying to push around that wrap. I think he's going to get him nailed dead to rights, and just too many angles to consider, but I was starting to think to myself, damn, okay. Maybe he can piece something together here. The bomb plant's still a dub as far as ROSY are concerned in that round, and now they know double op setup. What do we do about that? Well, it took 2 ops to make 2 rounds work for ENCE Academy on their CT side. Let's see who's going to be chaining together anytime soon, because it's been back and forth for the last 3.
Yeah, it definitely has. And I feel like the double up purchase definitely works out for ENCE Academy, but I'm always fearful for the double op setup for a couple of reasons. And one of them is just being, if it comes down to a very fast play and the AWPs are nowhere to be found, they're just not going to have the impact that's needed on a retake. Retaking with the AWPs is going to be a hassle for CT side, and they know it. So I kind of dig the fact that, yeah, obviously they're going for a force buy here, ROSY. But I feel like, if anything, if they just change up the pace and move in quickly enough, that could be enough to have a successful B-side commit, as we can see. There's the smoke for CT spawn. Biek moving in, but too high. He's just damn good with the rifle. And now, as they push onto the side, luckily they don't have to worry about any of the oppers, but you can see miltzy's close by. Temet goes down to the dig. And miltzy, what's he doing? He's still holding the angle. No, that's an easy frag for 1. Millard, a good response though. Bomb plant will come in. I'm sure of it. Inhuman is just waiting for his time. Oh, there's a flashbang. Oh, Schwartz was trying to be cheeky about it. But yeah, at least the bomb plant comes in.
Well, I don't know if he's going to be able to withdraw. Brzezinski brings it down to a 1-on-1 and somehow lines up the shot. The trigonometry involved in that. No trigger discipline, just math. A 6th round for ROSY. It's a simple equation here, apparently. Look at this again. It's almost like he couldn't move his mouse and had to use his AD and crouch in order to get that last frag. What was that?
Exactly. That's exactly what I thought as well. Like, what the hell? He's just using AD to try and make sure, yep, the player is in my crosshair. I need to move it just a couple millimeters to the right, then boom. Wow. That is a crazy clutch to it. I'm quite surprised how much success ROSY has been getting on these force buy. I mean, it feels like every single time they decide to go for some sort of force buy when their money is low, they just win the round. And that should not be happening.
Yeah, no kidding. I'll shout out our observer Wander one time there, Chudovu, because that was very well caught. Chance there for Fazetsky to just get domed, but instead we got to see it from his perspective as he nailed every shot. Wild stuff, but that's not over yet. ROSY take another one of their tactical timeouts. They're trying to calm each other down, apparently, after winning so many rounds in a row in such strange fashion. The Bogue, only good for the 1 kill onto the Opper. The bomb pushing in towards short. This is an opportunity for Tema to do what miltzy didn't at one time, and instead, oh, he's accepting incoming teas as soon as they descend from... Won't call it heaven, we'll just call it short and too high. Oh, I thought maybe he'd be good for the spray down, but Spyra now left in a 1-on-4 with the first found, and that's all he's gonna find. So that's the 3rd round for ENCE Academy. That's this kind of situation where if you could stall out that first push on any front that ROSY go for, I think it's pretty obvious here. They struggle. They struggle to find an answer afterwards. If their first move doesn't work out, their fallback plan, much lower percentage in terms of their win rate. The problem is their first plan has been working out really well so far, and so they've gotten themselves a 3-round lead and 3 chances to win the half.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. You talk about a fallback plan, but I don't think one exists. I feel like from
Yeah.
spawn they decide, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. If it fails, well, it's RIP. But if it does work out, then okay, we have a round and potential victory that goes our way. Schwartz, wow, he is being overwhelmed. I'm even surprised he was able to survive for as long as he did. But yeah, this round seems to be under wraps. Just that one player in the form of Forzetsky remaining. And yeah, he cannot survive this one. And ENCE Academy, really solid round. They're going to have some more extra money to work with. I wonder if this will prompt them to whip out the AWP. But something tells me probably not. Even though that was part of their, initial success.
Yeah, it's only Schwarz that could afford it, and it looks like they're just going to go for rifles instead, which I think makes a bit more sense, because if Schwarz bought that down, he wouldn't have enough for the utility belt and the armor. So they're just going to invest into the rifles, and it's been working out okay for them now, especially when they're going up against just pistols. Really unlikely ROSY can do anything but a little bit of damage. In that last round, what we ended up seeing there was, indeed, you mentioned it, Schwarz just did not die when it looked like he should have. So that was a really good hold from him. The Echo at least clocked too high on the way out of short, so that's an opportunity for a gun to be recovered. But miltzy recognizes the space being taken here, and even though he gets dropped to low, he's still good for 2 frags. Leaves Inhuman on 10 points of health with P250. He's taken care of in middle. A cleanup. That's 3 rounds in a row, and ENCE. Well, this Academy lineup is absolutely looking good to potentially tie things up here in the dying embers of our first half. Yeah, they're going to have to steal away ROSY's map pick if they want to make sure that they get themselves to that ancient decider. Maybe it's looking a little bit more likely now. They've found a little bit of form here.
And the double up setup comes out once again.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at Inhuman. Wow, he has just made his way out of long. He was just not even contested. He had 3 players in long, ENCE Academy. And not a single one of them wanted to fight anyone from ROSY. But hey, there's still an AWP at play in the form of miltzy, and that's a big frag to take. He will secure another. And by this point, it's just Lonesome Forzetsky trying to do whatever he can. But to win the half, I just don't see it happening. There's the flank as well. The backstab is in. And that'll be a 6-6 scoreline. So all in all, it's great to see that ENCE Academy find some form at the very end of that first half. But admittedly, like I said, I feel like if ROSY wanted to win some rounds on Dust 2, they probably will do so on the CT side of all places. So for them to actually still end the half with 6 rounds, I feel like they're going to be pretty happy by the result.
Yeah, this is definitely I would say, a correction from what happened in the first half, the beginning of that first half here. ENCE Academy getting us to a tie score is very solid for them. This European Academy squad definitely looking to prove themselves. And really right now, it has been anything but proof of their ability to hang with the upper more echelon of the side. I don't know. I feel like looking at this, Ancient might be looming after all. Just waiting on a few more names to enter into that little halftime there for the giveaway. While we wait, we'll see Inhuman. That started off really well for ROSY, it has to be said. I don't know what ENCE Academy were distracted by, but the problem is just too many individual trades going the way. And here we go. Here's the spin. Who's going to get the skin? Only going to be a crossfade, but for UNiTY 0 or UNiTY O. You ever do the O underscore under, the little smiley face there, the emoticon, if you will? It's the shocked face. Yeah. It's one of my all-time favorites from way back. I don't do the emoji game. I don't do the emote game. I do the text faces. I'm just too old. Boomer. miltzy will find Biek out. What? Okay.
That's a bit unexpected, but close quarters engagements. That's sometimes how they go. And this one's going pretty much just the way of ENCE Academy. I mean, this round is gonna end pretty damn quick. Spyra attempting to get a frag on Schwartz, but I just don't see it happening. B-side in the domain of ENCE Academy, this round seems to be going under wraps. And I like the fact that we did see some early engagements there in lower tunnels. You know, the CTs trying to be proactive early on, kind of like what we saw from ENCE Academy on their pistol round. It's just that they found zero success. And that is a big round to take for ENCE Academy. They're going to be happy about it. And if you guys, of course, you're watching the stream and you enjoy typing stuff, so why not type in !Galaxy in the chat for your chance to participate in the giveaway. And obviously, shout out to our social media links down below. Right below the stream, you can see our YouTubes, our Telegrams, our X's of the world. So definitely follow Galaxy on all the social media platforms. We love you.
That's right, we do. Too High loves finding those opening kills. This is a bit of a CT force, if you will, but it's mostly just pistols. It's a pretty light investment at the end of the day. First couple frags not going their way. Yeah, Spyra getting dropped down. So a nice and easy cleanup round here. Maybe Inhuman can get away with an AK. That's certainly his prerogative here in this round. Does he understand the assignment? Inhuman tapping away. It'll be a little bit of a deathmatch practice. Bomb's still not yet planted. It does make it a little bit more awkward for ENCE Academy than it needs to be, but they've got people burrowed in every which way. Too High should be able to clear him. No way. No way Tema dies there. That is definitely unforced error, in my opinion. But, hey, at the very least, there's no round loss as a result. I mean, Too High hears him, so you can calm that over. I'm noticing on both sides, this is a bit of a sloppy communication. In that pistol round that just went by, ROSY had two members, Spyra, and I think it was Inhuman, moving into that upper tunnels position. It was a 2v4, unlikely for them to win the round, but it's worth noting that they were both, despite being in different spots, instead of establishing a crossfire, peeking two different angles simultaneously to support each other, they both turned to look at one angle and then got domed from the other guy. And so it just doesn't work out if you're not really trusted in your teammate there. Now Miller is a man we can trust in. He's already found the opening frag here towards long, and that is pretty gutting for this ill-equipped buy from ROSY. Sure, they've got rifles. They got 2 flashes left in their whole roster, so with a minute 30 left on the clock, this feels like ENCE Academy are going to have all they want. The world is their oyster, or at least us two is.
Or at least us two is. Oh, Spyro with the taps. Only gets the 1 frag. And that's something you just do not expect out of your anchor. You hope for your anchoring player, especially on B side, to get, you know, frag or 2 at the very minimum, to be honest. And now this is a very awkward situation for ROSY. So I kind of dig what Biek is doing right now. He's trying to be proactive. He, in fact, might find some good timing. Oh, but it's Miltsy to get the better of him. And that kind of solidifies the round. If you're Miltsy, you're going to have your teammates just clear out middle, just in case. And if anything, you just got the numbers game going your way. If you just trade out effectively enough, that's going to be it.
Should be just fine, especially with Inhuman not being able to find that frag. And Frzetsky goes for it as well, but there's way too many players. Long-range spray favoring the AK in that particular situation. And that's a 9th for ENCE Academy. It's looking a little bit too easy for them since they switched halves. But remember, ROSY found themselves 4-0 up before they started trading rounds, and eventually ENCE Academy corrected. There's nothing that says that ROSY can't do that right back, but I always have been favoring ENCE Academy when it comes to the strategic layer. So if ROSY aren't even able to, you know, stitch together enough of a buy to give them the economy, the utility that they need to actually take fair fights, and then the weaponry with which to take them, I'm really feeling like they're not going to be having a good shot, a good chance in this map. We might be going to Ancient faster than we thought, but there's still plenty of rounds to be played before we get there. 4 necessary in a row for ENCE to close us out. Otherwise, ROSY will be able to stave off what seems like an inevitable defeat. They got plenty of pistols with which to do it, but they're going to have to get cheeky. And maybe it was too cheeky.
They get. They try, though. I mean, top mid push with just the pistols, fair enough. Trying to catch those T's off guard, but we can see that ENCE Academy on the minimap, they're playing this one super safe, you know, holding on to that top mid area of the map, just in case anyone from ROSY go for the aggressive plays. And what do you know? That's exactly what they opted to do. Forsetsky remains just with a 5-7. This is where ENCE Academy can count the bodies. They realize, yeah, okay, 4 guys dead. There's another guy somewhere trying to hide. Hide and seek. But seek, he cannot. As it will be the ENCE Academy players to find death on a site. And double digits, 10 rounds, and getting dangerously close to securing that second map win. And ROSY, I would assume, I mean, we saw in the first map that they do enjoy taking tactical pauses. I feel like this would be just a great opportunity to take a tac pause.
Yeah, they still have at least 1 left. I believe they took 2 on their other half, so I would also agree with that. Hell yeah. Slow things down a little bit, figure out what you can do, but it doesn't seem like they have as many auto, calls out of spawn on the CT side, which does make sense. These more puggy teams can struggle when they have to be defending a more set execute or a style that revolves around a particular thing. And honestly, ENCE Academy haven't shown a consistent push necessarily, so it's a little bit awkward for them to respond to it anyway. ROSY do end up losing yet another opening duel, and milty is just holding for the aggression. Should be good for it. A little bit awkward, but dodges all the bullets at least. So that's Forsetsky down. This is now a 3 versus 5, and Danny, it's not looking good for our Far East Russians. I feel like they are going to be bowled on over, because this will be 5 in a row on the trot here for ENCE Academy, assuming they close this. And, well, with Bogue going down in that fashion, hey, B-site open for business.
Oh, nice try there. Not going to work out. And it's another convincing victory. I mean, this is exactly what we have been seeing out of ENCE Academy this entire second half. Just convincing win after convincing win. And I love the fact as well that despite them, securing like an initial frag, they slow down the pace, just wait for ROSY to make some mistakes. And that's exactly what they do, because, I mean, you're down a man, and on ROSY's CT side, they're thinking, okay, then some individuals, they feel the pressure to perform, right? That they have to go out there, make a play, find some sort of opening frag, and hey, maybe equalize the sort of man disadvantage they had earlier. So fair enough, ROSY, they try to do exactly that, but ENCE Academy, they're expecting it every single time, and so far, it's no wonder they have such a huge lead in this second half. And it doesn't help that ROSY now down to the pistols. Okay, Inhuman, that's a big shot, but in comes the double peek. You got milty doing some good work, Schwartz as well, and just across the map, they're winning aim duel after aim duel after aim duel.
milty will hunt down his 3rd kill in the round, it looks like, although he's held at an arm's length by the utility. This is kind of a funny push here, and he should still be able to be good for it. Temme will steal it away. Really nice stuff there. By the way, the last round before this was a team ace. This time around, it was obviously a bit more concentrated, but just it goes to show, it's not like one player on ENCE Academy or even a couple players on them are just winning head-to-head duels. It's more like everybody is kind of fragging out, you know what I mean? And everybody's at the very least given a baseline performance. Nobody under double digits, or you can point to 3 members of ROSY that are Spira, Bogue, and Forsetsky. Spira actually leading the charge among those 3, even though he was the worst performing player for ROSY on Mirage. And somebody who has definitely bungled a few multi-kill attempts. So hasn't looked like the most impressive. Remember, he's playing with a big ping disadvantage. This is going to be what could be our final round of map number 2, as ENCE Academy trying to prove that Mirage was just a fluke. Human, though. He's just holding in here, in mid of all things, with an op. Like, it doesn't get more pug than that. I don't know what you want from that situation. A little bit of a duel in upper tons as well, but there's plenty more T's where that came from, so Bogue is going to get dropped down, and, I mean, yeah, sure, just push to CT spawn, why not?
That's a huge gap in the defense. You can see, like, the T's are just not aware of such a bogus play to happen. Like, who would do that? And let me tell you, Bogue T does it.
Yeah.
Oh, but this is weird. Inhuman, he must have thought that Bogue must have cleared out tunnels, and now he gets gunned down. Oh, look at Bogue T. He didn't commit.
Why is he going back?
I was so sure he's going to come in with a wraparound, but now he's just wondering that, oh, maybe these guys are returning back towards B side. They don't have a defender for B side. So you got Bogue now. left in the tunnels, and this is getting mega awkward because ENCE Academy, 30 seconds remaining. They will come in on the A bomb site. Spyro is here. In fact, in terms of weaponry, they got the players, but can they actually hit their shots? It's about time ROSY win a gun round in a long time, but it does not seem like it's happening. And it doesn't help that you got the big flank. Okay, modeame Team wins that gunfight, but we're down to the 2v2.
Yeah, this is really strange, but ROSY fighting for survival on Dust 2 here. They don't want to have to go to Ancient, but it looks like that's where we're going as Bogue finally gets dropped. And it's just Miller's op holding down the long push. Frzetsky has to come to them, so ENCE Academy slink on back behind the boxes. Having to use an MP9 to face an op and an AK is not something that I would wish even on my worst enemy. Well, with that, Danny, that was the most bizarre move that I have seen on Dust 2 this year, and I've seen some funny Dust 2s. Bogue pushing all the way towards T-spawn after being faced by 2 players, lower tons, but not actually committing to any of the information. And Inhuman pushing with the AWP short and just getting headshot, which somehow makes Bogue go back towards the B tunnels position instead of just dropping down from spawn and getting some bullets in the back of some heads. Nope, not going to happen. And 13-6. I mean, it's pretty easy on that second half. ENCE Academy looking like a heavy favorite all of a sudden. Looking like how they were really supposed to look like, especially on their own map pick.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Ancient, where it's going to be a little bit different, I think. But, man, that was just a bizarre situation.
It was, and we also have to factor in the very simple statistic that ROSY just lost 11 rounds in a row. Like, at one point, they were up like 6-2. It's looking still pretty decent for them, and from there on out, it just kept on losing round after round after round. And in all fairness, like, those rounds, they weren't really that close. It felt like the guys just fell apart, and something tells me as well, we did see those tactical pauses coming through when they were up like 5-1 or even 6-2, I believe. And I feel like the problem is that probably the pressure got to them as well, because they started to rack up some momentum. They started winning some really, if I'm being honest, some bullshit rounds. And fair enough, for any squad, for any players out there, like, that gives you loads of confidence. That's a big boost for morale. But I feel like, yeah, sure, they just ended up being pretty flat at the very end of, at the very tail end of the T side. Fair enough. But even in the CT side, we were hoping, right, this is where ROSY can finally start cooking. They can finally just allow their individuals, let them loose, get them big frags. But we just didn't see any of that. It felt like they crumbled on the CT side as well.
It was definitely a crumbling, I'll tell you that much. And hopefully they're a little bit better once Ancient rolls around. Depending on the knife round, we could see them on the CT side again, and that would be maybe an unwelcome omen for their chances in the best of 3. Coming up, Ancient as our decider. We'll go to a short break and be back with map number 3.
What's up, guys? And third map is upon us. After a pretty underwhelming performance on Dust 2, ROSY, well, I'm not sure if they still have the fight left in them, because I feel like Dust 2 was where they were just kind of broken. They didn't really know what to do next. And also, the worst thing happened. Their individuals just did not hit their shots.
That's their only win condition, it seems. Their strategic layer, not the best, not the most in-depth.
Yeah.
And so it feels to me like ENCE Academy are gearing up to essentially tie this one up in a way that obviously they feel like they shouldn't have even needed to go to Ancient. They absolutely demolished ROSY when the halves switched and it was CT side time for the Far East Russians. They could not hold on. They could not hold the line. And so that's how it went 6 in a row on that offensive side for ENCE Academy to close us up. And 7 in a row, actually. But either way, it worked out just fine for them, as a bunch of traded rounds in the first half gave way to a very one-sided affair. Ancient must be something else for ROSY if they want a chance. It all starts with the knife round. Generally speaking, teams do like themselves a CT start. And just like that, we'll see if ENCE Academy want to stick to that defensive spawn or if they want to switch things up. We'll have our answer momentarily here. It does seem like they have indeed put in the command. They are going on the CT side. That does make sense. I mean, Ancient is kind of funky. When it first came out, and for the first maybe year or so that it was up there, Ancient, it was a map that when you're looking at it, you saw almost no opportunity to fall back from advanced positions, no cover in the bomb sites, poor entries under the A site. Over time, it shifted up, became a bit more functional. Now people really understand it. I can't say I'm an enjoyer necessarily, but hey, it's a damn sight better than Vertigo.
Yeah.
Rest in piss. So,
Yeah.
decent.
And I mean, the fun thing as well is that you can actually expect retakes to happen on this map. You know, it's not like, even in a 2v3 like this, like you can see the CTs, they're going to attempt to go for it too high, getting up close there with the dualies. Close, but not enough. Now, Bogum T with the USPS, he's got the prime weapon, but Teme, big shot being found down to the mano a mano, and Inhuman is right in front. Oh, yeah, you could see Teme did not expect the players to be just so ready to go for that engagement, because chances are, you know, 1v1, you're hoping that he's going to be playing somewhere far back, safe, not really revealing his position. And so, ROSY, that's going to be a big round to take. Some good entries on the B bomb side. Sure, we had a bit of a response from the solo A side, part of the B side defender. I believe that was Schwartz who found those big frags. But yeah, at the very end of it all, that's a important round win. Interestingly enough, though, even though ROSY did win the previous round, it's not like the opponents have a purchase that is worse off. It's kind of similar, to be honest. And the back 10 to the first to move in. Luckily.
Okay.
Oh! Okay, Biltzy. 2 big frags. Suddenly it's on.
Oh, he's going B. He already read the play. The problem is that, oh, never mind. Bogue was close enough to hear that, I'm sure. Miltsy can at least recover a weapon here, but is it going to be one that's worth it? You were talking about the buy earlier. Yeah, this is kind of terrible. Inhuman decided to rock with just the USP, did not bother investing in a gun. He's got plenty of cash into the next round. He's also the one who's going to go ahead and plant the bomb. Digits punched in. Miltsy looks away at the worst possible timing, but it wasn't an advantaged fight for him anyway. That was the AK onto Bogue to finish us off. And, you know, it kind of feels like with those 3 kills, if those hadn't happened, the force buy might have gone okay. ROSY not investing into firepower. And I don't know if that the plan was so that they could drop the sniper into this round or what they were actually going for here. But ENCE Academy having CT4 spot, they are going to be investing lightly again. Well, maybe not so lightly on some of their players. You can see Miltsy as the A1S and a couple of pistols out for Too High, Tema, and Schwarz. Oh, there it is. Biek already brought down by the only rifle. But is that misdirection? Does ROSY think that maybe they're up against pistols or rifles for the rest of the players? We got to find out. Frzetsky clotheslined by Schwarz. That banana firing plenty of shots. The 5-7 cleaning them up for 4 kills. We'd love to see that.
Oh, man. Come on. That just was not supposed to happen. I mean, I'm quite surprised that in this round, they barely use any utility here, ROSY. I mean, they could have very easily still, you know, deployed the mollies to just clear out some of those awkward corners. And Schwarz, like, the amount of opportunities he was given there, like, that's insane. Like, there was no chance in the world he was supposed to get 4 kills. Like, that is unreal.
It all comes down to utility usage, as you're saying, Danny. I mean, the spacing wasn't terrible from ROSY. If they were going to go in dry because they had no utility, that would be one thing. And now, oh, they're getting stormed. Too High just rocks up and takes care of Inhuman. That's aggression, and Miltsy pays off for him as well. For's getting even more action, and yeah, this pistol round here out of ROSY not going to work out very well. This is going to be a tie game and a flawless particular round here for ENCE. ENCE Academy side feeling pretty good about themselves, upgrading to all AKs except for Miller, the odd man out. Doesn't even need to break out the AWP yet. You don't want to throw away a 3K rifle. And now we have a little bit of time to breathe and talk about what just happened, but I do really feel like ROSY threw away a little bit there against the pistols. And so that might come back to haunt them, as now ENCE Academy are tied up and with a much better buy.
Yeah, in all honesty, that purchase is pretty damn solid for ENCE Academy. I'm starting to wonder as well, like we have been talking about throughout this entire broadcast, is that we do have some Russian players that are on the eastern side of Russia, and the game was supposed to start at, I believe, 10 p.m. their local time. So right about now, it's going late into the night, you know. Potentially, we're talking 1 a.m. for some of these guys, maybe even 2 a.m. And surely that is, you know, a Counter-Strike game that you want to get over and done with as early as possible. I'm sure about that. But yeah, we still have practically an entire map in front of us. And something tells me that fatigue could definitely play a big part of this one, ROSY. We'll have to wait and see, though. Of course, coming into round number 5, it is a purchase. You got the pistols with armor to boot. Tema. Oh, that is a pretty good flashbang. I always feel like it's such a dangerous... What?
Uh-huh. I see. Oh. Ah.
Ooh.
I don't think that Bogue actually knows there's a player here, but he'll find him. So it's all right.
Yeah.
It's all good. Crisis averted. The 3K spray down, not quite enough for ENCE Academy. Look for the 1-on-5. You get the bomb plant. They flush out the player in cave. But yeah. That was an interesting way to almost lose that round. And now the AWP comes out for Miller. You forced him off the rifle. You've unlocked his hard mode. This is like when you get phase 2 of the boss. After only barely making it past phase 1. Spending all your health in the process. ROSY up by 1 round. They got the rifles, some of which scavenged from the previous round. Decent utility. There's 3 kits on the side of ENCE Academy. I feel like they're flush with everything that they need here. But Too High with a nade out. Oh, still able to recover. And Schwartz able to trade him afterwards. That is great play from the B anchors. Miltzy on the other side of things has taken out a player in mid. That's for Zetsky. Forgotten. And it's just Inhuman and Spyra left. Well, Spyra's been taken care of. So it's just Inhuman left.
You gotta like the fact that they've been, you know, pretty damn quick on some of these rounds here, ROSY. But obviously the pace sometimes, if it's not well timed, then it could be disastrous, like we saw with that B-side commitment.
Oh, yeah.
And now just Lonesome and Human remaining in the 1v4. That is a tall, tall order. And I'm also wondering as well, I'm not sure if this is the right play to go about it. I mean, ROSY is basically relying on their individuals to try and, you know, be in different sides of the map, just look for some openings. I mean, they had a player going down in middle on A side as well. Like that is a spread out T side if I've ever seen one.
Ancient's a much more trade-heavy map than you might give it credit for sometimes, and so I feel like in that kind of situation, it's one of those. It is one of those maps where you want the ability to trade, you want the ability to take space together, because the CTs have to get kind of mobile, but also specifically aggressive, and they're pretty tricky about rotating their positions over back and forth. This has been a much more back and forth, neck and neck game between these two squads. Remember, it was 4-0 to start off Dust 2 in favor of ROSY, and then they started to find issues, trading rounds left, right, and center before ENCE Academy were able to tie things up 6-6. Now we come into Ancient, after, of course, ENCE Academy steamrolled their opposition on the T side of Dust 2, and defending Ancient. So far, so good. You still have to wonder, when does ROSY actually get their economy, their money, their affairs in order? When do they get a bomb plant down and chain together a couple round victories? That has to come up soon. But Miller not able to actually pull the trigger on the AWP shot, and now, oh, well, there you go. Some trades come in, and Human with 2 frags. He's going to have to do a little bit more now, though. His 2 eyes already taken out for Zetsky. This is a 3v2. Oh, running him down. Biek will be picking up a little bit of slack, and he'll steal away the AWP in the process. This is almost exactly identical in terms of the HP, but look at this. I think 2i heard that. Biek going all the way to plant the bomb at A, but do they know where Inhuman is?
I don't think they do. That's the big part as well. Schwartz seems to be aware that there could be, you know, a player lingering about the B bomb site, but the problem is his teammate. Oh, he's got the awareness.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is amazing. That is a great read from Too High, and now both players can stick together with this one. They will absolutely expect Biek to be on an AWP, so they know that if they stick together, they have a much better chance. But look at this, the long range fight, Biek. The Molly will get the better of him. But I was so sure that AWP shot could have landed on at least one of those players.
Well, that was a really good game plan from ENCE Academy in the retake. Very calm, very collected, and I've been criticizing their communication, but I don't think there's much to yell at there. The critique has to come in more so for how they got into that situation to begin with when they had such a advantage in the buy. ROSY just running them down, and it's not able to make it happen. Just look to the fact that we had Schwartz waiting patiently towards Donut. And of course, I mean, the other thing to think about there is that Miller's AWP was picked up. That was calmed over. And so they absolutely knew Too High was able to say, okay, they took the op. He's going to be on the op. Let's plan around that. And now forced into pistols. Not going to be the success story that they want. Spyra unlikely to find any frags here. But ENCE Academy still giving a look in. And Human could be going for a Tech 9, but it's not going to work out. Just a little bit of damage. Now all down to Bogue in a 1v5. All he's got is a deagle. So I'm going to say he can go back to sleep. This will be a 5th round for ENCE Academy. And as a result, I mean, they stand to take a very dominant hold of this map. This is not a situation where ROSY are able to do much. They have no bomb plant yet again, so this will be another force if they want it. And they seem like a team to do that, but this is why you don't do that all the time. This is why you need that extra layer, that strategic layer. Otherwise, you will just get bowled over.
Yeah, it feels like we're kind of seeing that as well. And right now, ENCE Academy, I mean, momentum? Yeah, they definitely have momentum in their sails. And it's been looking pretty solid for them. Mid control has also been pretty good, pretty strong for ENCE Academy. It's an area of the map that you can see ROSY is not even contesting. Instead, they're once again more focused or preoccupied with B. Spyro is trying to get as close as possible. Miller is there with the AWP as well. Too High has done his job. Miller, though, it might be overwhelmed, but luckily Too High with that smoke in cave. You know, fully focus on what's happening B-side. Miller, I mean, he's been just trying to hit every single shot with no success. Too High whips out the pistol, and now it's still a pretty damn doable round for ENCE Academy. But it's Forsetsky with a big weapon. And now it is all up to Teme in the 1v1. And again, I mean, these guys, they're not even thinking of, oh, I have a lot of, time left on the clock. Maybe I should just wait around. No. A side is where it's out. Teme has got the read. I mean, this is round. He's got to win, right? Teme should not mess it up. Oh,
there it is.
It got to be dangerous.
It did, and Human almost pulled that one off. But yeah, at this point, when you see Last Alive has bomb and is running away from me, you just know it's going to the other site. There's loads of conditioning, and it's not particularly deep. ROSY have never gone back on their plans to suddenly pivot over to the other site where they know nobody is. So, makes a lot of sense here. Forsetsky does well with the AWP, burrowed in the back of the site with low HP, still manages to find impact and get a frag. And so that's an expensive round for ENCE Academy to end up scoring, but they've got 3 more to play in this, and they've got cash for the next round no matter what happens. So feels like they're very well equipped for at least 2 out of 3 rounds. If they score this one comfortably, it's going to be smooth sailing going into the dying embers of our first half here on Ancient. Spyro has 1 kill, so that definitely needs to change. ROSY cannot be abiding such a poor performance, ping or not, if they want to win this. And Miltzy, had the heads-up duel, but Forsetsky does one better. Now, Too High elsewhere relieves a little bit of the pressure, and that was a good dink. So damage taken onto Forsetsky. It's an opportunity there for Miltzy to be avenged post-Hawk, but so deep is Teme that he is going to have to start coming back towards A, because it does look like finally ROSY are going to finish there deliberately.
Oh, they're just going to move on in. They're getting close, dangerously close. However, whoa. The T's finding a lot of success with those entries. Big entries being found. I like the change up from Too High as well. The fact that he's now in middle, hoping to catch one of these players moving in. Donut, Inhuman. Yeah, fair enough. He tries his best. And look at the read as well. Too High, so aware that the last player's just going to move in Donut because everyone knows how powerful that position can be. And ENCE Academy, what a great read in that 2v2 post plan. Props to him.
That was a little bit too easy for them. I mean, obviously, ROSY just decided to phase smokes and move through positions and face angles that really not a great position to be in, and not a great tactic either. So makes total sense that they'd get punished for it. Good on ENCE Academy for receiving the throw there. You think about how you might choke up and end up throwing, but if your opponent doesn't catch it, it almost doesn't count. ENCE Academy had their arms wide open, so nice and easy there. ROSY really struggling to hang at this level, it looks like. Back to the mean. Well, we'll see if they continue to regress or if they can find some form here. 2 more rounds. ENCE Academy kept good cash in, so their money not in question in this or the next.
Ooh, this is a pretty good hold-up, but I'm quite surprised that Teme only gets the one. Luckily, he has backup in the form of Miltzy, who has been a tough soldier. Now look at this. This should be Too High, racking up easy frags. Does go down eventually, but now we're in the 1v2. Insta-bomb plan from Spyro. Oh, the Maul is going to force him out of position. This should be an easy round to take if you're ENCE Academy. Lonesome Spyro.
Okay.
Fair enough. You got the bait, and you got Milsey to close out the round, so it works out. It works out.
It does in the end. Yeah, Miltsy will be able to bring that AK into the next. They've got money to invest into the sniper, so they don't need to sacrifice the one bullet headshot weapon for the final round of the half. This could be 9-3 very easily, guys. Bomb plant went down, so at least there's eco. I don't know how much. I don't know if Rosy will be able to make things happen, but I don't think they're going to be breaking out the big green. I'll tell you that much. And Spyra ended up grabbing a couple of kills there at the very least, but when it was a 1-on-2 for him, you start to think to yourself, damn, this ain't working. No shade to him. He's just not been playing very well today. Hopefully he can right the ship before Rosy end up taking the loss in this Swiss stage here.
It's pretty
Ooh.
likely, I would say. Unless something changes drastically.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd love to see them at least end the half with one more round to their name, but I'm not sure if that is likely. It is Millard. Again, he has been delivering with the AWP all series long, but look at this positioning, though. Biek gets himself in a very nifty angle. And look at this, so much pressure now being applied on the B-bomb. So if you're seeing ENCE Academy with a full-on rotate, they have been completely duked by a single player. And that's the problem now. They're also starting to wonder, maybe there's someone moving in from middle, maybe the A-bomb side, but it doesn't even matter. If Biek can just keep on delivering, that's going to be enough. However, Biek does go down. Oh, didn't see the insta-bomb plant there, but no biggie.
Okay.
Oh. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is a biggie.
Possible.
Oh, man, look at this. It's just Lonesome Spyro now. Left in the 1v2, out in the open, and somehow it is ENCE Academy again. Just destroying ROSY, even when it looks like they have a chance, even when it looks like it's feasible, they just can't pull through at the very end. It is ENCE Academy. I'm telling you this, man. It's the experience. It's the fact that they got better communication, and the fact that their players are coming alive on this third map. I mean, everything is just going their way.
A little bit too easy for them on this second and third map, really. We get one more giveaway here as we get into our final half of this series. We do have one more best of 3 coming up after this as well. So stay tuned. It's a bit of a, I would say, an interesting, European derby there. And look at that. Abracos, you have your own violent daimyo. A little bit of Japanese action, but hopefully not a weeb gun. I can't tell from this distance. Weeb's out, by the way.
Weeb's out.
You can't ayaya me in chat. It's Kick, not Twitch. You can't ayaya me. It's not allowed.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I think none of the players have an anime profile pic, so I feel like that's a pretty good sign that we don't have any
that
weebs,
is a
right,
really good
Pernildo?
sign. Yeah, I listen, when that comes up and you hit tab and you see that, I think at that point you might as well start reporting them on the spot. Just cheater.
Griefer as well, yeah.
Yeah. Suspicious profile. That's what you. This should be a field for that. Well, ENCE Academy taken to the T side. This is where they chain together 7 rounds in a row on Dust 2. They only need 4 now, so not very many mistakes can be made here, but they are going to be receiving the stack on the A site. This is pretty good.
Yeah. ROSY has got just the right positioning. Inhuman's angle gives them so much intel of what's happening across the map. It's all just going to come down to whether they can hit their shots. Spyra, who has been pretty quiet, is able to get a big one in.
Okay.
Oh, come on now, Biek. Reveal yourself.
Oh, no.
Deal some damage. No. Oh, no. It was damn close with it, but luckily, it is Bogue Mountain to get that final frag, and that is a huge frag for ROSY to get because that wins them the pistol.
Pistol round, very important there for ROSY. We're going to get an opportunity here for ENCE Academy to try and go for a save because I really don't think they want to force up in a situation where they got no bomb plant. Coach would not be happy with that. talking to afterwards would not be pleasant. Still feels like ENCE Academy are massively favored to make it happen. So feels like in this situation, we are expecting them to find their 4 rounds on the T side and close us up relatively quickly. But this one should be a gimme for the side of ROSY. The Eastern Russian squad definitely punched above their weight to secure map 1. Shows that there's some progress being made, and maybe don't pick Mirage against a bunch of Pug Stars, but definitely a situation where you are happy to be on the side of ENCE Academy overall. You get 1 map win and it's in overtime. Great. 13-6, 13-4. No, I'm just kidding. They're not going to lose this round, but most likely not a best of 3 victory there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if ENCE Academy are too happy about their performance in this whole best of 3 shebang, but I mean, they're still in a pretty good position to at least close it out, so that's exactly what they need. Swiss stage, you need to win those 3 best of 3s to make your spot at the playoffs. And think about this as well. I mean, the way our format works as well, and the amount of teams we have, sometimes you'll just be facing off opposition. You have no idea how they're playing, and let's be real, ENCE Academy, they got structure. You know, they're playing slow Counter-Strike, at times methodical CS, whereas ROSY, I mean, we saw sometimes they're making just some balls to the wall plays, and fair enough. It has, you know, plays like that have won them some significant rounds. I'll be honest with you on that front. And something tells me they could still do some damage at Galaxy Battle. At least, you know, force some of these teams of ours to maybe an OT, you know, maybe to a close map or something like that. Obviously not world contenders, not just yet. They definitely need a lot more experience, and that's at least the one thing they can always be happy about. You know, playing with some European opponents, that is one way you rack up experience. It's the region where you can learn most about CS2.
Well, now that that lengthy technical timeout has been quashed, we have a tactical timeout for ROSY. Talking over their options, getting their head back in the game. And yeah, competing in Europe is absolutely an opportunity for growth. We got plenty of action left here for these guys. It's a Swiss format, so all best of 3s as well. I mean, I'd say that maybe the major should do that, but don't tell Valve. They probably won't listen.
No. Let Valve come up with that idea themselves, and they might implement it. So.
Oh, okay, all right. I dig
That's
it.
how they roll. Let them believe they're the masters, and we're just what are we? We're just peons, you know, in the whole grand scheme of things.
It would seem that
Easy.
way. ENCE Academy dispatched like peons by the Royal Guard. But at this point, it is only 5 rounds for ROSY. Started things off 9-3 in favor of ENCE Academy on the second half. So any comeback is going to require a lot of momentum on the side of our Eastern Russian squad. Playing with disadvantage, a couple of their players squadding up at 130 ping on average. So that's rough. And of course, it happens to be some of the riflers you need to rely on the most in these situations of not having enough money for the AWP. Definitely characterizes the previous round there. Tema, though, holding for that aggression. And this is where, honestly, you could throw a lot of criticism towards ROSY's rifle aggression on their CT side. It does, too. Gave over so many options here for ENCE Academy, and that is 3 straight frags that just come from over-pushing. And I'm even hearing some chat message afterwards, like, you know, I wonder if they're egging them on. Like, you want to? Anybody else want to face? Anybody else want to look? And yep, Miltsy just holds, finds another one. Spyra at least gets something back, but it feels like you can get a lot of rounds on the board on the T side versus just holding for the pushes that are inevitably going to come with no utility, no trade potential, a total dumpstering in that round. They get 1 frag, everything else. Well, 2 frags, actually, but everything else the way of ENCE Academy. Just so easy for them.
I mean, it's in their name, right? Go easy for ENCE. So,
True.
no surprises. No surprises. I believe some of that magic trickles down to the Academy squad as well. And what a time to be alive. 10 to 5. And obviously, ROSY are going for the purchase. And this is where things are getting tough, right? If they fail here, money's going to be in the bin. And we might just talk about a potential ENCE victory on this map. And look at this as well. So hyper-focused on the A side, they have completely neglected middle. The comms are not good enough. Spyra tries to find something in mid, gets shut down. And it doesn't help that that's a low HP Bogem T remaining. Yeah, he's not happy, but I'm sure Tema and co can now finally recover the bomb. Or maybe go in for the hunt. You know, you can always win a map just by killing all the CTs. That works.
Yeah, that's right. Don't need to make us wait for the bomb to tick down. Just clean house and finish the job that way. Kind of wild there. The way that this has been working in favor of ENCE Academy in a big way for 11 rounds. Now chaining a couple together here. All right, they found 3 of the 5 that they need. So, pretty easy, or 3 of the 4 rather. It's pretty easy at this point. All they are going to need for ENCE Academy is to win the next 2 in pretty easy fashion. And you were talking about money being in the bin. Talk about that. ROSY just with deagles and a revolver. Listen, I've been bagging on Spyra. He actually has been playing a bit better in this round than some of his compatriots here. If he can get a couple of frags, even 1 frag with the revolver, I'll be a happy camper. I'll retract my statements.
Just the deagle. I don't know. I don't care about that. I want to see some revolver action. There we go.
All right, Schwartz,
I feel like
you
people
killed him. You
ever
pick
since
his
they
revolver
saw
up.
Yeah, yeah, that's how you go about it. But I feel like, you know, ever since people saw that JL highlight just the year prior, I feel like that has given a boost of confidence for some players to whip it out. Give it a shot, at least.
I got to tell you, somehow, that is the first time a revolver has been purchased in a game that I've been commentating for, that it hasn't gotten a kill. Every other time I see it get a frag. So I'm a little bit sad.
Oh, really?
My good luck charm seems to have run out. So,
okay.
You know, I mean, I think it's happened twice before, so it's not the biggest sample size, but still. I think for every 2 years of Counter-Strike you cast, you get 1 revolver sighting. And you really hope it's something good when it happens, but it's kind of like opening a case. You're always disappointed. Series point here for ENCE Academy, and there's already a trade happening in mid. Biek brought very low. Tema opening things up onto Spyra. And they've taken control of the B site as well, so for Zetsky going down, there's going to be 3 ROSY players moving on through. Too high. Here's a little bit of movement. You can call that over, but the bomb is still planted, and between that and ENCE, it feels like there's no hope. Too high should be able to clear at least 1 player. Not quite able to finish the job. Inhuman ducking underneath the bullets, and he's got an advantage duel against ENCE's HP, but, I mean, at this point, doesn't matter. Not going to happen. 13-5 after a 13-6 on Dust 2. It's 1 round better for the ENCE side, and they only had the 1 chance to close this series out in a 2-0 fashion before overtime reared its head on the side of Mirage. So unfortunate for ENCE Academy, they weren't able to make it look a bit more convincing, but after their own map pick, it was a little bit too easy for them. So let's take it as it comes and enjoy the fact that we have ourselves a very solid Academy roster getting their first dub on the lineup.
That's true. I mean, they're going to be ENCE Academy, I think they're going to be just okay that they eventually got the win. They probably wanted to get this win, like you said as well, 2-0 fashion. We're done with this best of 3 series, and we don't have to perhaps even see ROSY's name ever again in World Counter-Strike. But the problem is, yeah, ROSY at least gave them a pretty good run for their money. That was some pretty exciting CS to watch on the first map of the series. Admittedly, again, when you watch them play, it is like how are they winning these rounds? Like, they're making some absolute ridiculous calls, some really insane shots are being hit, which is on one end, it's kind of nice to view it as a spectator. But if you're on the receiving end, you're thinking like, how the hell, like, what are these guys doing? Like, what the hell is up with this? It kind of is reminiscent of when you actually saw as well, like, back when you wouldn't really get to see a lot of competition between like Asian teams, European and North American teams. And usually those European and North American teams would get just outright frustrated because like, what the hell? What are these Chinese teams doing? Like, why are they pushing through smokes? Like, this is insane. Like, why would you do that? Like, this is not meta and whatnot and whatnot. And I feel like on some level, we're seeing that, yeah, these guys have been, fostered in this Asian region style where they're making some pretty unorthodox moves, some pretty unconventional gameplay. But all in all, they still have some more chances remaining here in the Swiss stage. So that's kind of cool. They at least have, as we talked about as well, that at least a chance to gain experience, which in its own right, I'm pretty sure those guys are pretty happy to gain some of that experience.
It's going to be valuable for them for sure, but whether they act on it to transform, I mean, shades of Vega Squadron, but they need to maybe shoot a little bit harder or maybe have a couple more fallback plans. Either way, that's it for ROSY for today. ENCE Academy moving up ahead in the 1-0 side of the Swiss stage. We're going to find out who's going to join them. There's one more team that can, at least so far, and it'll either be UNiTY or it'll be the Kazakh squad modeame. We will be back with that series in just a few short moments, so stay tuned for our break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our lovely broadcast with some more lovely Counter-Strike, and even more so, lovely casters. My name's Sir Danny, joined here by Pronogo, and it's time for the last best of 3 of the day, and it's going to be modeame, as we talked about it, Pronogo, modeame versus UNiTY. A matchup, again, where on paper you feel like, right, we got at least one team that is known to be playing the sort of like tier 2, tier 3-ish level, and then you got modeame, a team we barely know anything about, to be honest.
That's right. Well, I know one thing about modeame, and it's that they have oxygen on the roster, but not the one on 500. No, this one has a capital O
Yeah.
as well as a capital N. So very obviously very different. Nobody would ever confuse the two. Of course, on the other
No,
side,
no.
we have at least one name that I'm familiar with, Neofrag. You know, some people might remember when he was on a couple of
Yeah.
those rosters back in the day, those European mixes, touted as a talent, was supposed to be able to get out of, you know, what would you call it, tier 2 jail, so to speak. But no, he's still
Yeah.
slumming it out with the rest of us, and it does seem like as a result, you know, he went from Sinners to OG'd into the Breach, and then back to the Czech teams, you know, Eclot, Sinners again, UNiTY now. So it is going to be a little bit of a different sort of lineup with this Czech, you know, entirely Czech, not even Czech majority, but an entirely Czech roster on the side of UNiTY going up against an entirely Kazakh roster of modeame.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have no logo, which is a little bit unfortunate because I was really hoping that, you know, we had Rosy with that cute rose. You know, that was pretty interesting. Maybe we could have gotten something cool, but nope, nothing to speak of here as we go in to our first map, Inferno. I'll be sleeping, so feel free to solo cast this one, buddy. I would not do that.
Yeah, Inferno is a peculiar beast, right? Because on some level, you could say it's like, it kind of is like a tactical map in Counter-Strike, because you think about this as well. Like, if you're on the T side and you're able to kill 2 CTs, that's practically enough for you just to win the round outright, because usually if you just kill those 2 CTs, and if you're, let's say, execing on one of the bomb sites, like, that's it. There's a really slim chance the opponents will even consider going for the retake, and yeah, getting those kills on the T side, it is so crucial, and obviously for the CTs, it's important not to die. However, Oxygen missed the assignment.
Yes, he has indeed died. He'll have to go and rename himself real quick. Fortuna was dinked down or gushed down pretty heavily as well, so not going to be the most useful. Fattest Yoshi. Really, it's Fatest Yoshi if you pronounce it properly, but he didn't. He just typoed it, okay? I'm sure it meant to be fattest. He's going to come in here and not going to be getting the fattest with a PH kill set. In fact, he goes down completely isolated. No opportunity there. And our last players, Eladia and Relief. Wow. Well, they're looking for some relief. Not quite able to get too much yet. Just one frag from the dualies. This is another one where I'm interested in seeing that tab screen in the halftime. I want to know what the pings are because, you know, yet another sort of East Asian country coming into play here. Although, obviously, I think, pretty sure by CS rules, by Valve rules, they use the European VRS as opposed to the Asian one. And so that was something that I remember after Astana hearing from some of the players and the coach there as well, talking about the Kazakh scene and how really it should be more Asian as opposed to more European. But Relief, well, is going to be able to find a frag at the very least, and so not going home entirely empty-handed. He'll get a little bit of aim practice for his trouble. But that is UNiTY up to the first round, and I think I've waxed philosophical enough, so let me know any podcast topic you like out of that set, because we could talk about that for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting point when you think about it, because I guess the reason being is that Kazakhstan is associated with the CIS region, and you're thinking, oh, okay, CIS region, then you got your Russias, your Belaruses of the world, and automatically it's kind of expected that, you know, the Kazakh scene is more tied in with, like, the CIS scene, like I said. At the same time, yeah, I mean, as we saw in World Counter-Strike, we have seen some great Kazakh players moving up the rankings. All you gotta do is just remember, like, 2017, 2018, Hobbit, Mo, Adren, big names from the Kazakh scene. Love to see some more Kazakh players pop off. Would love to see that. Oh, speaking of pops, here's one on the B side.
Okay.
It is mighty quick. Some really good timings being found as well. All in all, this was a solid push coming out from the boys at UNiTY.
Yeah, we haven't really profiled much of their players on the other side. The Czech scene, obviously, one that just had a Conquest of Prague LAN where it was hefted not by a home team, but at least by one home player. That was, of course, on the side of Fnatic. Everybody very happy with the way that outcome went. But, you know, they might be given a little bit of a resurgence. They got a couple of names. We named Sinners and Eclot earlier, UNiTY being the other big Czech team, if you want to call them that. So
Yeah.
they're up to a 2-0 start with the bomb plants going down very nicely and really neutralizing the force buy of the CTs on the side of modeame. So we'll have to see. It would be really funny, by the way, if we find out that the text "no logo" is actually their logo, and that's not Galaxy Battle doing that. That's them. That would be the troll move. I think that would be the top move there. It would be big. This statement is false energy. If you follow.
Okay. I'm not quite sure I did, but I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide, man.
There it is.
Let's not get into it. Let's leave some of those topics for our podcast next time around.
Easy clap. Easy clap. We do have pistols once again for the defenders, so should be a nice easy one for UNiTY. 3 AKs. They're still rocking the bonus. 2 MAC 10s. FAVBET and Woozy left them quite dazed in the previous round, and looks like they're going B again.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty simple hit on the side. If anything, you don't want to lose too many players from the T's. In fact, one of the most awkward things when you're committing to a B side, I'm really unaware if there is a stack or not. There's always the chance you can always lose a fair amount of players. Luckily for UNiTY, all they lose is HP. But for guys like Relief and Fattest, yeah, just not going to find that much success, will they? So this is going to be a good round for UNiTY. They'll take it. They'll be more than happy to secure it. I'm quite surprised that neither Oxygen nor Fattest are, you know, hiding in, let's say, lower banana or in CT spawn to try and get these frags. They're just trying to maintain what they have. And what they have is, well, Kevlar and a 5.7, basically.
Yeah, you'd think at least Oxygen with only the default pistol would be in a situation where he could grab a frag or maybe a gun, something. At least threaten a little bit. No harm in trying, but I guess he didn't want to give up the $600 to the MAC 10 that was still on the roster.
Yeah.
That gets tossed away in favor of a Galil, it looks like. And an AWP coming out nice and early for the Czech side. Woozy going to be shouldering that one. Five rifle set up for the CTs. Plenty of utility. Only one kit. That's on Fattest Yoshi. Oxygen getting burned alive here. Suffocating.
Ooh.
Adds fuel to the fire. Neofrag and FAVBET having a field day over this B bomb site. Really, they haven't run into much resistance, I'm going to be honest. I know this is UNiTY's map pick, but I would think that the protocols might be a little bit better about that banana control. If you have a weakness there, that's going to get exploited very quickly at this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and here as well, they wanted to try and set up, or you could say a pretty basic setup in top banana, and you could see those Molotovs being deployed super quickly, and it felt like the CTs were kind of thinking, maybe we should back away from this one, but instead of that, we just saw them trying to maintain their ground, and they get absolutely wrecked. So some solid util usage coming out from UNiTY. Yeah, Purdy's a bit dissatisfied. He was thinking, oh, there's a bait, and he got... jebaited.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lured in by the player who cleared Neofrag earlier. And that was Fortuna grabbing the AK-47, and he will save it. So 3 alive for modeame isn't terrible. They are going to be able to do something here. The big concern is whether they'll post any rounds anytime soon, because obviously going to 1st to 13 instead of 1st to 16, it's not like Counter-Strike Global Offensive. This is a different beast, and when you're down so many rounds so quickly, it can be a challenge to come back. But we have seen such a comeback before, even earlier today. ENCE Academy, we're down 0-4 to the T side of ROSY on Dust 2. Different teams, different map, but I think I read the script, so maybe the same thing happens here. Tactical timeout for modeame to talk over their options with their 5 rifles. Good investment into it. Still got to deal with Woozy's AWP, though.
Yeah. Think of this as well, though. I mean, we just saw how quickly UNiTY moved up in Banana, and that AWP, it didn't even need to be activated, to be honest. The base was more than enough. And again, it's your typical bog standard affair on Inferno. You lose those 2 CTs early on, and that basically is the end of the round. This time, though, one of the usual setups you get to see from the CT side is actually having 3 players early in Banana. So we're going to see some of that here from modeame. Despite that, Banana Control does not seem to be on the priority list. Instead, it's just going to be the free-man setup. But, I mean, you can't have those free players there forever. I mean, that makes the ace side so much more vulnerable. So I would assume that maybe that 3rd player is going to rotate away rather quickly. However, there is some noise being made in Banana, so he might have to overstay his welcome.
Oh, in a big way. NeoFrag was boosted up over the half wall. And you were talking about Woozy's AWP not even needing to activate in that previous round. I'm not sure modeame know about it. That's how under the radar it seemed to have gone. So this could be a bit of a surprise for the 5th round. The setup isn't terrible for modeame towards the A site. They do have 3 defenders here. Problem is, as the exit comes out, are they going to know to rotate? Are they even going to try? Darber moving pretty far forward here. Oxygen on the reception. Oh, even though he's blind, he still ends up finding the frag. That was really good counter utility there. Fida will trade back. Purdy execing outside apartments just for a double. That's quite pretty indeed. And that leaves it on to NeoFrag's lurk towards the winery. Waits for the reload to come on through, and Relief is relieved of his duty. It's just Oladezia. Needs a lot more where that came from. On a 1-on-4, he's not even going to find the first. NeoFrag on a very, very solid round here. 2 frags to his name, and he's been really a nuisance towards Arch already for the CT side. And that's a 5th round. Again, I don't think Woozy's AWP was actually leveraged for this. He took some chip damage, but that was more likely from utility. They might still not know the sniper is in play, man. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I would assume that to be the case. And honestly, we didn't really touch upon it, but that was some really clean executed from UNiTY, to be honest. Some lovely utility usage towards Library and Arch as well. The flashbangs were also damn good. Sure, some of their players didn't hit their shots, whatever. Just when the crunch comes in on the A bomb side, I'm always a big fan of the crunch and A bomb side, where you have, players coming in from balcony, from long, through short, because usually it feels like a lot of teams make a mistake where they just commit on A side through short, and for the most part, that is basically a death sentence, especially if you don't clear out the pit position. There we go. Woozy's AWP now coming alive, finding a frag, NeoFrag as well, and now they know. If there is a defender on B side, it's alone. Oh yeah, a lonesome Oxygen, and that is, again, a solid hit on the side. Relief is coming in fast, but the problem is the only thing that will end fast is this round.
Yeah, I mean, Yoshi is like stuck in boiler for some reason. I don't know what he was doing during that whole exchange. The bomb was barreling over. Why was Yoshi still all the way over there? Relief went all the way up Banana by himself, and Yoshi was just like, no, I watch boiler. So I'm not quite sure what the call was there. I suppose he does have the MP9. He can maybe look for a frag, but you'd think he would have a little bit of support. I just want to really hold on to that A1S for the next round. But this is 6 in a row in as many rounds. Flawless start for UNiTY. They keep all 5 alive in this one as well. They can go for a hunt if they want to. They got stacks of cash that they fall asleep on between rounds. It's ridiculous. It's like Huel in Breaking Bad. He just leans over and takes a nap. A big old pile of money.
Yeah. Loads of cash. And this has been, so far, a really solid start here. Apart from, like, some pressure applied in what it was, maybe the second round of this map, Yeah, apart from that, this has been pretty smooth sailing for UNiTY. Again, look at the pace coming through. And again, this is the big problem when you have that early 3-man banana setup. That really leaves brackets incredibly vulnerable. And now, yeah, KO1 Fida aware of the player in the pit. But the problem is, do they aware of the second guy? And yeah, they dispatch of them both. And this is now good. UNiTY have full control of the bomb site. And again, this is Inferno magic. You have to back away. There's no chance to get back into this one, modeame. Don't even try, or, okay, give it a shot. Maybe recover a better weapon, but we know to bounce back from this is almost impossible. You'd have to mess it up. And the only team that can do it is Falcons.
I was going to say, yeah, this is not a Falcons match, so I think UNiTY are fine. They'll never live that one down. Blast even releasing the voice comms, where I'm sure there's going to be even more criticism thrown towards some of those players if you listen back to it. People will have their own opinions. Purdy on the hunt. Oxygen could go down here. And Eladia is in no position to recover the AK. Oh, no! Well, no rifle. None for you. No soup for you. Yeah, modeame are really struggling now. They've officially lost the first half. And they've officially won 0 rounds. So AWP out for Fortuna. Looks like they've saved enough with regards to their economy. Max loss bonus for enough rounds. They can finally get the big green out. And their fortunes are going to need to change in a big way in order for us to believe in them at all on map number 1. And if you get drubbed really fast, does it even matter that your map is up next? I don't know if it does. But modeame have a little bit more room to change our minds. Right now, it's all coming up check.
I like this 2-man split as well. You got 2 players working their way in the apartments. Then you got Neofrag and his buddy K1 Fida moving in through Banana. I feel like that's a really cool way to try and pressure 2 areas of the map at the same time, meaning that, well, both parties have a good chance of finding those opening frags. And initially, we did see a bit of a change-up from modeame. They wanted to be aggressive, wanted to find those early frags in the apartments.
Yeah.
However, they have been pushed back.
Oh, look at that. Opdual one out by Fortuna. Actually reacted even later than I thought he would. Still gets the kill. That's first time it feels like UNiTY has been down a man. These opening kills have gotten a lot easier for the Czech side. This time around, though, 40 seconds on the clock. And while they have top banana control, they've been denied anything towards A. So it becomes a lot easier to preempt. 2 players can rotate through Arch. We already have 2 on the site, so yeah, just like that. We actually have relief going straight through Banana very quickly as well. Here's the footsteps. The calls come in. Oxygen, he does get traded, but he staves them off for just a bit longer. Eladia has a lot to do here, and even though he's blind, he's able to find Fida. And, oh, man, yeah, relief ends up really kind of putting the nail in the coffin, and Purdy just didn't realize he was bleeding out on the site. Fattest Yoshi gets the finishing touches, and that's 3 members stay alive for modeame as well. That was basically as good as it could have gotten for their first round victory. It came very late into the half, and they need to be doing a lot more than this, but a good start.
And props to Eladia as well, man. Again, it's so important that if you have at least 2 players defending on B side, you expect one of those players to stay alive for as long as possible.
Yes.
And not only stay alive, Eladia managed to pick up massive frags as well, slowing down any advancement, let alone even thinking of a potential bomb plant. So great stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, though, banana control again is the name of the game for modeame, and this time they even have 3 players. Oh, what? Did you see that?
Utility.
That was sick.
Beautiful. All right, well, the artillery strike
Try to change it
softens him up. Neofrag, oh my god, he's good for 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the value of getting that HE. Those were not all headshot kills, so works out pretty well for him. Makes it a little bit more awkward. Also spots a 3rd defender, which kind of confirms that they can work more towards A, and that's exactly what they're doing. Rapid Arch, they'll end up escaping, eluding Fortuna, who might go through Winery a little bit too fast for his own liking. Purdy, and he's actually holding it alongside Darber. Is he going to expect the second T? Answer, no.
Yeah.
Dropped immediately, traded very quickly, and that basically puts a timer on Eladia's life, playing ahead of the CT smoke that was thrown by Fida. Actually gives him a little bit of an opportunity to burrow in towards Coffins. He can still make this ugly. Aladzia would need back-to-back heroic rounds in order for modeame to avoid their demise. Purdy gets shot in the back of the head. That's something. Fatis Yoshi still a world apart. 20 seconds.
Gonna go for a bit of a spam. Of course, the Emperor Vanessa, that makes a lot of sense. Down to the 2v2. Now, if both players actually take control at the back of sight, that seems to be one of the best crossfires you could have. And right now, they don't even have any sort of utility to flush out those players, so they need to get up close and personal. That's the only way to flush them out of their position. You can see the T's are so aware this is not going to be players from Banana. They're going to move in from Church, and they will be going down. No chance at this one. It's another solid round from UNiTY. And you know what? I'll give them some more props. I love the fact that even... I was so sure that, okay, they did not expect to see, someone like NeoFrag finding those 2 frags in Banana, but I felt like they managed to adopt so quickly to the situation with the way they, take arch control, move in CT spawn. Everything just seems so much more deliberate compared to what we saw even in our last best of 3, right? In ENCE Academy, ROSY matchup. UNiTY is just playing a lot more deliberate Counter-Strike, and it feels like every single player knows what they got to do. When the call comes up, they all have their roles, they all have their tasks they want to achieve, and admittedly, they're doing a tremendous job. The communication is on point. Sure, sometimes not hitting their shots, but now a confidence play coming out from Purdy. This is huge.
Yeah, they don't even know that they're against a pistol and SMG force buy here. He goes all the way towards Pit, infiltrates, and puts Yoshi in an impossible position. Darber cleans him up, and now the A site has fallen. Smokes come out. 2 for the price of 1. Fortuna gets to get the hell out of there. And you're right. I mean, this is a very different T side than what we've seen out of our last series. I think the biggest change up there has been the existence of a backup plan, right? We think about how, okay, the B site take doesn't quite work out because there's a 3rd player there and he cleans up Neo. Well, let's just move into the A site through the wrap, and then our arch players will be able to hold for CT spawn. Works out wonderfully. And Purdy, man of the hour here for our round number 10. He doesn't end up getting another frag, but he still opened up the site in a big way and forced Yoshi into an impossible position. Bomb plant facilitated because of that guy. And there you have it. A 9th round for UNiTY. The best that modeame can hope for now, with 3 members alive, 2 AK saved over. The best that they can hope for is 3 rounds on the CT side, and that just does not seem like enough.
Yeah, it honestly doesn't. Man, even if they somehow end this half at 3 rounds, modeame, it feels like we are seeing basically the end of this first map already. It feels like they're just not able to deliver, but who knows? I mean, if you somehow get those next few rounds, maybe win the pistol, I mean, it always feels so doable in CS2 to make that comeback a reality. NeoFrag, the star of the show, going down. Aladzia with some 2 big frags. Now, again, there's only 1 player defending the B bomb site. Oh, this is sick. K15 will use that molly to his advantage. He's going to move in. First oranges, nothing. Second oranges, there is a player in the form of Oxygen. Good swing from K15. Yeah, he's a bit dissatisfied to go down to the spray, but hold up. Woozy left in a 1v3. It's time to see whether that AWP can clutch.
6 frags to his name, needs to add 3 more, and isn't going to happen. Instead, Fortuna steals away the AWP with that op duel won again by our Kazakh opper. Seems like he's actually doing pretty well on the sniper when he can get it out. Might be a bit of a glimmer of hope here. Something to look forward to going forward in this series. Inferno Steel seems like a bit of a write-off, but at least they've posted a 2nd round. And like you said, you're right, pistol plus conversions, that can clean things up. Even then, assuming you win this final round of the half, which is not a guarantee, as they've decided to go no AWP this time around. It's all rifles, despite the money being there. UNiTY will definitely put the screws on them. And you think about that. modeame need this 3rd round, and then they need 3 in a row afterwards when the half switch is over. None of those are guarantees, and even then they would still be down by 3 rounds. Darber opening up onto Eladzie is humongous. It's a humongous opening frag, and also gives away a little bit of information that this is not a standard play from modeame. They've dropped multiple players and not in the spots that they normally are. Relief going down. Purdy has an opportunity to clear Yoshi, especially with how active he was being. A little bit too fidgety. Exposed himself there, and yeah, 5 versus 2. UNiTY should have this every way that you can imagine.
Yeah, this one's got to be another easy win in the books. This time, Neofrag didn't really get to find a lot of impact. He could be happy that Purdy manages to step up, Darber as well. And now they will just commit on A side. They know the Opera's out here in middle. He's an easy target. Oh, I guess the Opera didn't want to click mouse one just yet. He just wanted the target to get a little bit closer, you know, and get in that shotgun range. But yeah, that's going to be a pretty big round win once again. UNiTY double digits to end the half. That is massive. That's quite the statement for the first map of the best of 3.
Yeah, listen, we'll take that on the side of UNiTY every day of the week. When you're up against a squad that is pretty new to things, is pretty new to Counter-Strike as far as this level of competition, and we can see the ping's actually a little bit better than the side of ROSY in the last series. So that's nice. Still near 100 for a lot of their players, including on their Opper. So Fortuna doing well to find impact in the sniper even despite that. But I do think that overall you look at this and you think to yourself, this is just working out a little bit too easily for UNiTY. So we'll take a break as we figure out who's going to win a skin. Remember, !Galaxy in the kick chat get you exactly what you're looking for here. Chances to win big. Win bigly. Win a Mac 10. Weeb's out. Mr. Bones 12, please sell that.
Yeah. Get it out. Not on our stream.
Not
Weebs
on our
are forbidden.
broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I didn't pay attention to the what do you call it? I didn't pay attention to the tab screen there, the scoreboard. You'll have to tell me if there's any Weeb pictures.
Actually, I didn't notice it. It went by that quick. I'm not sure. We'll have to do an inspection later on, unless.
That's right.
And I know that when we do the yapping, we might have an observer listening in. So, if there is an observer listening right now, could you press tab, please?
You like the tab key.
I do like. I literally
like
like the tab key.
You press the tab key and it reveals the secrets.
The hidden information.
Wait, hold on. I'll use some magic here.
Okay. He's typing.
Wait for it.
The magic keywords. Okay.
Wait for it, and we're really waiting for it right now. Oh,
Wait,
really?
you can't wait.
This Kush by his own teammate.
Yeah, can't wait. Gotta move in fast. And moving fast, they will. Onto the A side they go! Neo frag. Oh my goodness, that's GG, isn't it? GG at least for this first round.
Oh!
There's no chance for fattest Yoshi to survive. That is going to be UNiTY with a solid pistol round win. Yeah, I think we did see a gush on a teammate right early on. That's quite satisfying. The push through arch as well. Didn't work out. Library. Yeah, if you've got Neofrag on the other end, it's going to be quite hard to fight that player. He's been on point, and he has definitely been a really solid player for the UNiTY squad. In fact, I'm quite surprised we're not seeing UNiTY more in World Counter-Strike because I'm really enjoying the way they're playing. They're really delivering right now, and it's a joy to watch, to be honest. You know, it's sometimes great to see a team just hit some insane shots and whatnot, but in all fairness, it's also quite cool to see some, you know, tactical, methodical Counter-Strike.
That's what we're here for, really, at the end of the day. The magic words I was looking for were apparently claviche tab, but I don't know if that's going to be communicated over. Oh, one of the players did, so I guess maybe they heard me. That worked out. That was enough for me. Now, 11 rounds, obviously looking pretty insurmountable here. If modeame want some kind of life in the series, they're going to have to find it on their own map pick of Mirage. What we've been able to notice so far is that Fortuna's AWP, pretty solid on the defensive side. We probably won't get to see it on the T side, the way things are going. The pistol round picked up and the force buy properly invested here. That's 3 SMGs for UNiTY. And very deep banana control as well. So they're kind of running the table on modeame on both sides of the map. A bit more of a passive setup towards A, but at least Woozy holding arches is going to be plenty of action for him, plenty of information for him. And there it is. Bomb dropped at the bottom of banana. Oxygen finding one frag with the deagle and towards logs. Eventually, Fattest Yoshi will help him out and clear out FAVBET. Big rotations have to come in here now. Woozy with the A1S. Going to be out in front of that smoke and through it. He'll find Oxygen suffocating him. And now the bomb is recovered just in time to be cleared. Will that be picked up and go towards the A site? I guess not. Yoshi, not enough time. 5 seconds left. It's over, man. Look at that. They get stalled out. And that is how map point comes around. I mean, of course. Because even when they're starting to get some frags, modeame still can't manage to make it to the site in time. So sad. So sad for the Kazakh squad.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons, you know, in World Counter-Strike, you get to see teams acquiring banana presence on T side early on as possible, because if you leave banana completely open and there's a chance that the CTs might be there, it is quite difficult to flush out some of those CTs out of those positions. It's great that if you early on go for banana control, you can at least expect, you know, there's no one going to be behind logs. There might be someone behind car or behind sandbags, but at least not in some of those awkward close quarters engagements. And so you get to see UNiTY being very, very aggressive in this round, because I believe there's already a player in bottom mid. That's going to be Darber spinning around with the MP9. Neofrag as well finding impact, and some of these Ts, they're getting gunned down with their backs turned, and I feel like that is a pretty good analogy of how this whole first map has played out.
It's been suffocating. It's been uninspired. modeame not able to post a third round after all. And just like that, 13-2, nice and easy. Our teams were here on time. UNiTY just decided to show up a little bit more. A bit more, in fact. 13-2 is no laughing matter. And a lot of that down to Neofrag. A lot of that down to the way that K1 FAVBET was able to get a lot of early entries on their T side. When it swapped over, it was pretty simple. And they just end up walking away with that one. They're probably smiling, laughing to themselves. They'll switch over to Mirage, the map pick of modeame. And, well, hopefully for enjoyers of good quality Counter-Strike, we're going to see a little bit of a closer affair. So that is, of course, their map pick. The Kazakh squad should feel a bit more comfortable. But time will tell.
Yeah, I would assume they're going to be more comfortable on that map, because also Mirage does not lend itself to the same pace you could have in Inferno, I feel like, because sometimes those crunches on like A site can happen so quickly that it is not going to be telegraphed as easily as, you know, something like on Mirage, for example, when you're holding on to a site, you know, those flashes going to move in, those flashes going to come in pretty damn quick. And those smokes that are deployed, let's say on jungle or connector, as they are being thrown out, it takes a pretty damn long while before they actually hit the ground. So yeah, it's going to be a different map, a different sort of scenario where modeame might perform. And something that tells me they should be able to win more than just the 2 rounds on Mirage. Their own map pick, and I'm sure they will feel a lot more comfortable on it. So let's get to it, folks. But before that, it's going to be a very quick break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you the second map of our best of 3. So stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and the first map, well, can't blame you if you miss it, because that was a really, really quick affair on Inferno, and if anyone was suffering in that one, it was modeame, and I'm pretty sure Inferno, for them, was basically hell, because they just got wrecked on every single engagement they opted to go for. They just didn't win any proper gunfights. They won just the 2 rounds. 2 rounds is all they managed to muster. And at least, okay, it's your opponent's map pick. It's the first map of the best of 3, yada yada. This is where they got to put their foot down. And Mirage, I mean, I feel like it's quite difficult to be a really good Mirage team, right? I feel like every single team out there has a fighter's chance on a map like Mirage because everyone has played it. They got the basics down at the very least. And hey, if you have a good run of form on it, that could be more than enough to secure a big win.
Well, you say, Inferno was hell for modeame. I'm reminded of that movie, The 300, where Gorgo, wife of Leonidas, grabs that guy that was untoward her and gets him right in the gut with the knife, says, "You will not enjoy this, but it will be over quickly." That's Inferno. That was Inferno. So at the very least, it didn't take too long, but now modeame, they go to their own map pick of Mirage. And is there a chance here just an illusion? Does UNiTY have something special planned? Because we are going to be seeing the Czech team on the CT side. And I can't believe I'm seeing this. modeame are calling attack before the first round? What's going on?
Wow. Surely they had a chance to discuss what they wanted to do, I don't know, in the break, but let it be. It looks like they have something cooked up. Some sort of big brain megamind pistol round they want to pull off, so why not? Let them cook.
Well, let's see. If they all die and it's a full wipe and UNiTY get 5 alive in the pistol round, I'm going to laugh at them for quite a while. I will laugh at them for the entire round 2. I'm just saying. I'm warning you now if that's what happens, but it's Mirage. That could never happen.
We'll see. Anyhow, pistol round it is. And okay, so modeame has invested quite heavily into the utility. We got a couple smokes, a couple flashbangs to work as well. By the looks of it, we're going to see your standard smoke towards kitchen. And look at this heavy B setup from UNiTY. These seem to have a very good glimpse of what's going on. They have just the right amount of players, and Purdy, this is where he's got to just hold mouse 1, get at least a few frags. Only gets the 1. K1 fighter is up close.
No way.
It's an easy frag for him. And just like that, UNiTY with the right setup at the right time, and definitely something modeame did not expect. I mean, you killed 2 players on B side. You're thinking, right, that's got to be it. I'm just going to go in for the insta-bomb plant. No. Just absolutely no. Denied.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that is ridiculous stuff. But hey, I'll give it to modeame. They called the tactical timeout on the pistol, which is a strat I don't think even UNiTY have seen before. I certainly haven't. And so, that's all right. They got a couple of frags. I won't laugh at them the whole round. Just now.
Yeah.
But that's all right. They did lose at the end of the day. And Neofrag immediately pulled up an A1S. So he's going to be well equipped. Only 1 SMG on the side of UNiTY, in fact. That's a lot of rifles. 2 FAMASs. So some of them are on the junior side, but Darber will still finish the job onto Fortuna. There's 1 more pistol where that came from in apps, and 2 more pretty close by, actually moving a little bit further down towards underpass. We'll see if they end up getting anywhere towards mid. Right now, nobody holding for it. Closest would be Woozy, who's pretty close to the T steps. Yoshi might end up getting shellacked. Indeed, Neofrag will find the 2-man spray down and the bomb. And that is very important there as the underpass frags come in. And so all the chances for damage in this round seem to have crumbled. As Yoshi's brought down within an inch of his life. And relief is taken care of immediately. They went to the Darber shop and got themselves a haircut. Oh, there's at least 1 back, but that's all she wrote. And the A1S will indeed be picked up. That's the first time I've seen a team deliberately try to make sure that their teammates got an important rifle after the round was over. There's a little schnazzy there. Yeah. Shout out Darber.
Clean stuff, though. Not losing that many players on an eco round like that, as to be expected. Obviously, not losing a single player would have been by far the best outcome, but alright, is what it is. And what it definitely is, it's the first gun round. Wouldn't be too surprised if, yeah, Neofrag is going to be aggressive in connector. You can see he's already going for those engagements, but has lost a little bit of HP. Nothing major, but okay. Look at the short push. Very well timed. You got K1 Fighter still fighting. I mean, guys, you already put yourself in an advantageous position. This is where you gotta back away and perhaps try to read into the situation.
Yeah, they still need to get the bomb as well on the side of modeame. A little bit more fight in them on Mirage already. We'll say that much. Gonna need to look for a bomb plant here to secure a little bit of eco into the next, but it doesn't look likely as of right now. Thought maybe Fido was going to push through T steps, but he's going to miss the timing on the bomb planter. Relief going to carry that over to the A site where there are 2 other defenders awaiting. And it does feel like maybe Yoshi hasn't done that much to signal any sort of presence, to pull rotations. Fido actually coming all the way back towards middle. Might be able to crunch this connector position and clear out Yoshi before anything else can ferment. 2 flashes on Yoshi, and he is going to be brought down by Fido's flank. That's going to activate Purdy, and that'll be just the right time. Find a little bit more value. So 3 members stay alive. They upgrade to AKs on 2 out of 3 players as well. So very solid stuff there for the 3rd round on the side of UNiTY. And, yep, back to pistols with no bomb plant. modeame have no chance at properly investing into this round.
Yeah, I was also a fan of Purdy's position, to be honest. I feel like, yeah, you could say, by all intents and purposes, it's a very baity position, but if you are entering the A side on T side, you're probably expecting, okay, the CTs might just be jungle, connector, CT spawn is always a possibility, and what you won't expect is, anyone playing, like Ninja Spot or anything like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was quite cool as well. Nice little bait and switch there. Purdy, it's just getting pushed through the smoke. Okay, that's a ballsy play, but he will back away.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he was looking around to see what gun he could spot on the ground. If he moused over it in the smoke, you still get told what it is. Maybe he was looking for information on if it was a force or not. You would just see a Tech 9. Oh, look at that. That was a little bit of a bait. Purdy gets brought down by Fortuna's Deeg. That shot looked pretty good, but Darber's connected on a relief instead. And this looks like it's not even going to be good for the bomb plant. Oxygen will get a second frag at least, but no more than that. AWP will be recovered. AK's loose there. I don't know if Darber's going to get his, though. No, it doesn't look like it. So, very minor victory in that particular respect, but still a 4th round for the CTs. Check side of UNiTY definitely seems to have locked shields. I don't think that modeame is going to be able to break on through anytime soon, but they've got 5 rifles and plenty of utility to do so. This might be their best opportunity. Round 5.
Guns out again, which is always a good sign for the T side. Relief will make his way down. Gravity.
Oh.
Just being the reason why he loses some of that HP. Nading connector, man, some of those connector players have been brought down to so low HP. I was so sure the HE would just get the better of them. But anyhow, they're still alive. Fattest Yoshi. There we go. Good angle. Purdy was thinking the player's going to be a little bit further back, giving him a chance. And now there is already a player in jungle. This is a big gap in the A side defense. But one thing that doesn't really help the T side is that they still have to waste some valuable time to move in the A side, T spawn. Yeah, they're wasting valuable time. But the problem is, this is where they might start making mistakes. And there's the first.
Yeah, that was really awkward positioning that UNiTY really needed to deal with. And without Relief giving them the opportunity to kill him, it felt like this is a really easy round for them to get a bomb plant down. Maybe they still will. Now a 4-on-3 with that op pick from Neo, who invoked Bogdan's Law to secure the big green away from Woozy. Bomb will go down. So about 40 seconds to detonation as the rotate is coming in. Fortuna starting to consider it. This next duel between him and FAVBET, very important, and it will be won out by the Kazakh player. Offer using the rifle to find success and ply his trade, but it looks like maybe UNiTY are still interested. They don't want to give up the first round just yet, and the frags come in. Only Woozy going down on the side of the Czech lineup. UNiTY 2v1. I don't know that they have the time. Kit on both players, and yes, they do. Darber contends with Oxygen, snuffs him out, and that is a 5th round for UNiTY, but now much closer for modeame. It's hard to say that you can get excited about something like that, but at the very least, they got the bomb plant down. Very good retake, though, from the Czech side.
Yeah, really good stuff as well. Bomb being planted, and you're still thinking, okay, 4v3. It feels like the T side have a chance. That they sure did, but once again, UNiTY just looking a tad bit better. Yeah, it's good to see they got that bomb plant. Of course, extra money. That's always a great sight. We're seeing your usual smokes here, and now Wally being deployed, but Elades is trying to get as close as possible. I mean, he knows those CTs are getting confidence with every single round win, and they might start playing just a little bit, you know, closer next to the smokes and whatnot. That is a bit awkward.
Awkward indeed. Now a 3v5 that modeame have to bail themselves out of. Unsuccessful in doing so far. Even when they got a man up one time, they still weren't able to close it. And with Oxygen going down, Purdy being so tricky outside this A main smoke. UNiTY are an impenetrable wall with barriers, electric wiring, auto turrets, well-staffed patrol that have been fed very well recently. And modeame are Rabbit trying to get through that. I don't think they're going to get through that.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. No chance in this one as well. Just everyone from UNiTY is on point, hitting shots. Okay, when FAVBET, Darber finding impact. Purdy as well in this round, stepping up. But yeah, the only saving grace would be to try and keep that AK-47. I honestly feel like probably modeame need to start thinking of, okay, guys, we probably need to not only change up the pace, but perhaps not spread out so thin, and maybe even move into one of the bomb sites as quick as possible. Sure, it's not some sort of big brain play, but I feel like spreading out has not been working out for them. I mean, they cannot really rely on their individuals to, you know, find frags to the defaults by defaulting or anything like that, because we can see UNiTY just have their number. Whatever they try and do, it feels like UNiTY has a counter, and that is such a difficult position to be in. And I don't know, maybe we could see tactical pause, but no, doesn't look like it.
Those are for the first rounds of the map and never again, if you ask modeame. Definitely feels like they need to change up the momentum, and they would need to do that with a buy like this. If they win around like this, suddenly you believe anything is possible. The problem is they still haven't been able to flush FAVBET out, despite the utility used. Yoshi takes the head off of Woozy at the very least, but FAVBET is so tricky, playing around the beast spot, able to get 3 frags, and Darber set up for success. He will get traded out to alive left. This is a doable 1v2 for Fortuna. He's got the only rifle on the squad. Needs to be better than just 1 frag, but Neofrag just so good. Drills him there with the A1S to the head. And that is it. FAVBET, the impact player, but Neofrag, he is the Czech stars. 7 rounds for UNiTY.
I mean, in that situation as well, Fortuna, he ends up dying, and his cam just flies off the table. Yeah, he knew it.
I wonder what happened.
Yeah. Was that gamer rage? Ooh. Last attempt there from Relief. Does go down, and now, again, UNiTY has been so quick to react on these potential B plays. And now, ooh, they might get caught out, but no, it is Oxygen to go down. Fortuna with a great response, and Darber, yeah, that is so slick. Oh my goodness. The angle as well is just unreal. The fact that they go for that boost so late in the round where there's practically a B exec going on. It's ballsy. And now it's all up to Lonesome Fortuna. 1 HP though against an op. But of course, on the other end, there's also Neofrag. So
Okay.
oh, okay, now it's doable. I could see it happening. And Neofrag loved the fact as well that he's completely
no.
changing up his position.
This is so sad for Fortuna. He so very much thinks that somebody is close by on the B site. I thought maybe he was going to start rotating over, and Neofrag kind of knows. He can listen for the bomb plan here. Here's a little bit of sound as the AWP gets picked up. Fortuna wants the one-and-done angle, the comfort weapon. Ay, so close, but no cigar. Neo will be happy to take the AK into the next round. They got money for days, 8 rounds in a row. UNiTY just can't be beat.
Yeah, and some more props to Neofrag in that situation because he could have very easily just kept on pushing Kitchen, but I really like the fact that he realizes that, okay, if he pushes in through Kitchen, there's a chance that the T-side player is somewhere close by. He might be holding an off angle. In other words, he would be giving a chance for the T-side player to get a kill, whereas he just waits for the bomb plan to come in first and foremost, and then he swoops in. And I feel like Neofrag plays that one super well, and obviously it does help out that the bomb is planted in a very open position. Darber, though, oh my goodness. No, they're not thorough enough. They did not clear out ladder room at all. And they're just, I mean, in this round, they just buy up the guns. They have barely any utility. And they're just not being thorough.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. Yoshi and Oxygen rocking out here with a 2 versus 5. No hope in this one, man. At the very least, they posted 2 rounds in their first half of Inferno. Now, that was the only action they saw in the whole map. But this is their map pick, and they're down, got about to be 9-0. Unless something miraculous happens here, and the only thing miraculous is that they haven't disconnected yet. Yoshi, 1 versus 5. Fight as A1S. His first point of contact, there's reinforcements galore. Oh yeah, they're just kind of peeking him at this point, giving him no respect. Double swing. He gets 1 frag and that's it. Honestly, a pretty easy life so far for the Czech fans, for the Czech players.
Wow. That AWP shot as well. Vuzi reacts so quickly with the flick. It's kind of insane as well that everyone just seems to be hitting their shots. And Neofrag, again, he is, you know, for the most part, that guy fighting the opening frags for UNiTY on T-side. But here he just doesn't have to do much of anything, really. And now we'll just see the modeame players setting up your good old-fashioned smoke on jungle, on stairs. And they will hope to enter the bomb site. It's a good start, but you know the CTs are ready and waiting. Rifles are out. Damage inflicted. Some good damage on some of these CTs. But it's simply not enough. They cannot get even close towards the site.
They can't get anything, man. Danny, we're about to watch a massacre. We're watching a massacre right here, right now. Decimation. modeame brought down to the last man. 0 rounds on Mirage.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that is really... That sucks, man. I mean, right now, we could be talking about a potential 13-0 win at this point. I'm not even afraid to say it out loud. Caster's Curse and all that, it can happen. But UNiTY is just playing so well right now that I don't really see a world in which they could mess it up. But hold on just a sec. This is now getting interesting. Neofrag up close, waiting for another chance out in the open. He dies to fattest Yoshi and... Okay, that's huge.
Well, there might be some signs of life after all. A 3v2 now currently ensuing. A little bit of information for FAVBET, but he's so far removed. Purdy with that AWP. Yeah, this would have to be a retake, and, you know, they've got the money for it, so I'm not mad if they go for it. Flashed off the angle, Purdy not able to peek with that sniper. It doesn't look like they're really considering it. Now they will with that utility clearing firebox. He's not going to be able to adjust, though. He is no woozy, that's for sure. And FAVBET probably just going to end up saving, but maybe he'll go for a cheeky peek or two. Maybe see if he can't bring everybody down with the ship. You got one round, but you got no rifles saved into the next. That kind of feels like the energy he wants to send them packing with. He'll have to make noise. Fortuna will almost certainly be able to swing on this, but not before bullets come flying. That's the AWP denied going into the next round. So even in his last vestiges, even though they drop a single round, UNiTY still incurring ridiculous damage on the economics. You hate to see it, but also you love to see it.
Well, there goes the 13-0. But really, like I said, I still see this being a UNiTY victory. It is just a matter of time at this point. Sure, they gone for the double op setup, unable to win some important duels in middle, but whatever. They can take one loss in a half. That is possible to lose at least a single round. And look at the change-up as well. It is the underpass push, and look at Relief. Okay, now he's aware. He's aware. Oh, Purdy. Big frag with the wall bang and all that. Still expecting a player to be in the apartments, but luckily for him, he doesn't know it just yet. I don't think he has. He has smoked it off. Yeah,
no.
I don't think he has any idea that the bomb is in his vicinity.
Well, it's making it real awkward for modeame, I'll tell you that much. Woozy finding 2 frags on the sniper is just going to put a little bit of salt in the wound. That's unfortunate, isn't it? Yoshi and Fortuna have to be the dynamic duo for modeame, but there hasn't really been that much dynamic. I think, you know, they thought they were flexible. They bent, they broke. That's how we found ourselves here. 11-1/2. Is that real? Seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. Still, the bomb was able to be recovered. FAVBET and Purdy had no idea what was going on there. Rotating all the way back now. No, player sighted. That's the bomb in apps. FAVBET can now take the swing. He's going to wait for the bomb plant to come on in. And the HE earmarked for that position. Utility. He doesn't even need the help. Kill him with just the nades alone. And FAVBET clears bench. Fortuna gone. And that is it. 11-1. I cannot believe how dominant this performance has been. We've had some drubbing, some one-sided affairs so far. Not just today, but in general, in the opening stages of this event. But this one might be, especially you consider the series as a whole, the most one-sided map. Now, the over-under has to be whether modeame even get a second round, let alone whether they can actually chain together enough to start looking respectable. And I guess before that, we see who gets what skin.
Yeah, let's see who's going to get the Skinneroonie. As well, I kind of feel like that's going to be the end here for this best of 3. So it's your last chance to still get a skin. Hunter WTF, man. I swear I've seen that name before. And something tells me he's not winning his first skin here at Galaxy Battle. And we already had a fair amount of best of 3, so I'm pretty sure there have already been a couple of reoccurring, so to speak, giveaway champions.
Feels like it. Feels like it. We'll have to find out if we're going to get any big giveaways, because for a while I was the good luck charm. Every time I was on, there'd be one series where there's a glove or a knife or something like that, but not yet today. We'll see if that changes going forward. Now, 11-1. UNiTY so far ahead. Only need 2 rounds to lace this one up. Finish up the ribbon on the present. Send it away to its destination. They've already reclaimed the A-bomb site. Now that they've switched over to the offense, the bomb will go down. It'll be a 5v5 retake, which isn't that unheard of on the Mirage A site, but Fortuna getting gushed is not a good start to proceedings, and that flashbang might slow things down and cause them to sink out. Gotta watch out here for the flank, but Purdy goes down, Relief as well, finding a little bit of value. Darber's just got 2, just as quick as you like. And Woozy finishes off another player. It's all down to Oxygen. What can you even do? 1v3, he's found the first, but he needs way more than that, and he just has no time, no kit. No, he's picked that up now, but I don't think that's going to matter. Neofrag sends him packing.
Wow.
Series point for UNiTY. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Oxygen and company, you just gotta laugh it off at this point. Yeah, 3v5. Close to securing the win, but simply too far away. UNiTY seemed to be on a whole different level. A whole different planet, if you will. And they've been performing absolutely amazing. You know, this is a team I want to see more of in Galaxy Battle. I'm sure they can cause some damage. Right now, this team has to make it to the playoffs. I don't know how, but something tells me that they will. We'll have to just wait and see what level of opposition they have to face. Luckily, entering the B bomb site, they will have to face absolutely no one, because there's no one home. Relief moves in quickly with the MP9. All right, that's a frag. K1 Fighter with the sort of backstab, I suppose. It's now the T is being backstabbed, but well, I don't know. These gunfights are happening everywhere across the map, just not on the B bomb site.
Yeah, that one's a no-go zone. The floor is lava. Now here we go. I think Relief figured out it. I should be moving. Why am I not moving? Spams the smoke. Now a 1-on-5. 2 frags found for Darber. He impressed in the pistol. You need to do a hell of a lot more now, but he can't get his eyes on the bomb. Oxygen will get the defuse and extend play a little bit. Even still, I don't think they're going to find anything. 5 kills. Darber gets the ace. You might win a round, but it is going to cost you everything.
It kind of sucks as well that he gets, you know, the ace clutch just when it doesn't matter. I mean, that kind of sucks, man. That's kind of, it's kind of sad. He gets the highlight reel so late, so impactful. Oh well. Oh, Neofrag.
How
about them apples?
Let's force buy out of this tease. I think they want to keep modeame on only a single extra round win. They want to keep them 13-2 for both maps. That's what I think. Well, not working out too well. Eladia finding a late resurgence for a couple of frags, and a good little self-boost for Relief, who's played pretty well since the halves have switched. Would be a 1-on-3 now. It is Darber. You can't count him out of these situations. He can now flank after killing our last defender on the connector spot. And, well, Relief is going to kind of slink back through the smoke. Does he hear the steps? I think he's going to start to. And
yeah.
When does Darber pull out his weapon?
Hear
no way. I can't believe it's come down to this. Oxygen's recovering the A1S, and he's got a smoke. He'll go up to the Underdark and then up the ladder. I don't think Darber's going to clear him. No, he heard him, but thank goodness for modeame. They didn't throw that 3 versus 1, but you thought it was happening. I started to believe, dude.
Wow. Again, it's quite insane when you think about it. Just the timing as well. Comes down to the 1v1 at the end. You got some smiles there from modeame. I mean, they're getting absolutely wrecked, rinsed, and whatnot. But they're still having a good time, you know? They're winning a clutch like that. That's got to be giving you some smiles. And maybe even winning a round like this could give you some more smiles, especially if it's an easy win, but there's a few deagles on the side of UNiTY.
I don't know why they're going for those kinds of risks. I guess they're just on autopilot. Even with a round win under their belts, modeame feel a bit deflated. I took them their own map pick just to clear 13-2 as a scoreline, and well, it could be 13-3, but I feel like that's so unlikely. Neofrag spotted another, I think. They're going to end up trying to swing all together. But a very nice play from Fattest Yoshi will help to clear things out. The bomb is loose in apartments by the TV. And Relief clears out the A site of the last remaining T. These are so tense. And even with such minimal investment, UNiTY still end up looking so dangerous. Look at that.
Okay. Let's see what's gonna happen next. A long road is ahead. And modeame, they gotta start from somewhere. And right now, it's okay. It's an okay start. They trade in some frags. Frag. Hope he'd catch maybe the B-side defender with a more aggressive angle, but no, he's playing it safe. If anything, Frag is gonna move in first. But yeah, bit of a heavy mid presence now. Woozy, great shot with the AK-47. This is now quite perplexing, but we do see the underpass push coming in. Frag, he seems to be aware and is way more aware than Fatis, Yoshi, and now this has got to be a winnable situation for UNiTY. All they got to do now is just stick together, not mess it up. They got a player on the flank if needed in the form of Frag. The majority of the heavy lifting now will be done by his teammates who are clearing out the site, and just about now, Relief, yeah, he's got intel what's going on. This will be the A play, and now it's time for Frag to rack up some easy kills on the flank. Oh, but
Should
no
be
one's
nice
actually
and
coming
easy
his
if
way,
they
though.
even bother rotating. Yeah, they're going to CT spawn, but the bomb is planted for the extremity of the site, right? For ramp and for jungle. So that's where the T's are mostly going to be congregating. And yeah, Purdy understands the assignment. He knows he can potentially try to lurk out there, slinking out the murder hole and wrapping around. The noose is starting to tighten. And Woozy, he could be the hangman. One headshot and the other one from Purdy on the flank. It's a wrap very quick. 13-2 in the first map, 13-4 on the second. UNiTY looking like a cut above, and modeame looking absolutely lost. Chickens with heads removed.
Yeah, not great. Not a great showing from modeame. Struggle on the first map, and guess what? They struggle on the second, which is a bit dissatisfying because we were kind of hyping it up that maybe the second map is going to be a little bit more close, First map jitters, second map, it's your own map pick, and all that jazz. But yeah, it simply just wasn't enough. UNiTY just played on a whole different level, and man, it's exciting to see this team play, to be honest. Inferno is a really solid map for them. I would love to see them play that against some tougher opposition. And sure enough, there's going to be a lot more tougher opposition at Galaxy Battle Phase 3. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how well can they perform and see how their individuals can also be tested. Because, yeah, it felt like some of them were really on point. Maybe more so because the opponents weren't really playing well. It felt like there were more than a few moments where modeame, they would have those players pushing middle or even the B apartments. It felt like there were a decent amount of frags where UNiTY would just kill those players that weren't even looking at them. For the majority of those exits, it felt like the modeame players just weren't really aware where the CTs were positioned. And fair enough, you could say some of those kills were inflated, but then again, we did see some great individual performances from UNiTY. And fair enough, they deserve the W. Simply put, they really deserve this win, and they got it across the finish line.
I like to think of the underdogs in this particular tournament so far as being tests more than anything for the favorites. Not because they're meant to actually upset. I really don't think you're going to get too many upsets in the first round, something like this. You look at the rosters, but how clean can you be, really? And that's where things get interesting. ENCE Academy losing their own map pick in overtime to ROSY, and then cleaning them up 13-6, 13-5. Okay, that's pretty simple stuff. But, they probably shouldn't have dropped Mirage, I think it's safe to say, even if it was going to end up being close. Then you come over here, I mean, it's a completely different story. UNiTY 13-2, 13-4. This is super easy for them. They barely even clocked in the office, and they're already clocking out and going to have some dinner. So it's pretty easy stuff for the Czech boys. They're going to be moving on to the 1-0 bracket. On the side of modeame, I kind of feel like maybe this was an off day for them. I don't know. There's little flashes of individual aim and positioning, and that I think are going to end up serving them quite well if they can keep the head on their shoulders. I think after the first map, they were a bit deflated, but want to see Fortuna on the op more, man. I think he's actually got some pretty good mechanics. So at the very least, they can use him properly. He can maybe be their wild card to get them out a little bit further into the tournament. Otherwise, maybe they just end up going home early. But that was it, man. That was very fast 2-0 in favor of the Czech squad.
Yeah, very quick 2-0, and we did have some delays with the earlier best of 3, so we're also going to be quite happy that we finish it all on time. So, yep, guys, thanks so much for tuning into the broadcast. Once again, be sure to follow our social media links, which you can find down below our stream. So yeah, there's going to be a lot more Counter-Strike coming up here at Galaxy Battle Phase 3. Some great games kicking things off tomorrow for Day 3. Guys, be sure to follow our channel, stay tuned for more Counter-Strike, and we hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, folks.